Chapter 94. Razor's motivational speech instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of Hua Xia's players. This guy was insulting Hua Xia's players just like how he destroyed Tang Dynasty. Nameless Bro didn't say a word. Look at these guys, calling him a dirty dog. They even said we would be arrogant. Who was the one who insulted me, Gongtian, first? The 4 major guilds teaming up. How shameless. At this moment, a video from a certain livestream suddenly exploded among Hua Xia's players like a bomb. In the video, a handsome man in a tight suit walked out of the Tiger King's cave. However, looking at his appearance, he seemed unusually depressed. Damn, this is such a failure. A mistake, a mistake. Nameless Bro shook his head and blamed himself. I'm going to die from my own stupidity. I checked my equipment and said quit, and now I'm out of the dungeon. The most valuable items are at the back. Oh, my internal injuries. Internal injuries. This means this trip was for nothing. Damn. I'm so depressed. As soon as he came out, Nameless Bro sat alone on a tree stump and kept blaming himself. That kind of regret of not being able to complete the mission was heart-wrenching because the video was taken from the live stream. The players' comments were also displayed. Nameless Bro, don't blame yourself. You've done your best. Yeah, Nameless Bro, we all know that you've really worked hard. No matter the result, you've already won my respect. Nameless Bro, I've never admired anyone in the game, but you're definitely one. If you're blaming yourself, we don't know what to do. Cheer up. In the video, the streamer walked to the dungeon entrance and placed one hand on the dungeon entrance. Then a picture appeared. Hua Xia's server clearance leaderboard. First place, anonymous player captain. Result 00932. Reward. Daily reward Tiger Hemostasis. *1. The live stream suddenly fell silent. Finally, someone couldn't stand the silence and asked a question. This result, is it the clearance result? This question stayed on the screen for a long time, and no one could answer. Since it was recorded by the system on the leaderboard, it was obvious that this result was the result of clearing the dungeon. It was common knowledge that the system would not display the result of a failed mission. But this result was simply impossible. This was common sense. At this moment, 2 pieces of common sense clashed. When the video was uploaded to the official website of 3 sages, the impassioned Razor, the confident Golden Cauldron Miatang, and the other members of Team 1 saw it, they felt as if they had been electrocuted. For a long time, no one said a word. No, impossible. This result is impossible. With my 20 years of gaming experience, I can conclude that this result is impossible. However, this was not a screenshot. Screenshots could be photoshopped. This was a video. Of course, the video could also be photoshopped. However, one after another, large pictures and short videos were fiercely posted by Hua Xia's players in the comments section. The detailed filming process from various angles was telling them time and time again that this was the fastest time to clear the Tiger King's cave in Hua Xia. With a thud, 3rd Saint Razor fell to his knees. This result had already exceeded the scope of his ability. No, to be precise, it had exceeded the scope of his understanding. No matter what, it's impossible. Impossible, impossible. Golden Cauldron Miatang took a few steps back and leaned against a tree. 9 minutes, 9 minutes. This is simply not something a human can do. How did he do it? His previous results. Could it be 3 sages and Golden Cauldron had entered the dungeon for 45 minutes several times? They actually knew that there was a hidden boss in the dungeon. However, the competition now was a battle of honor and dignity. Naturally, they had neglected the hidden boss. They had always thought that Brother Nameless would definitely not care about the hidden boss at this time. However, from Brother Nameless results this time, and then thinking about the terrifying set of equipment that Brother Nameless had. Now, it seemed that Nameless' previous results were very likely the results after killing the hidden boss. It was fine when they did not know, but now that they knew, Golden Cauldron Mia Tang suddenly felt that the world was spinning. He had killed the hidden boss and cleared the dungeon faster than them. What did this mean? Nameless' last result was enough to explain everything. The ones who were hurt the most were actually the players from Huaxia. Previously, when they saw how Nameless blamed himself, they blamed himself even more than Nameless. Nameless fought so hard for the honor of the players from Huaxia, but he blamed himself because of a misperformance. This made the other players feel bad. However, this guy said, "It was a mistake. It was a mistake." In the end, he indiscriminately slapped everyone in the face. Wait, just now, Brother Nameless said, "He made a mistake. F***CK. I really kneel to Nameless. This is called a mistake. Please make a mistake." Big Brother, I felt sorry for you for a long time just now. Now I realize that I'm an idiot. How the hell did you make a mistake in clearing the dungeon in 10 minutes? How did Brother Nameless do it in 10 minutes? Can anyone give an answer? Lu Chun was speechless at his own brainless actions. When he looked up, he realized that a group of people in front of him was staring at him. What were these people doing instead of leveling up? Why aren't you leaving? I've already cleared the dungeon 4 times, and you've only seen it 3 times. Are you out of your mind? I'll do it after a break and sell my equipment. Lu Chen stood up and prepared to leave this troublesome place. The dungeon leveled up too quickly, and he enjoyed the experience alone. 1 trip was worth 200,000 experience. After clearing the dungeon 4 times, he was now level 17. Once Lu Chen reached level 18, the experience and drop rate of the monsters in the dungeon would decrease. At that time, he would only be able to farm the boss, so he was not in a hurry to clear the dungeon. Moreover, Lu Chen was tired. Money was money, but his life was obviously more important. Lu Chen had just stood up when the players opposite him suddenly cheered loudly. Nameless Bro is mighty. Nameless Bro is domineering. Nameless Bro is invincible. Nameless Bro, does your guild still need more people? I want to follow you. Nameless Bro, you're so handsome. I love you. A few girls screamed at a decibel that was almost beyond the human ear. I'm just clearing a dungeon myself. Why are they so excited? Damn, these people are crazy. Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart and quickly ran away. Fortunately, Lu Chen's movement speed was fast, so he escaped the encirclement of the players. After finally finding a place without people, Lu Chen hurriedly returned to his territory. This trip is quite fruitful. Lu Chen looked at the various equipment and materials in his backpack with satisfaction. 1 tiger weep, 15 blue equipment, more than 50 green equipment, and so many white equipment that Lu Chen could only put them in 7 heads and 3 idiots' backpack. I wonder how much money I can earn. Speaking of which, I haven't earned much for a few days. I should quickly earn the money for the house. 3 sages, Golden Cauldron's official website had been attacked by Huaxia players. The comment section was filled with screenshots. 9 minutes and 32 seconds, like a red flag, stood tall together with the words, "Anonymous player." I heard that you want to teach Huaxia players how to clear the Tiger King's cave. We humbly ask for guidance. How do we fight? Hey, why did you stop the broadcast? Where are Korea's strongest players? They are not even challenging anymore. Please give them some pressure. I must say that Korea's games are indeed the #1 in the world. Speaking of which, when will you guys be able to break Nameless Bro's performance? I'm looking forward to it. Where are Korea's players? Didn't you call them trash and teach them how to be a person? Come, please teach us how to be a person. Korea's players all secretly logged out of the website. Half an hour later, Three Sages and Golden Cauldron's official website showed that website is under maintenance. Chapter 95. The news of Nameless clearing the Tiger King's cave in 9 minutes and 33 seconds had caused a huge commotion in the entire Asia server. In China, Nameless fame instantly killed Mad God. The words Nameless appeared more frequently in the comments section of the official website. Many players even imitated Nameless and hid their ID in the game. Lu Chen also saw many people talking about him in the trading post. However, he didn't have time to care about this problem. He would sell the equipment first, and then see what was going on. Now that Lu Chen had his own guild, he used the guild's name to sell the items. Since he was the guild leader, the items were bound to his bank account, and the income was also with him. The higher the level, the more high-quality equipment there would be. Therefore, the less rare white equipment would be. Although the level of the equipment was high, the price wouldn't increase exponentially like the level. Lu Chen understood this principle and started to put the equipment up for sale. The attributes of the white equipment were average. However, the combat boots were new and had never been dropped before. The tiger skin leg guards had better attributes than the poison mist leg guards. The white tiger skin felt hat had higher defense than the exquisite spider silk helmet, but it didn't add any attributes, so the price might be lower. Let's make it 580 for 38 pieces of boots, 500 for 24 pieces of leggings, 380 for 37 pieces of felt hats. Lu Chen carefully checked the prices he filled in and put them into the trading area after confirming them. I can make the green equipment more expensive. Many guilds want to clear the Tiger King's cave, so these equipment are indispensable. 30 exquisite tiger skin combat boots, each for 2,500. 24 exquisite tiger skin felt hat, also for 2,500. Anyway, it doesn't make much of a difference to the rich. Lu Chen checked his equipment again and again. These were all shining silver, so he couldn't make a mistake. After the white and green equipment were done, it was time to sell the main items. When it came to setting the price, Lu Chen was in a bit of a dilemma. The black gold ghost iron sword and the Tiger King's defensive equipment were all very strong. If players could use them now, they could sell them for tens of thousands. However, the problem was that these equipment were all level 15. Players could only use them when they were level 15. If players wanted to buy these equipment, they had to consider whether these equipment would be worth the price when they were level 15. The drop rate of the Serene Gold Sword was pretty good. There was a high chance that one would drop from a normal instance dungeon, so players might not feel the need to buy it. As for the Tiger King 3-piece set, it was even more awkward. The players probably did not know who dropped these pieces of equipment. If they thought that they were dropped from the normal instance dungeon of the Tiger King's cave, then they would definitely think that the price would not be too high. After thinking about it, Lu Chen felt a little uncertain about the price, so he simply put away the blue and purple equipment. The price will be doubled tomorrow. When the players level up, we'll let them experience the Tiger King's cave first. Who knows, we might be able to sell it at a higher price. Making money had always been Lu Chen's primary goal. When it came to things like pricing, he put more thought into it than playing games. Lu Chen was already very tired today, coupled with the fact that there were still a bunch of players at the entrance of the cave. He decided to rest for a while. After logging into the forum, Lu Chen checked a few of the top posts and finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. No wonder so many people were watching me clear the instance dungeon. Lu Chen shook his head. His new identity seemed to have been pushed to the forefront of the storm again. However, the matter had already passed, so Lu Chen did not pay attention to it anymore. He still had one more thing on his mind. In the Tiger King's cave, what he obtained the most was not equipment, but a large pile of materials. Every monster dropped a few materials, and even the instant's dungeon reward was the blue material, Blood of the Tiger. This meant that this item should be of some use. After entering tiger skin, in the search box, Lu Chen realized that there were already many posts discussing it. Begging to know where to get tiger skin, I asked my friends to help me kill a few striped tiger demons, but none of them dropped. OP. The striped tiger demons not only drop tiger skin, but also tiger teeth, tiger bones, tiger gallbladder, and tiger claws. However, the drop rate is very low. I just want to know where the blood of the tiger and the head of the tiger drop. It should be from the boss, but I don't know where to get it. Tiger demons drop materials? Damn, I fought a few of them. They were level 18, and my party was almost wiped out. I wasted a lot of potions, but none of them dropped. It's normal. Tiger demons have combo attacks, high levels, and are especially hard to fight. Many professions need these materials, such as tailors, refiners, spiritualists, and so on. The most disgusting thing is that there are so many people above level 10 now. But have you seen a pharmacist? Have you seen a spiritualist, a puppeteer, and a babysitter? Have you seen a martial artist? Have you seen a sword spirit? Have you seen a sword spirit? I'm too lazy to talk about other things. Anyway, there's only one reason. Lack of these mediums, lack of these materials. That's true. Up until now, apart from the Talisman Formation Master, even the guild leader has not collected enough materials. Let's level up first. Starting from level 1 to Poison Fog Forest, haven't you realized? Jiuqian is actually not hardcore at all. This is a F** King hardcore game. It specializes in dealing with stubborn people. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It turned out that these materials were so useful that many professions needed them. With Jiuqian's lousy nature, the drop rate of normal monsters in the wild was negligible. No wonder so many players reached level 10, but only a few actually changed professions. Then, can I sell them for money? Lu Chen was suddenly energized. He searched for purchasing materials, and a bunch of posts immediately popped up. Purchasing tiger skin, tiger bone, tiger gallbladder, tiger claws, tiger teeth, 100 renminbi each. Also purchasing tiger blood and tiger head at a high price. Price negotiable. Guild purchasing tiger demon materials without limit. Can add PP 864, 879, 8801. Purchasing all kinds of tiger demon materials for 150 renminbi. If there are any, you can send a private message to pages. Purchasing profession materials at the highest price on the entire net. 200 renminbi each. Tiger blood and tiger head negotiable. This post is valid long-term. There are actually people who want 200 renminbi each. This price greatly exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. One had to know that this was only the purchase price. Generally speaking, the purchase price was lower than the actual price, especially when purchasing in bulk. F***CK. So the most valuable thing was this thing. Lu Chen hurriedly went to the trading platform to search for past transactions. Tiger bone, transaction price, 290 renminbi, quantity, 1 tiger skin, transaction price, 300 renminbi, quantity, 1 tiger claw, transaction price, 320 renminbi, quantity, 1. There were quite a lot of transaction records. After all, some players felt that they couldn't gather enough materials, so they might as well sell them and exchange them for equipment. The average transaction price was between 270 and 320 renminbi. Moreover, as long as someone put out an item, it would be instantly sold. Lu Chen looked at the more than 1,000 materials in his backpack and trembled. Now the players should know where to farm for materials. I wonder if I can still sell them at this price. Lu Chun first took out 10 animal skins and placed them on the trading platform. He set the price as a middle price of 300 renminbi. As soon as the item was placed, it was instantly sold. Lu Chun widened his eyes. As expected, the market still needed a large amount of materials. If that's the case, then this old man won't hold back, Lu Chun said excitedly. Subsequently, all 1,209 white materials were placed on the net, 10 in a group, each priced at 300 renminbi. In an instant, the number of Lu Chen's emails began to increase crazily. Tiger Tooth X10 consigned by Frenzy Wave has been successfully sold. After deducting 5% handling fee, 2,700 renminbi has been transferred to your bank card. Tiger Skin X10 consigned by Frenzy Wave has been successfully sold. After deducting 5% handling fee, 2,700 renminbi has been transferred to your bank card. Exquisite tiger fur felt hat consigned by Frenzy Wave has been successfully sold. After deducting 5% handling fee, 2,250 renminbi has been transferred to your bank card. The incoming messages flooded the screen. Chapter 96. In the past, Lu Chun didn't even feel as good as selling a floral dress for 100,000 yuan. The income was flooding the screen. Thousands and thousands. It was like money was falling from the sky. In just 10 minutes, all the items Lu Chun had consigned were sold out. Connect to my phone and check my messages. During the guild transaction, Lu Chun bound another bank card. At this time, the balance on this card had changed from 102 to 518511. 02, 518,000. Damn. Lu Chun couldn't recover for a long time. If he added the 600,000 on his Agricultural Bank of China card, he had more than 1 million in savings. Most importantly, he had earned more than 500,000 in half a day. Damn, I've earned a lot, Lu Chun said excitedly. Oh, by the way, there are still 17 tigers' blood and 2 tigers' head. These can be put in the auction house. There's no rush to sell them now. We'll sell them after they attract attention on the trading platform. In front of such a huge income, Lu Chun didn't need to rest. He quickly returned to the game and continued farming the Tiger King's cave. The 7 beasts were around the territory, helping the 3 idiots level up. The 7 beasts were already level 17, while the 3 idiots were only level 15. They needed to level up. The 10 beasts were chasing each other around the territory. Anyway, it was still safe in the territory. Looking at these little dregs with 1 combat power having fun, Lu Chun smiled from the bottom of his heart. He grabbed Xiao Bai and touched the little guy's fluffy head. I almost forgot that you can grow into a fire qilin in the future. Little White was obediently in Lu Chen's hand. He rubbed his little head against Lu Chen's hand, and from time to time, he would let out a childish cry. Speaking of which, I wanted to bring you guys to level up, but let's fill up the Tiger King's cave first. Otherwise, the price of the materials will drop when others start farming the Tiger King's cave. The price of the materials was indeed high, but Lu Chun also knew that it was high because others couldn't farm the Tiger King's cave. It was a pity that he was already level 17. He would be level 18 after farming 2 more times. At that time, the monsters might not drop any materials. When the little ones saw Lu Chun return, they all ran to his feet. Lu Chun smiled and squatted down. You're so clingy. Then I'll bring you along. Before the last word go was said, Lu Chun suddenly froze. He suddenly thought of a problem. Although the 10 beasts had yet to reach the next stage, they could still level up to level 10. This was a huge amount of EXP for him. Lu Chun would definitely prioritize his own leveling speed and would not share his EXP with them. Since the 10 beasts were born with extremely high aggro value, they would automatically attract the attacks of wild monsters. So, Lu Chen's initial plan was to personally level them up a few levels. After all, the experience at the beginning was very little. Then, after their attributes increased a little, he would let 7 heads take them to a safe place to level up. But that would take a long time. But it was different now. There were benefits to Lu Chen suppressing his level. If he could farm the Tiger King's cave a few more times, he would be able to earn at least a few 100,000 yuan. From level 1 to level 10, he needed 200,000 EXP. 10 little beasts would be 2 million EXP. Just the 10 of them would be able to help Lu Chen get 2 million EXP. 8 trips to the Tiger King's cave. There were also the 3 idiots. They were only around level 15 and needed 750,000 EXP to level up to level 17. 3 of them would be 2,250,000 EXP. Another 8 trips. Lu Chen instantly lost his composure. This was all money. F***CK. I'm really a blockhead. 7 heads. Come back. Don't bring the 3 idiots to level up. Stop. Lu Chen looked at his EXP. Level 17 upgrade progress. 58034/500000. He first distributed the extra 58,000 EXP to Big Head. Then, he hurriedly recalled his underlings and rushed to the Tiger King's cave. Seeing that Nameless had been gone for a long time and that the competition between Huaxia and Dehan had ended, the spectators in the Tiger King's cave finally went back to what they were supposed to do. Lu Chen immediately entered the Tiger King's cave. 7 heads, 3 idiots, same old routine, kill them. 6.5 minutes later, Lu Chen pulled all the monsters into the Phantom Gold Blade Tiger's room and cleared the monsters in the corner with his underlings. Killed Robust Scarlet Striped Tiger, level 15 elite. Captured 2,712 spiritual energy. Obtained stage 3 talent fragment. Obtained 2 3-star quality points. Ding! Obtained item Tiger Tooth *2. Killed a strong scarlet-eyed striped tiger. Level 15 elite. Obtained 2,712 points of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Obtained 2 rank 3 talent fragments. Ding! Obtained item Tiger Skin *2. In the past, Lu Chen did not feel anything when he saw these materials. Now, he was more excited when he saw materials than equipment. In his mind, he directly converted these materials into RMB. 600 EXP. Wow, this one dropped 3 materials. Awesome, 900 EXP. Killed exceptionally robust Scarlet Striped Tiger, level 16 elite. Captured 3,540 spiritual energy. Obtained 2 stage 4 talent fragment. Obtained 2 stage for quality points. Ding! Obtained item Exquisite Tiger Skin Boots, green. Obtained Tiger Skin *1, Tiger Tooth *2, Tiger Gallbladder *1, Tiger Claw *2. Damn, 6 of them, 1,800. Lu Chen suddenly had an illusion. Others were farming for equipment, experience, and copper coins in dungeons, but he was farming RMB 600 EXP per monster. Damn, I really love the Tiger King's cave. Lu Chen's determination to level up had been corroded by money. At the same time, the official forum was once again in an uproar due to the large trading of materials in the trading area. Damn, which area is Mad Waves in? So many materials? I counted 121 sets, more than 1,200 materials. Are you stupid? You don't even know that Mad Waves is Nameless Guild. Only the Tiger King's cave would drop so many materials. Damn, I'm too late. If I can get the materials and become a pharmacist, the pressure in dungeons would be much less. Regardless of the usefulness of a pharmacist, The reason why the party can't level up quickly is because there is no division of labor. Everyone's strength is completely dependent on the difference in equipment level. Everyone is a tank, but actually no one is a tank. It all depends on the skill and awareness. Damn, I didn't get it. We are in urgent need of these materials to enter the entry level of class advancement. Who isn't? In the past, Solipsistic would inform us. Nameless didn't tell us in advance and just gave us the materials. We didn't make it in time. 121 sets. I'm vomiting blood. I don't know if Nameless will give us the materials. He is the only one in the entire server who can clear the Tiger King's cave. If he can sell more materials, we can make up for the difference in level between us and the foreign servers. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if Nameless did, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Who knows how many professional parties are watching the trading area for 24 hours a day? A true class advancement player was too important to a party. It was no exaggeration to say that if a party with a reasonable class combination could be assembled, even if their equipment was a little worse and their level was a little lower, their combat power would not lose to the Sage's pioneering party. At this moment, a player typed a sentence. The trading area is about to welcome a bloody storm. Chapter 97. Professional teams, semi-professional teams, and even some small civilian groups had sent people to keep an eye on the trading post. Mad God only had one in-game friend in name, and it was the same for Nameless Bro. He did not have any friends at all. Perhaps it was because experts did not like adding friends. This meant that no one could contact him. It was completely random whether he was selling or not. TT Guild was holding a meeting with the shareholders and leaders. Today, TT's biggest financial backer, Li Zhuguang, the chairman of Hongsheng Group, and his mistress were coming to inspect their work. Seeing their boss and mistress sitting there, the project leader, Old Peng, and the leader, Lin Sun, were a little embarrassed. Last time, their boss had asked for help to snatch the 100-flower dress, but they did not manage to get it. They felt a little guilty. Li Zhuguang looked at everyone and smiled. You're all acting like you've done something wrong. Take a seat, everyone. Old Li, it's rare for you to ask for help last time, and we didn't do a good job. Look at this. Old Peng took the lead. Li Zhuguang smiled. Sai, it's not a big deal. Old Peng, you're really something. You tried your best to snatch the 100-flower dress. I know, but there was nothing you could do if you couldn't get it. After all, there was only one piece. So many people were eyeing it, and I know a few bosses who were determined to get it. It's just a piece of entertainment equipment. It's not a big deal. Come, everyone, take a seat. Only then did everyone sit down. All right, relax. You're now a very important department in Hongsheng. It's a department with strategic importance. You don't have to be so reserved. Li Zhuguang gave off an amiable vibe. Today, I have good news for everyone. What good news? We'll increase our support for TT and the other 3 professional guilds. This is really good news, Old Peng said excitedly. Li Zhuguang said, I'm also playing Jiutian. I'm very clear about the current situation. The foreign servers are developing much faster than our own. I have no doubt that they'll continue to suppress us with their level advantage. Everyone, don't just set your sights on the domestic server. Of course, I'm not asking you to bite off more than you can chew. You know that we have to look at the present and fight our way out of the encirclement of other teams, but we also have to plan for the future. I can only describe the business opportunities in Jiutian with 4 words, unparalleled. Then, the initial investment must also be proportional. Take Nameless, for example. He's currently selling class materials and mediums, right? Isn't he selling them for 3,000 each? Once he puts them on the trading platform, it's all up to luck whether we can get them or not. This won't do. We have to get it. A spirit controller with a baby and one without a baby are two completely different things. An apothecary with healing abilities and an apothecary in name are also two completely different concepts. That's why we have to buy the materials. If 3,000 yuan can't buy it, then 4,000, 5,000 yuan. In short, I will allow you to double your budget. Old Peng, Lin Sun, and the other commanders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Director Li had indeed brought great news. The budget had been doubled. Also, Li Zhuguang continued, Nameless isn't like Mad God. He's been in the game before. I've already asked my friends to help me investigate. I believe we'll be able to find him soon. Once we find him, I want you to find him offline. If we can't contact him online, we'll go offline. But you have to be careful. People like Nameless are usually very arrogant. Pay attention to your attitude and words. At the very least, you can't be his enemy. You understand? Boss, don't worry. As long as there's news of him, I'll immediately bring people to find him and settle this matter personally, Lin Sun said. Yes, I'm not worried about Lin Sun. Oh, right, there's one more thing. It's a private matter. Qiuning, you say it yourself. The perfect goddess beside Li Zhuguang stood up generously. Commanders, I would like to apply to join the TT Guild. My level is still very low, only level 10, but I promise I'll work hard to level up. After that, Li Qiuning bowed to everyone, scaring them half to death. This time, Lu Chen didn't make the same stupid mistake as before. He didn't get teleported out because he wanted to check his equipment. He would never make such a low-level mistake again. At this time, he had already defeated the last hidden boss, Blazing Tiger. Not only did it drop purple and blue equipment, but it also dropped purple materials. He had to treat it seriously. At this time, Lu Chen's helmet notified him that he had a call. Now that Lu Chen didn't feel any pressure fighting this boss, he looked at the caller ID. It's that guy. Pick it up. Hey, Mad God, what's up? The caller directly called out Lu Chen's other identity. Don't call me Mad God. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lu Chen wasn't surprised. After all, this guy had seen him in person and knew that he was solipsistic. When he saw Nameless' appearance on the live stream, he definitely knew that Nameless was solipsistic. Fortunately, this guy was still very tight-lipped. The caller was Li Muhua from the northern military region. I was afraid that you would forget about me. That. Nameless, can I ask you for a favor? Are soldiers also so wishy-washy? Tell me, I'm fighting a boss. Damn, you're fighting a boss again? Which boss? You won't know even if I tell you. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm hanging up. No, I'll tell you. Do you still have materials? We don't have any advantage in terms of equipment and level. We want to try to gain some advantage from our classes. Can you give us some? Oh, no, not give, sell some to us. You're buying equipment? Aren't you always going to work hard? Sigh, just working hard won't work. We don't even have a single piece of Everhill's guard. If this continues, we won't even be able to clear the level 15 Tiger King dungeon. Even the leaders can't stand it anymore. Li Muhua said sadly, I was just lectured by the leaders, especially the hostility of the Grand Han. Don't you already know? It's fine if we don't merge servers now. At most, it's just a test. But if we merge in the future, we'll be under a lot of pressure. If we don't stand up, we'll be scolded by others. Okay, but we're just friends. I won't give you a cheap price, Lu Chen replied heartlessly. I know, I didn't give you a cheap price, Li Muhua said. Not only that, I'll give you double the price. Ah, double the price? Yes, our leaders said the same thing to you. Friendship is friendship, business is business. You're already a good friend to sell to us. We can't let our friends lose out. Anyway, we have a lot of money now. We didn't dare to buy your equipment before, but now we can still buy some. Hee hee. Li Muhua's smug tone could be heard through the phone. Chapter 98. Rich? How rich are you? Hee hee. It's not convenient for me to tell you. Anyway, we didn't dare to buy your stuff before, but now, hee hee, we can still buy a little bit. Lu Chen didn't care who he sold the materials to. He had a good impression of Li Muhua and the others. Now that they were willing to double the price, there was no problem. Look at you. How much do you want? Tiger tooth, tiger skin, tiger bone, tiger gallbladder, tiger claw, and tiger heart. How about 10 sets each? Okay, I'll come out and trade with you. Thank you, thank you. Do you have tiger's blood and tiger's head? Yes, but the price. I haven't thought about it yet. If that's the case, then when you've decided, can you call me? This is my private number. It's very secure. Li Muhua suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. Our leader said that you're too famous now and asked if you want to hide your identity. Hide my identity? That's right. Characters from the 9 heavens are real characters. You're now at the heart of the storm. Although it's certain that many people will come to buy things from you offline, which is beneficial for you to earn money, on the other hand, it's very likely that you'll encounter some unnecessary trouble when interacting with them offline. Lu Chen frowned. Even his actions against the boss slowed down by half a beat. Li Muhua's words did remind him. Lu Chen, if you're willing, we can erase all your records. Unless it's someone who knows you, no one will be able to find you online. Also, if there's anything, just look for Secretary Lin directly. Don't be afraid to trouble him. Understand? Your safety has risen to a level that you can't even imagine. Lu Chen nodded. Don't make it sound so mysterious. I don't want to get involved in any messy matters. I just want to play the game in peace. Then help me hide it. Oh, and my sister. Got it, leave it to me. After hanging up, Explosive Tiger's health was almost depleted. Not long after, it was dead. Sure enough, the boss dropped a purple weapon, purple materials, pants, and other miscellaneous items. After Lu Chen collected them, he exited the dungeon. After finding a safe place, Lu Chen distributed all 248,000 EXP to Big Head, leveling him up to level 16. This was the first time that Lu Chen had felt heartache because his subordinate had leveled up. Big Head, you actually leveled up. Can't you hold on a little longer? Well, the child had to grow up eventually. After sorting out the materials in his hands, Lu Chen gave Li Muhua a call and made an appointment for a private transaction room. There were a total of 10 sets of tiger bone, tiger heart, tiger claw, tiger skin, tiger gallbladder, and tiger tooth in the trading column. When it came to the price, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before writing down 30,000. You wrote the wrong price. Didn't I say double the price? It's 60,000. I really wrote it wrong. Forget it. I'm too lazy to change it. I'll sell it to you for 30,000. What? Do you want me to change it back? Li Muhua was not stupid. What did he mean by wrong? Lu Chen was just teasing him. Otherwise, why would he ask him to change the price? Of course, he would change it directly. This price was deliberately written by Lu Chen. Lu Chen talked about money all day long, but he did not expect that he actually did not only have money in his eyes. He actually took the initiative to give up a profit of 30,000. If it was said that he was on good terms with Lu Chen at the beginning, then this time Li Muhua was really impressed by Lu Chen. This guy was not as heartless and cold as he appeared to be. Then, okay, I won't say anything else. I'll pay you directly. Okay. After completing the transaction, Lu Chen directly logged back into the game. Li Mu Hua was alone in the room in a daze. To be honest, Hua Xia's military was under a lot of pressure. The country's server was lagging behind in all aspects. Moreover, the chief's order was to let the outside world think that they were training for entertainment and not fighting for hegemony. This made their hands and feet tied many times. This time, the higher-ups finally put some restrictions on the loan. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the overseas military. They could not even compare to the domestic professional teams. The Tiger King's Cave incident was just a coincidence. Jiu Qian was still a long way from the merger of the various countries' servers. However, this incident also sounded the alarm for them. The Korean military was even stronger than the Three Sages. If the leader's prediction was correct, then how would they deal with the military forces of other countries in the future? Taking a deep breath, Li Muhua looked at the empty seat opposite him. That guy, when the time comes, would he make a move? Imperial capital. Dynasty's crown prince was looking for a beauty to relax in the VIP room of a KTV. Suddenly, a phone call came in. He quickly withdrew his hand from the beauty's clothes and hurried out with the phone. After finding a quiet place, Crown Prince asked in a deep voice, "Did you find out the guy's address?" "Brother E, I was about to find it, but the clues were suddenly cut off. The internet, telecommunications, household registration, the police system, and even the bank, all clues disappeared. How is that possible? With your connections, how can you not find it? That guy stole my mythical beast. I'll kill him no matter what. Brother E, I really can't find it. Also, I advise you not to touch him." "Why? I wish I could pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'm sure that he used my divine beast to pass through the Tiger King's cave. Everything should have belonged to me." Recalling the scene back then, the Crown Prince clenched his teeth in anger, and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. How could a person clear the Twin Towers? How could a person clear the Tiger King's cave? The only possibility was the mythical beast. There was no such thing as Brother Nameless in the past. He was just a normal player with a slightly higher level. At that time, Crown Prince tried his best, but failed to deceive that guy. He picked up the ready-made mythical beast. Then, he used the illusions of the two mythical beasts to clear the dungeon. How many players in the country regarded him as a hero? How many beauties looked at him in a different light? The attention of the country, the fans, the glory, and all those materials should belong to him. Brother E, calm down. Let's put it this way. I've only encountered this situation once. I'm guessing that Brother Nameless information has been classified as a national secret. What? National secret? Yes, otherwise, it's impossible that no one can find it. The person on the other side said, "Seriously, Brother E, you know what this means. There's someone behind him." Crown Prince smashed the latest iPhone in his hand. He was so angry that he walked back and forth with his hands on his waist. Damn it, this guy, damn it. Even though he was the Crown Prince, he did not dare to touch the people of the country. He could only swallow his anger. Li Zhuguang just received a call that Brother Nameless information could not be found. "Old Wang, it can't be. Even you can't find it?" "Yes, I'm sure that other than a few people, the outside world can't find this guy." "Why is that so?" "It's possible." The person lowered his voice. "There's a big shot protecting him." They were all old friends. Li Zhuguang naturally understood what Lao Wang was implying. "Sai, all right. If that's the case, we can only let it go. I just didn't expect the big shot to take action so quickly. Old Wang, how's the development of your team?" "How else can it be? Everyone's situation in the country is similar. Korea suffered a loss this time. You know what's the situation in China now? The whole country is fighting. They're all holding back. I've received news from Tianqing that the level 50 Asia servers will merge. When that time comes, we might be suppressed. Li Zhuguang took a deep breath. It's not optimistic. Nameless materials are a good thing, but it's limited. Although Korea and Japan are not selling materials, they will be able to fight on their own soon. Our disadvantage will only get worse. Level 50 is not close, but it's not far either. When that time comes, we might not be able to withstand the pressure. Yes, now we can only increase our support and prepare for the future Asia war. Li Zhuguang took a deep breath. Level 50. Chapter 99. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, it would be double the time for the whole server. Lu Chun was now afraid when he thought about it. What double experience? No, the price of materials might drop tomorrow. Let's farm a few more times tonight. Damn it, I promised not to stay up all night. I have no choice this time. Let's hurry up and earn more money. At 1:30 in the morning, Lu Chun farmed the Tiger King's cave 7 times. After distributing the experience, the 2 and 3 beasts had reached level 17. Taking advantage of the half-hour reset time, Lu Chun would place the materials and low-level equipment he obtained in the trading area after completing the dungeon. 7 dungeons, a total of 850,000, an average of 120,000 per trip. Including the balance of the 2 cards, Lu Chen's total savings was close to 2 million. Buying a house in full was not a problem. Not only could he buy a house, but he also had enough furniture for the balcony on the top floor. It was a good thing that the 3 dumb beasts could not level up with him. If he encountered a situation where he needed to suppress his level in the future, their low level would be an advantage. With such a huge income, Lu Chun was not sleepy at all. Damn it, I farmed a house in one night. What's the point of sleeping? Let's do it a few more times, including the dungeon reset time, and the time spent clearing the dungeon. Lu Chun farmed the dungeon once every hour and 10 minutes. After more than an hour, Lu Chun came out of the dungeon again. He leaned against a tree stump and rested. At the same time, he put the goods on the shelves. He no longer looked at the mail. It was impossible that the goods could not be sold. Even if it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, there would still be people waiting there to buy his goods. It was better to distribute the experience first. Which of the 10 beasts will level up first? Lu Chun looked at the interface of the beast pen. The fiercest ones inside were Xiao He and Xiao Qing. These 2 guys never stopped. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. If it wasn't for the fact that the beast pen was separated, they would probably fight again. Lu Chun shook his head and pulled Little Black out. Little Black was the name Lu Chun gave it. It sounded very ordinary, almost making people forget that it could evolve into the Black Flame Dragon Emperor. Xiao He, you're the most mischievous. Don't feel wronged. Let me tell you, you'll be a family in the future. Don't always fight among yourselves. After being taught a lesson by Lu Chun, Little He lowered its head and wrapped itself around Lu Chen's arm, pretending to be dead. All right, stop pretending. If you admit defeat so easily, would you still be fighting every day? Lu Chun was both angry and amused. All right, I'll level you up first. Lu Chun was currently level 17 and had 245,000 experience points. Little Black needed 204,600 experience points to level up to level 10. Lu Chun directly transferred enough heaven and earth energy to Little Black. However, Xiao He's growth rate did not increase. Although it had reached level 10, its appearance did not change much. It was still a small snake. Check the attributes. Lu Chun displayed Xiao He's 3D projection in front of him, along with its attribute data. Character: Black Flame Dragon Emperor Cub level 10 unable to obtain heaven and earth energy after reaching the upper limit of the juvenile stage. Growth, 744/500000. Pure spirit energy, 0/500000. Dark demon creature soul essence. Physical strength, 100. Agility, 100. Physique, 50. Attack, 250. Defense, 100. Health points, 1,500. Talent. Sealed. Damn, Xiao He, your attributes. Lu Chun was stunned. Xiao He was only level 10, but its strength and agility had already reached 100. What were the attributes of a normal player at level 10? 3 dimensions were only 18, and Xiao He was still in the juvenile stage. In other words, Xiao He was now just a baby dragon. Other than 3 dimensions, Xiao He's basic attack was increased by 150, and its basic defense was increased by 50. This was even more exaggerated. The only weakness was that its health was not too much. However, it was only relatively little. 50 physique was already at the level of an elite monster. Damn, as expected of the Black Flame Dragon Emperor cub. If you grow up, your attributes will be even better. After Xiao He's level increased, it seemed to be very excited. It stood up straight and stuck out its tongue, looking eager to fight. Lu Chen looked at Xiao He's appearance and could not help but laugh. What? You want to fight again? Xiao He actually nodded, as if it understood Lu Chen's words. Stop fooling around. Your attributes are indeed very strong. If I was level 10 now, you would already be a powerful helper. Unfortunately, my level is now much higher than yours, and the level of the monsters I fight is also higher. You can easily be surrounded by other monsters, so it's better for you to stay here. After putting Xiao He back into the beast pen, the little guy seemed to be very unwilling. Xiao Qing, who was next door, was even more unhappy. It clung to the beast pen and looked at Lu Chun expectantly. Okay, I know. You're afraid that you can't beat Xiao He, right? Wait for me to level you up the next time I come out. All of you are really divine beast kindergartens. After leveling up Xiao He, Lu Chun understood that the divine beast younglings already had very strong combat power, and increasing their growth rate was very likely to result in another metamorphosis. Their growth rate was already so strong now, then after metamorphosis, they would definitely be super strong existences. Looks like I still have to increase their growth rate if I have the chance. After this, I have to quickly increase the level of my spiritual source and speed up the cultivation of spiritual power in the territory. Also, I have to find where to get those special creatures' soul essences. 9:50 in the morning, Lu Chen just finished clearing the Tiger King's cave and came out. After placing the materials and some of the white and green equipment in the trading area, Lu Chen quickly received the transfer. It was bound to the guild's bank account, and the balance was now to 34 million. In addition to the 620,000 on the Agricultural Bank of China card, Lu Chen now had 96 million in savings. Ha ha ha, enough to buy 2 houses. Lu Chen was satisfied. In terms of the army level, the 3 fools were all level 17, and among the 10 beasts, only the water and fire Taurus had not reached level 10. When the 2 little fellows saw that the other divine beasts were already level 10, they angrily hid in the corner of the beast pen. Lu Chen saw that the 2 little fellows were wronged, so he could only agree to the 2 little fellows. When the time was doubled, it would be enough for the 2 little fellows to level up. At 10 o'clock, the double time of the local server officially opened. In fact, since 9 o'clock in the morning, the local server players had flooded into the game. In order to protect the rights of Xia players, Tianqing had set restrictions on overseas IP. As long as players logged in overseas, they would not be able to change their IP and log into the Xia server through a VPN. The Hua-Xia players vowed to use these 10 hours to shorten the level gap with the foreign server players. 10:15 in the local server, District 122, somewhere in the wilderness of the 100 Beast Mountain Range. 80 players logged in at the same time. The equipment on these people was quite luxurious, and one could even see the dark iron golden sword dropped in the Tiger King's cave, exquisite tiger fur hats, and exquisite tiger fur combat boots. In their small teams, there were even spiritualists and puppeteers who had their own pets. As for their IDs, they were all in Korean. In the command channel, the team leader spoke in Korean. Everyone pay attention. This time, all of us came to Hua-Xia to log into the game. Why? The team members replied in unison. We must not let brother Nameless level up in double time. Yes, that's right. We've already done our research. Nameless has always liked to be alone. This kind of self-righteous guy usually doesn't have any real friends. He has been farming in the Tiger King's cave. Now that it's double time, the other players must be leveling up elsewhere, so no one will come over. We'll wait for him to enter the dungeon and wait at the exit. We'll take advantage of the short delay when he teleports out and kill him. Spiritualists, remember to use soul guidance on him. This way, he won't be able to ask for help when he corpses and won't be able to switch out of the battle. Yes. This mission is deep into the enemy's territory. It's very dangerous. We're the Suicide Squad, but for Korea to be able to suppress Hua-Xia in the future, we must complete this mission. It's best if we can get his equipment. Yes, we won't let you down. Very good. Don't talk on the way to avoid exposing yourself. Let's go. Chapter 100. At the same time, in District 122, in various directions not far from the Tiger King's cave, a few teams of people came online collectively. Their IDs were made up of Japanese, English, and other languages. There were 2 to 3 teams with more people, and there were at least 40 to 50 people with fewer people. Most of the teams have already gone to various servers to disturb the Hua-Xia players leveling up. This time, we must not let them catch up with the double time. Yes, there are too many Hua-Xia players. We must work together to maintain the level advantage. It's said that some of them obtained the divine beast. This is already unfair, and there's double time for the entire server. Why? It's an unchangeable fact now. Now, most of the teams are preparing to come online in various regions. Our mission is to take care of Nameless. Everyone hide your IDs. Don't expose yourself. At 10:15 a.m., just as all the Chinese players were frantically leveling up, they did not know that many well-equipped teams from other countries were quietly coming online, and their levels were much higher than those of the Chinese players. The double time had already begun. In the low-level areas of the 100 Beast Mountain Range, the players were already busy. This was definitely the time to race against time. Because of this, no one overestimated themselves and came to the Tiger King's cave to waste time. No one would come to disturb Lu Chen. 5 more minutes until the dungeon is reset. Lu Chen calculated the time. This time, he would farm again to raise the level of the water and fire Taurus to the maximum so that the 2 little fellows would not be wronged. After farming for an entire night, Lu Chen was indeed a little sleepy. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for long. When Lu Chen saw that it was about time, he walked towards the Tiger King's cave. After the double time, I wonder how much the price of the materials will drop. Whatever, I'll see when the time comes. If I can still earn money, I'll spend some reputation to recruit a few more low-level subordinates. Lu Chen calculated as he walked towards the dungeon entrance. As he walked, Lu Chen suddenly felt some movement in the surrounding forest. Ever since he had fused with the bloodline of the 3-petal flower demon, Lu Chen had a wider field of vision. At the same time, He didn't realize that his vision had become sharper than before when he was in the forest. In the swaying shrubs, Lu Chen seemed to see a few figures hiding behind. Someone, what are you doing? Hiding was probably not a good thing, but Lu Chen did not show any abnormalities for the time being. Standing in front of the Tiger King's cave, Lu Chen observed his surroundings carefully and discovered that there were strange movements in all directions. In the past, there were many people who had watched Lu Chen challenge the Instance Dungeon. At its peak, there were thousands of people watching in Area 122. However, these players were all watching openly. Even if they were dissatisfied with him, they were never as sneaky as they were today. Even now, they still hadn't come out. It was as if they were waiting for him to enter the dungeon. Lu Chen's mind spun rapidly. Why wait for me to enter the dungeon? In Lu Chen's dungeon, no outsiders could enter, so they definitely couldn't do anything. Then, the biggest possibility was waiting for me to come out? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiuqian's servers were very impressive, and the network was stable and fast. However, the network used by the players themselves might not be the fastest. In addition, the structure of the Jiuqian world was so realistic and grand, and the amount of data was unimaginable. Therefore, there was a very short delay every time operations such as teleporting in and out of the dungeon. Moreover, even if there was no delay in the network, people still needed time to react. To suddenly go from one place to another, the brain needed time to react. So, they plan to make a move when I come out of the dungeon? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Who were these people? Why did they want to deal with him? How many people were there? And how strong were they? Could it be that some streamer wanted to become famous and deliberately forced him to make a move to see the strength of the legendary brother, Nameless? Or did they want to drop his equipment? This was also very possible. There were too many possibilities, and these questions could not be answered for the time being. The dungeon had been reset. Lu Chen thought about it and decided not to alert the enemy for the time being. He directly entered the dungeon. At least in the dungeon, he was absolutely safe. Fatigue and apprehension about hidden enemies did not affect Lu Chen's ability to clear the dungeon. After clearing it so many times, he could run the correct route with his eyes closed. After 36 minutes, Lu Chen finished off the real fiery splitting tiger. He put the materials and some of the equipment online, but was not in a hurry to leave the dungeon. He released the 10 beasts from the beast pen and let the other divine beasts out to get some fresh air. Big Head, Two Head, come here. I'll level you up. The water and fire Siamese changed their sad faces and happily ran to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen smiled slightly and leveled up the 2 divine beasts to level 10. Hee, now you can fight together again. Lu Chen smiled as he watched the 10 little guys play for a while. Okay, I'm too tired. 7 heads, 3 heads. You guys cultivate your spiritual power here and help them level up. Trying to trick me outside? I'm sorry. You guys can wait a little longer. Damn, I've been playing all night until 11 in the morning. No, I can't take it anymore. As long as Lu Chen did not go offline, he would always be in the dungeon. So, Lu Chen simply put on the helmet and slept. Outside the Tiger King's cave, there were more than 300 people waiting. When they saw Nameless enter the dungeon, they quickly surrounded the exit. Through the translation software, the leaders of many countries could communicate in real time. 10 minutes later, didn't Nameless clear the Tiger King's cave in 9 minutes? Why is he still out? He should be fighting the hidden boss. How did this guy clear the dungeon alone? Did he find a bug? We've reported to Tianxing, but they said the game can't have a bug. Then they stopped asking. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's wait a little longer. Okay, everyone pay attention. Melee players, make sure the exit is surrounded. Ranged players, get ready to attack at any time. 20 minutes later. Hey, there's no hidden boss in you country? Don't worry. If we're in the same server, our common enemy will definitely be Huaxia. They're like cockroaches. There's a lot of them and they're hard to deal with. I know. We're working together this time to suppress Huaxia. The second boss needs 30 minutes to clear, but this requirement is too hard to achieve. We're the same as you guys. We've only cleared the first hidden boss at most. Yamada, what about you guys? Same. The 30 minutes barrier is too hard to break. A few of our top guilds have done some research. To clear the dungeon in 30 minutes, a few conditions must be met at the same time. First, a strong tanker and healer combination that can withstand at least 2 waves of elite monsters. Second, a strong DPS that can quickly clear multiple waves of elite monsters. But these 2 conditions are contradictory. The tanker and healer take up 2 spots, and the remaining 3 DPS can't achieve the effect of clearing the monsters quickly. Indeed, some of us can already wield the Dark Gold Sword, but our DPS is still not enough. Yes, unless all 3 DPS players are equipped with nameless dual swords. 22 critical hit, 160% critical damage. TSK, TSK, TSK. These stats are too strong. The few captains were having a heated discussion. 40 minutes, damn, why isn't Nameless out yet? That's not right, it's already been 40 minutes. Let's wait a little longer. Let's see the results of our people in the other regions. The results are quite satisfying. Everyone, let's boost our morale. Chapter 101. A small team of Huaxia players was farming in the 100 Beast Mountain range. Let's not be afraid of wasting potions. This might be the only time we can double the effect. Let's level up as soon as possible. Yeah, now is the best time to level up. Once we level up, we can do the Tiger King Instance Dungeon and get all kinds of equipment. There's a Dark Moon Wolf over there. I'll go over first. Kill this one. Kill Dark Moon Silver Wolf, level 12. Obtained 183 points of Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy. Wow, 183 EXP for 1. That means we can level up after killing 1,000 of them. Yeah, double the effect is awesome. There were 4 or 5 teams of players leveling up around them. There were quite a number of wolves here. Try not to get into conflict with others. Let's not waste time on such things. We have to close the level gap with the other servers first. At that moment, the team member who went to pull monsters inadvertently looked into the distance. About 200 meters away, a team of players who had been leveling up not far from them was being beaten up by a large group of people. F***CK, who's fighting now? Why did they hide their IDs? However, after looking for a while, he realized that something was wrong. That group of people easily killed that small team. After leaving one person behind, they immediately pounced on another small team. That guy actually has a baby Dark Moon Wolf. The skill he's using now is the Spirit Master's Soul Guidance. Soul Guidance was an entry-level skill for Spirit Masters. It could affect the souls of the dead, including players. Once affected by this skill, the player would be considered to be still in battle and would not be able to exit the game. As a soul, they would not be able to call for help. Thus, this skill was known as the Corpse Guarding Divine skill. The duration of the skill was affected by the Spirit Master's own spirit energy. However, if one did not have enough spirit energy, they could use certain mediums to help and greatly reduce the consumption of spirit energy. This Spirit Master had actually learned a skill. He had already completed his profession change. After players revived, their HP would be very low and there would be a delay. A skilled Spirit Master with a pet could easily guard 5 corpses. Not long after, the other team was completely wiped out. F***CK. Why are these people like mad dogs? Killing people everywhere. Haven't they been bullied enough by the Korean players? Why do they have to kill people in double the time? The group of people quickly moved over. As long as they found a team that was leveling up, they would gang up on them. Not only did he kill people, he even guarded their corpses. Oh no, they're coming this way. That person stopped pulling monsters and quickly ran back. Everyone, run. There's a guild killing people. What guild is killing people? Right now, the guild is also busy leveling up. Hey, it's just farming. Don't be so dramatic, okay? Acting my ass. Really, let's go. Their strength is extremely terrifying. However, at that moment, a sword mercilessly pierced the player's heart from behind. When they saw the tip of the sword, their faces were filled with shock. A sword spirit cultivator's sword spirit. When they raised their heads, they saw nearly 100 anonymous players charging at them fiercely. Their equipment could be said to be luxurious, and there were many players in the team who had already changed classes. Moreover, their numbers far exceeded theirs. Perhaps it was because they were too excited to kill, but some strange languages appeared among these people. One could tell that it wasn't Hua-Xia's language. The team leader's ID was Strange Uncle, and his eyes widened. It's a Korean player. They want to stop us from leveling up twice. This team leader also knew that his team couldn't escape. Seeing his teammates being killed and the enemy laughing contemptuously, this team leader was burning with anger. Damn it, how dare they touch our Hua-Xia players? Brothers, if we can't escape, we'll fight them. F***CK. In Area 284, 2 teams were leveling up together. They were second-year students of Hanjiang High School. Their levels weren't high. Both were level 10. They had arranged to level up with 10 classmates who had drawn numbers. Hey, Brother Bull, can't you see that we're almost done? Go and pull monsters. I know. It's not easy for me to pull monsters for both of your teams. Monkey, what are you doing secretly with Mei Mei? You're bullying single dogs in public. Come with me to pull monsters. F***CK. What nonsense are you talking about? We're just friends. Okay. Pure. Do you think any of us will believe you? Stop talking nonsense and come with me to pull monsters. Pull more monsters and we'll level up. Then we'll build a small guild for third-year students. How wonderful! Monkey was pulled away by Denyo unwillingly. Not long after, the team members suddenly realized that Denyo and Monkey's avatars had turned gray. What's going on? You can pull monsters to death. I'm impressed. However, not long after, hundreds of anonymous players appeared from behind the slope. They were looking down at the few high school players from a commanding position. The few students were at a loss when they saw these people. The other party's leader waved the blue longsword in his hand. The 100-man army rushed down from the slope, shouting some Southeast Asian language. This group of people was like a gust of wind sweeping through the 2 teams. Mei Mei, you're F***King Crazy. Big Bamboo, F***CKU. They're from the foreign server. F***CK. Let's fight it out with them. A few minutes later, silence was restored. There were only 8 corpses on the ground, as well as our explosives master and a sprite master standing at the side. The explosives master had buried explosives beside their corpses. As soon as they revived, they would be blown to pieces. Similar scenes quickly played out in the 300 districts of the Chinese server. More and more players were massacred by the foreign server's high-level players. At 10:45, the double time, for everyone to level up suddenly changed. Some of the major streamers were already talking about this matter. In Feng Glingzi's live stream, these foreign server players are killing people everywhere. Many of our players are not high level, and their equipment is not complete. We can only be killed by them. Feng Glingzi was very angry. She and her teammates were also ambushed by a group of foreign server players. They did not dare to revive now. The bullet screen was already in a mess. Their levels are very high and their equipment is good. The guy who killed me actually had a blue weapon. The most disgusting thing is that they actually have people guarding our corpses. They won't let us revive. More and more people are logging in. Didn't the officials say that they would stop using VPN to connect to other countries? How did they get in? I work at the airport. Some time ago, I saw a lot of foreign tour groups coming to the country, more than ever before. I think it has something to do with this. They just don't want us to use the double time to catch up. They're too despicable. The problem is, what about our guild? Are we just going to watch them cause trouble? Don't talk about it. Our guilds are all independent. Moreover, to be honest, our guild's strength is not as good as theirs. Almost every district has two main forces dedicated to suppressing the guilds in the district. Their levels and equipment are ahead, and many of them have changed classes. How did they get so many materials? They can already clear the Tiger King dungeon. We only have Nameless to clear it. Even if he keeps giving out materials and his dungeon time is shorter than others, he can clear it a few times by himself. They have a large number of guilds. This is incomparable. Damn it, these people are too much. Just because our levels are behind in the early stages, they keep suppressing us. How despicable. Chapter 102. Saying that Hua Xia's players were caught off guard was the most appropriate way to describe the current situation. This time, Hua Xia's players were completely unaware that the various countries had joined forces to snipe Hua Xia's server. Originally, everyone had planned to level up like crazy. Since they were leveling up, many guilds had formed small teams and scattered around to level up. The players did not have large organizations and were evenly distributed. This gave the foreign players the perfect opportunity to take them down one by one. In front of the Tiger King's Cave in District 122. Let me talk about the current situation. Captain Dahan said, currently, the best results are in District 86. There are 2,600 players in Huaxia who have entered the level 10 main city. We only have 200 people and have already killed 540 players. Awesome. We killed 500 of them with less than 1/10 of our forces. Our warriors are all good. Next is District 219. There are 2,200 players in this main city. Our team of 240 people has already killed 520 enemies. Among them, including the Battle Dragon Guild, a professional team that was preparing to occupy an independent area to level up. Wow, District 219 is very strong. That's right. Huaxia's reaction is also quite fast. However, they are completely no match for our warriors in a head-on battle. Good news came one after another. Huaxia had a large number of players. However, when the servers were merged, there were less than 10,000 players in all districts who entered the main city. Now that a few days had passed, there were a few thousand players in each district. This was considered a huge breakthrough. However, when faced with an organized, premeditated, unified command and enemies who were good at disguising themselves, these defenseless players would find it difficult to react immediately. Once the initiative was taken, it would be even more difficult to turn the tables later. Now, we are using Huaxia's travel tactics to kill their people everywhere and hinder them from leveling up as much as possible. Oh, right, there's another piece of good news. Now, all over Huaxia, our scattered players are joining our battle and constantly expanding our team. Our suppression will become more and more powerful. After Fenglingzi's team was killed, they waited for half an hour before someone came to save them. The Rock Guild and YYF Guild urgently transferred members who could make it back and formed a 120-man team. When the other party saw such a large group of people coming over, they did not fight head-on and immediately retreated. Only then did Fenglingzi and the others successfully capture her. These people are so disgusting. We're so far behind in levels, and Tianxing only gave us 10 hours to double the amount. They won't even let us level up. Wen Qim said angrily. She had always been good-tempered, but this time she was infuriated. The Monolith Spear King said, "This is so infuriating. This time we were caught off guard by them. Everyone is dumbfounded. But now that we have organized, let's go find them. How dare they touch our Huaxia server? I'll make them regret it. The enemy was right in front of them in the valley. The 3 regiments of Rock, YYF, and YYF were in hot pursuit. A moment later, everyone arrived at the valley. However, at this moment, a large number of players' faces emerged from the surrounding highlands. There were at least 300 of them. Why are there so many people? I only saw 70 or 80 just now. Oh no, they've changed their IP. Within a short period of time, by switching IPs and logging into different servers, they had the advantage of numbers. Or perhaps they had a mobile force that was on standby. It had to be said that the foreign server players were well prepared. The Monolith and YYF were considered strong in the country, but under the suppression of the enemy's level, equipment, profession, and numbers, they were like turtles in a jar. Oh no, we've been tricked. The Spear King gripped the broken rock tightly. As one of the best equipped players on their side, he was still using the club that Zatchas had dropped. In the beginning, the enemy's army had 7 or 8 dark steel golden swords. The commander on the other side smirked and deliberately shouted through the translation software. As expected, you don't have any brains at all. What a bunch of trash. Let me tell you, this time we'll double the reward. Don't even think about leveling up your entire server. Don't look at me so fiercely. Look at your trashy equipment. TSK, TSK, TSK. These are all equipment that normal players like us don't even care about, but you guys treat them like treasures. When we kill you later, you'll have to throw them away. Look at your levels. Ha ha ha. You're a level 12 captain. If you were here, I wouldn't even accept your application to join us. You guys only have talisman masters? That's trash. Since you're trash, you should stay where you're trash. Brothers, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Spear King, Divine Light's decision this time was very wrong. However, it had to be said that who would have thought that the foreign servers players would be so well organized and that they would deliberately think of ways to gather in the Huaxia server? The foreign servers players didn't hesitate to form a team to log into the game in their target country and initiate a battle of such scale. This was definitely the first time since the Zhoutian server had been launched. The Spear King turned to look at everyone and bowed deeply to them. I'm sorry, everyone. My decision was too hasty. I've harmed everyone. Wen Qim couldn't help but say, Spear King, this isn't your fault. None of us expected them to be so cunning. That's right. Boss, it's fine. At most, we'll just fight. What's there to be afraid of? So what if they have the advantage? We'll still kill them. Today, if they kill one of us, I'll drag one of them down with me. Divine Light patted the Spear King's shoulder. Spear King, I'm as responsible as you are. However, now's not the time to blame yourself. They started the battle without a declaration. This group of people is too well prepared. They even prepared a mobile force just to deal with a team like ours. They've really put in a lot of effort. Since this battle is unavoidable, let's go all out. The Spear King nodded. He raised his head and looked at everyone. He said loudly, "Brothers, I only have one question. Those who offend the Huaxia." When everyone heard this, their faces turned solemn. Everyone answered in unison. Even the players who were watching Winchim's live stream seemed to have changed into another person when they heard this. The second half of this sentence was known by everyone in the Huaxia. As long as they heard it, their blood would boil. No matter how far they are, they must be killed. The Spear King nodded. "All right, let's kill them." 120 Huaxia players charged forward in the face of 300 enemies who were crushing them in all aspects. Half an hour later, this valley called the Beast Spirit Valley was littered with corpses. The 120 Huaxia players did not create any miracles. Even if their skills were excellent, the opponents waiting for them seemed to be professionals. Level 15 against level 12, Black Iron Ghost Gold Sword against Broken Stone. The standard profession change against those who had not. There was no suspense at all. The number of foreign server players had decreased by a lot. It seemed that the mobile force had gone to assist other regions. However, it was still easy for the remaining people to guard the corpses. Looking at the foreign server players who were clearing the equipment and items on the ground and setting up explosives and traps, there were not enough spiritualists. They could only use explosives masters and puppeteers to help guard the corpses. How many Huaxia players had died to make the spiritualists that they had prepared for a long time not enough? In the live stream, everyone looked at the busy foreign server players and was silent. Such battles were still happening in various servers. The saddest ones were those non-professional players. They only wanted to level up, but they were killed to the point that they did not dare to revive. For the first time, Winchim shed tears during a live stream. Why are they bullying us like this? It's already difficult for us to level up. It's not easy for us to get double the effect. Many people felt the same way. Were the Huaxia players so miserable? They were stuck in the novice village for a few days at the start of the server. Killing monsters was like a festival. Later, they encountered a server-wide mission. They did not level up for almost 3 days. It was not easy for them to get double the effect, but they were still schemed and well planned by the foreign server players. Is there anyone else who can step forward? Winchim asked, feeling wronged. Suddenly, Winchim opened her mailbox angrily. From her friends list, she found the name that had been silent for a long time. Solipsistic. Chapter 103. Winchim sent a mail to Solipsistic. However, the mail was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reply for a long time. Mad God, could it be that even you? Winchim thought that if Mad God was ambushed, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. At noon, a piece of news came out of nowhere. The foreign server players formed by the alliance of many countries had reached 400,000. This number was shocking. The number of Huaxia players who could enter a level 10 main city was only 1 million. The Chinese server had professional teams, but so did the foreign server. Their level and equipment were even better. Moreover, the biggest problem was that the Chinese server did not organize in advance. They were completely scattered. How could they compete with the foreign server players who had meticulously planned this gathering? As time passed, the number of foreign server players was still increasing. The Chinese server players were getting more and more passive. There were even rumors online that Mad God and Nameless had been killed and spawn camped. At 4 p.m., a large number of foreign server players flooded into Huaxia's official server live broadcast. Double the 10 hours. I wonder how many levels you can level up. If we had such an opportunity, we would at least level up once. Does it feel good? How does it feel to be trampled by 400,000 warriors in Huaxia? I heard that those who can get out of the newbie area are the elites of the elites. In the end, it's 1 million times and 400,000 players. Ha ha ha, it's really trash. Where's your solipsistic, your nameless? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Is he dead in some corner and can't be revived? He's trash even with a purple weapon. This is the result of going against us Korean players. Remember this, you filthy dogs. Win Chim was angry and muted these players. However, they seem to be organized again. One after another, anonymous players came in to show off their strength. Muting? When you were so arrogant on the Triple Sage Golden Cauldron's official website, we didn't mute you. We can't afford to play with you. I'll say this. The Huaxia server is so weak, solipsistic, nameless. They're all trash in front of us. We'll always be on top of you. Lu Chen wasn't interested in the double event at all. Plus, he had stayed up all night, so he slept until 4:30 in the afternoon. Slowly waking up, Lu Chen yawned. A mere 5 hours of sleep was not enough to offset the exhaustion brought about by an all-nighter. Lu Chen looked around blankly and immediately asked the 3 questions of his soul. Where am I? What am I doing? What should I do? Fortunately, he soon remembered. Oh, damn. Sleeping in an instance dungeon feels so good. I'm just a little hungry. Lu Chen patted his face and looked at the 7-headed and 3 idiots who were cultivating beside him. Oh, right. There seems to be someone waiting for me at the door. I don't know if he has left yet. Lu Chen scratched his head. Let's not worry about that for now. Let us take a break first. There was a special message in the mail. It was a reminder that would only appear when a friend sent an email. Lu Chen opened the email. A moment later, Lu Chen frowned and raised his head. In order to prevent Huaxia's players from leveling up, foreign server players massacred Huaxia's players. Every server was in a state of emergency. Normal players were killed to the point that they did not even dare to revive. Foreign server players went to Huaxia's official website in an organized manner to taunt them. How did the world change so suddenly after a nap? Lu Chen opened the official website. All the major streamers were being attacked by foreign server players. Words such as trash, dirty dog, and pervert were constantly spammed on the screen, especially the 2 legends of Huaxia's server, Mad God and Nameless. The abuse was overwhelming. Most of the major streamers were killed to the point that they could only exist in soul form. A few streamers did not even dare to come out of the Celestial Mountain. Lu Chen's expression was a little ugly. In the local server, there was an unwritten rule. If normal players did not provoke professional players would basically not kill normal players. However, in this massacre, whether it was normal players or professional players, they were all killed horribly. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Lu Chen saw that it was his sister, Lu Yi, and immediately answered the call. Brother. Lu Yi's voice was a little aggrieved. Lu Yi had always been Lu Chen's sore spot. Seeing his sister being aggrieved, Lu Chen was instantly enraged. What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Lu Yi hesitated for a long time. Under her brother's interrogation, she finally spoke. Brother, the gravel that the guild gave me just now was dropped, and the poison mist leggings from before was also dropped. Who dropped it? Someone from the foreign server. Brother, for this double reward, I've been training hard for the past few days. It wasn't easy for me to follow the 3rd group to the Celestial Mountain main city. In the end, my equipment was dropped. I don't know how to explain it to the group leader now. Lu Yi had just arrived in the main city not long ago. No wonder he did not see her before. This girl had been busy leveling up for the past 2 days. Perhaps she did not know that he was Nameless Brother. Silly girl, leveling up without looking at the official website. If Lu Yi did not know, Lu Chen did not plan to take the initiative to tell his sister. He wanted her to work hard so that she could better adapt to society. Silly girl, don't cry. Isn't it just a few pieces of equipment? Lu Chen comforted her. Brother, you don't understand. These are the guild's assets. After I finish using them, I still have to give them to the people behind me. It's okay. I'll help you. However, Lu Yi was still crying. Brother, those people are too despicable. They didn't camp our corpses like the others. Instead, they hid at the side and waited for us to revive before continuing to kill. They took advantage of their level advantage and beat us until we had a sliver of health before letting us run away. Finally, they used the sword spirit to kill us. They're too despicable. Lu Chen frowned. They were still playing like that. Not only did they kill them, but they also humiliated them, tortured them to death. Most importantly, they had provoked his sister. Blood rushed to his brain bit by bit. Brother, do you know when you're a newbie? They've already taken over the Celestial Mountain. Nameless Brother has been killed. However, Lu Chen did not answer. Instead, he asked, Where are you? Why? I don't dare to revive now. Otherwise, they'll humiliate us again. It's okay. Tell me, where's your corpse? I'll ask my friends to see if they can save you. I'm in the southwest of the 100 Beast Mountain. 48,144. Brother, forget it. No one can save us now. Don't let your friends take the risk. Lu Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen seemed to have changed into a different person. Usually, unless he was provoked by friendship, he would be very polite to others. Even if Nameless Brother became famous, he did not change much. However, this time, he was furious. Someone killed his sister, and it was tortured to death. It was a torture to death. If he could not even protect his sister, what was the use of his equipment and attributes? 7 heads, 3 fools, and the 10 of you come back. Lu Chen's voice was unusually cold. He called back his subordinates and then went offline. He went to wash his face and move his joints. Lu Chen put on his helmet again. After going offline and going online again, he would be directly teleported out of the dungeon. In other words, if those people who were waiting for him were still there, Lu Chen would be directly among them. Going online meant fighting. Okay, I'll starve a little. Lu Chen stretched his neck. Let's clean up this trash before eating. Connect to the game. Chapter 104. In District 122, a team of 400 Huaxia players was making their way to Tiger King's cave. Before this, Red Heels and the others had done their research and found that their leader had been selling materials and equipment in the trading point throughout the night. They knew that he had another large-scale sale at 11 o'clock, which meant that he had been farming in Tiger King's cave. If they could find their leader in this situation, there might be a glimmer of hope. Hence, Mad Waves risked their lives to rush to Tiger King's cave. Along the way, they were chased by foreign players. 4 of their members died, and only Sheik managed to reach Tiger King's cave with his godlike movement. When he saw more than 300 foreign players camping in front of the cave, he rushed back to the immortal mountain main city and relayed the news to the players in the city. Nameless Bro is still alive. This news was like a shot in the arm, instantly reigniting hope in the despairing players. But Nameless Bro is in a terrible situation. There are more than 300 foreign players with luxurious equipment waiting at the entrance of the dungeon. As soon as he exits the dungeon, They'll be able to kill Nameless. Friendship, Hell Valley. Soaring Dragon was taken special care of by the foreign players and was severely weakened. However, there were still many small teams and normal players here. They quickly formed a rescue team and set off for Tiger King's cave. After rescuing the 4 members of Frenzied Waves, the leader of this team naturally became the Frenzied Waves Guild. Xiao Ming was broadcasting this rescue operation in his live stream. Is Nameless Bro really not dead? F***CK. They even thought of such a method. How despicable. More than 300 top players are surrounding Nameless Bro. They're really going all out. Xiao Ming, you must save Nameless Bro. With him around, we might be able to organize a counterattack. Strange. We left the city in such a large number, but no one came to stop us. Ingjun kept observing the surroundings. As expected, there wasn't a single foreign player. Nua, be careful. Sheik reminded, we just killed the 2 players guarding our corpse. They must know we're here. They knew they were going to save Nameless Bro, but they didn't do anything. This wasn't their style. Red High Heels nodded. Yeah. However, even if they want to ambush us, we can only charge through. Not long after, the rescue team successfully arrived at the open ground in front of the Tiger King's cave. However, the number of people guarding the entrance of the cave was not just 300. It was a dark mass of people. There were at least 700 to 800 people there. They had already sent reinforcements over. What a bunch of idiots. The leader of the other party looked at the army of 400 people with contempt and laughed without fear. The same tactic can really kill you idiots endlessly. High Heels looked at the man coldly. They already knew that the other party had set up an ambush, but she did not want to explain. The other party's leader snorted coldly. Look at you people. What kind of trash are you? Your professional guilds have already been prioritized by us, and only the old, weak women and children are left to fight. Aren't you just trying to disrupt our plans? I'm sorry, but I'll put it this way. The 350 of us won't move. If you can kill even one of us, we'll lose. The foreign servers' mobile troops were very strong. Even professional guilds had been annihilated by them. Now that they were facing such a ragtag army, they naturally had the confidence to win. One kneeling in 10 steps took a step forward and said angrily through the Zhoutian translator, F***CK, you're nonsense. More than 300 people are waiting for one person, and you only dare to wait at the entrance of the dungeon. How cowardly are you? That person's face was a little ugly. He squinted his eyes, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Humph, just a bunch of trash. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Warriors, leave none of them alive. Kill them all. High Heels turned around and said to everyone, brothers and sisters, Violent Waves thanks everyone for your support. We might not have a chance of winning this battle. I also know that many of you know that Violent Waves is not nameless. I can't contact the leader. Actually, the reason why Brother Nameless created Violent Waves was to fight the demon subduing tower. We're not, Lung Nua said, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. We're actually not his friends. However, you were still willing to come. You knew that there was an ambush, you knew that you would die, you even knew that our efforts might not have any effect, but you still came, because I believe that you, like me, have a thought in your heart. This thought is, Nameless does not die, Hua Xia does not perish. Today, even if I'm killed infinitely and spawn-camped infinitely, I will have no regrets. With my blood, I summon the god of war. 10 steps, fragrance of flowers, handsome, chic Little Ming, and even the remaining players of the major guilds had resolute gazes. Everyone cheered. With my blood, I summon the god of war. The people of TT Guild were also watching Little Ming's live broadcast. Old Peng shook his head. Sigh, the difference in strength is too great. Moreover, they can't even contact him. Perhaps they can only sacrifice themselves in vain. Old Peng also shook his head, helplessly. With their strength, they can't break through the other side's blockade. The foreign servers just want to kill them all in one fell swoop so that they can spawn camp. Damn it, our team is being taken care of. Otherwise, we would have organized reinforcements. Lin Sun said angrily. Now that there are more and more foreign server players, the pressure on the various regions is also increasing. However, at this moment, a voice that was not loud but extremely resolute sounded beside them. No, I believe that they will succeed. I also believe that that person will appear. The person who spoke was Li Qiuning, who had just joined TT. Her eyes were slightly moist. Qiuning, how do you know? I just know, because he is nameless. He is the nameless who pinned the top guilds of Dahan to the ground. He is the nameless who cleared the Tiger King's cave in 9 minutes. He is the nameless who created miracles. In the video, Hua Xia's 400-man army launched a fierce attack on the enemy's defense line. The foreign server players had actually asked the explosives master to set up dark mines in front of the defense line in advance. Before Hua Xia's players reached the front, they had already set off a wave of minefields. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of dark mines exploded. Before Hua Xia's players reached the front of the enemy, their HP had already been reduced by half. The commanders were experienced, and the players' skills were excellent. Coupled with the advantage in level, equipment, and HP, the moment the two armies clashed, it became a one-sided massacre. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Kill all of these dogs. In less than 20 minutes, the entire Hua Xia army was killed. Not a single person managed to break through the defense line. However, 10 minutes later, a large number of Hua Xia's players revived. After blocking the bomb traps that were set up by the spawn guards, they launched a second wave of attacks on the enemy's defense line. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, the Hua Xia's players dropped countless pieces of equipment. However, everyone was as Bing Nua had said. They were not afraid of death. They revived again and charged forward. Seeing this scene, the players in Xiaoming's live stream fell silent. Suddenly, a person typed out a line of words. With my blood, I summon the god of war. Nameless, F** King appear. With my blood, I summon the god of war. Nameless, nameless. Can't you F** King see? With my blood, I summon the god of war. God of war, where are you? The foreign server commander laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, what a bunch of stupid pigs. It's good that their equipment is exposed. At this moment, a white light descended from the sky. It landed at the entrance of the Tiger King's cave. In the white light, a blurry black figure gradually became clear. He was surrounded by a blue halo. He carried 2 swords on his back. A faint purple aura lingered around them. Everyone recognized those 2 swords. The only purple weapon in the entire server, Tiger Sob. Chapter 105. Not far away, the Hua Xia players who were charging saw this light and actually choked with sobs. The millions of viewers in the live stream actually had tears in their eyes when they saw that light. Li Qiuning's tears flowed down uncontrollably. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. He's here. The reason why Brother Nameless did not come out of the dungeon was because he already knew that there were many people blocking him at the cave entrance. Hua Xia players did not break through the enemy's blockade. At this moment, the 350 carefully selected experts who were specially used to deal with him still surrounded the entrance with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But this time, it was as if he had heard the cries of countless people. He came without hesitation. The god of war had awakened. However, it was not only Huaxia players who saw this light. The foreign server players had waited for 7 hours for this moment. Good timing. It's Nameless. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and turn him into ashes. Even that person's figure did not have time to be completely clear. The apothecary's attack, the explosives master's cannon, the sword spirit cultivator's sword spirit, and the prophet's wisdom spirit beam gathered on that blurry figure from all directions. The melee professions, pugilists, monks, spiritualists, and puppeteers tamed ghost moonwolves, and wooden puppets attacked him. Seeing this scene, the Huaxia players who did not have time to react felt their hearts hanging by a thread. Even if it was only delayed for less than a second, who could withstand this wave of attacks? Was Brother Nameless going to be killed as soon as he arrived? Ha ha, Brother Nameless, your legend is going to end in my hands. I told you to come out. You'll die if you come out. The black and blue figure finally became clear. At the same time, a series of damage floated above his head. -1 white words, -1, -1 critical hit, -1 burning cannon, -1 sword spirit slash, -1 burning cannon, -1 wisdom spirit beam. They were densely packed and could not be seen clearly. However, none of them exceeded 1. This is impossible. Impossible. No one can break through the defense. This is impossible. This scene shocked countless people. My God, no one can break through the Nameless defense. Old Peng stood up and looked at the scene in disbelief. Under the attacks of hundreds of players, that person's HP was not even displayed. Without breaking through his defense, they couldn't even see the upper limit of John Doe's HP. The so-called -1 was just to tell the players that they had indeed hit him. As for how much HP they had dealt, it was just for show. Don't tell me this is Nameless strength. In the ESD guild, Xiao Yaofeng leaned back in his chair. None of the 350 people could break through his defense. It was understandable that spiritual attacks couldn't break through his defense. Currently, there were quite a few Shadow Tempest cloaks that had 8 spiritual defense. Nameless also had 2 other blue equipment, the Dark Frost Cloak and the Dark Night Trousers. If they also had 8 spiritual defense, then his spiritual defense could reach 24. The foreign player's spiritual attack wouldn't be too high either. After all, levels and spiritual power growth were contradictory, yet unified communities. Their high levels meant that they didn't have much time to cultivate their spiritual power, and killing monsters didn't provide much spiritual power. Normal players would be lucky if they had 10 spiritual power. With the additional 10 spiritual attack provided by low-level skills, it was natural that they couldn't hit Nameless, who had 24 spiritual defense. But what about physical attacks? A level 15 player with a dark steel gold sword and a full set of top-tier equipment could have 170+ physical attack. With the additional attributes of some close combat damage professions, it could reach 200. His physical defense is over 200? Impossible. We've all seen the attributes of the purple weapon. 56 strength, that's 28 defense. With the other 2 blue equipment, will give him 25 physical defense. That means his physical defense is 70 points higher than other top-tier players, at most 150. Sakata Shinwu, the foreign server commander, was equally shocked. How can his physical defense be over 200? Could it be a divine beast? Currently, the only advantage Huaxia had over the other foreign servers was that Huaxia had a divine beast. Until now, the foreign server players still couldn't find a way to activate the quest. One thing that had to be mentioned was that the foreign servers were so afraid of Huaxia players. Other than the large number of players in Huaxia, the divine beast was also very important. How could a divine beast be an ordinary creature? However, out of the 8 divine beasts, 5 were taken by Mad God. Mad God was a mystery, and no one could find him. The other 2 were first taken by the Crown Prince, then intercepted by a mysterious person. The last one was taken by the celestial slayer Xian Yuan, but it was also intercepted and disappeared. Nameless Bro was nameless before, but after the quest, he became famous. It was hard not to associate him with a divine beast. Lu Chen didn't expect that some things didn't need him to explain, and others had already found the answer for him. Finally, the short delay ended. The white light dissipated, and the black figure stood in front of everyone. Lu Chen looked calm. He looked at the battlefield in the distance. Huaxia players' corpses were everywhere. Even if they were still alive, many of them had returned to their original state after the battle, and were only wearing beginner's equipment. Lu Chen saw Mad Wave's people at a glance. They were being teased and attacked by 7 or 8 foreign server players. Their health was almost depleted, but the opponents didn't kill them. Of course, maybe it was because of his appearance that the entire battlefield paused, as if the freeze button had been pressed. These guys, how many times had they been killed since they knew that they were here to die? Why did they still come? Even an idiot could see that they were here to save him. But they couldn't even contact him. There was a high chance that such a sacrifice would be in vain. Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly. Leader, Nameless Bro, God of War, help us kill them. Our equipment, they destroyed our equipment right in front of us. 10 steps yelled at the top of his lungs. He was furious and heartbroken. This time, most of the players came from small teams. Although the equipment wasn't very good, it was something that they had worked hard to obtain. Lu Chen was never an emotional person, but this time he was angry. The mountain breeze blew, and his robe fluttered. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. He shook his head and said softly, "Idiot!" Lu Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were slightly wet. He looked at the Huaxia players and shouted, "Thank you." Got it. Not only the equipment. I'll make them pay back 100 times what you lost. In an instant, Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. He looked at the enemies in front of him. You guys are quite brave. How dare you behave so atrociously in Huaxia's server? Do you really think that there's no one in Huaxia? Sakata Camus's chest heaved up and down. He couldn't help but feel nervous facing this person that he couldn't break through. Nameless Bro, if you want to fight, then let's fight. There are so many of us. We'll drag you down. Lu Chen laughed coldly. Drag you down? You're not worthy. In the next moment, Lu Chen raised his arms and held the hilt of his sword with both hands. With a whoosh, the purple tiger whip was unsheathed. Wind blast. Tiger descends the mountain. Wind blast. 20% attack speed, 10% evasion speed, 10% movement speed for 10 seconds. 120-second cooldown. Tiger descends the mountain. The next 3 attacks will become a combo, 80% damage, 60-second cooldown. Lu Chen moved like a ghost, and a black shadow flashed in front of Sakata Camus. 1 hit, 4 strikes. His talent was leveling up, and Tiger Descends the Mountain had a combo effect, which meant that his combo was also a combo. Minus 1010 critical hit, minus 1010 critical hit, minus 1008 critical hit, minus 1008 critical hit. This attack was a critical hit. With Tiger Weep's critical hit bonus, this attack dealt 4,000 plus damage. The foreign server players couldn't react in time. Of course, even if they did, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch as Sakata Kamu was killed in one hit. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. 4,000 plus damage in one hit. Was he still human? Was this the strength of Huaxia's god of war? Chapter 106. He killed the foreign server's commander in one hit. Some of them did not even realize what had happened. When the foreign server players looked at Lu Chen again, their gazes had changed. What kind of attack power does this guy have? He killed the commander of Shunwu instantly. Another player with luxurious equipment saw that the morale of the troops was shaken and hurriedly shouted, "Don't be afraid. Even if the commander dies, I'm still the vice commander. Listen to my commands. We must." However, this was only the beginning of the massacre. So much nonsense. Lu Chen did not wait for him to finish and attacked him 4 times in a row. -344, -296, poisoned, -296, poisoned, -344, -296, poisoned, -296, poisoned, -1052, critical hit, -296, poisoned, -1052, critical hit, -296, poisoned, -1052, critical hit, -296, poisoned, -296, poisoned. The damage that appeared above this guy's head formed a long line. One hit, 12 damage, a total of 5,160 damage. This was under the condition that there were no critical hits in the first 2 hits. With this damage, the 2 vice commanders would die. The health bar of the vice commander instantly disappeared. Before he could say the last few words, he had turned into a corpse. If the Huaxia players were only fighting with their last shred of faith, their mentality was completely different when they saw Nameless attack. The first attack was 4,000 plus damage, and the second attack was 5,000 plus damage. This damage was beyond everyone's imagination. This kind of damage caused the Chinese players to erupt in anger. Nameless is too strong. What kind of terrifying damage is this? War God has revived. Everyone, charge for me, these bastards. When they saw hope, the fighting spirit of the entire support army exploded. The anger that had been accumulated for a long time completely exploded at this moment. On the other hand, the foreign server players were already trembling as they looked at Nameless in horror. Oh my God, this guy is a monster. Why is his attack power so high? Why is his critical hit rate so high? Why is his attack so much damage? Why does he have a poison attack? What kind of attack speed is this? What kind of movement speed is this? He's even scarier than a boss. Lu Chen was obviously not in the mood to answer these people's questions. The effects of Wind Blast and Fierce Tiger descends the mountain were still there. Lu Chen raised his sword and slashed down, instantly killing another 2 players. Although everyone knew that this was just a game, when these foreign server players faced this person, they actually developed a mentality that they didn't even have when facing a terrifying boss: fear. Some people had already involuntarily retreated. Lu Chen snorted. "You think you can come and go as you please? Don't even think about leaving today." Icebound roar. All players within a 25-meter radius were instantly frozen by the ice ring. The black shadow scuttled among the crowd. The blue chi followed its master's figure. The purple chi lingered in his hand. Every time he struck, the white and green words appeared one after another. Even though Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountains effect had disappeared, Lu Chen could still deal 6 damage with a single attack. Nameless. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Corpses were everywhere. It could deal at least 2,000 plus damage. Xiao Ming's live stream was boiling with excitement. Nameless bro, you're so cool. Kill them all. 1/1 kill. These people were shouting so fiercely before, but in front of Nameless bro, they were worse than paper. It's so satisfying to watch. Let them kill our people. Let them die. Nameless bro is so mighty. These foreign server players who surrounded Lu Chen did not even last 2 hits from Lu Chen. Most of them were from classes that had become fragile after changing their classes. 1/1 kill. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen's surroundings were filled with corpses. After clearing out a few players who were trying to escape, Lu Chen used Wind Blast and moved quickly to Huaxia's support army. Icebound Roar. Another ice ring froze the foreign server players around him. For consecutive hits, the enemies in front of the red high heels did not even have time to speak before they were instantly killed with full health. Lung Nua looked at Nameless in shock, but then her eyes were filled with tears. She said with relief, "Leader, you're back. I knew you would come." Lu Chen nodded and smiled at the red high heels. "Thank you for your hard work. Leave this to me. Gather everyone immediately. You don't have any equipment now, so don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Tell all the scattered players to gather here. I'll make them regret coming to Huaxia's server. Okay?" Half an hour later, the main force of 700 people in Area 122 had been wiped out by Lu Chen, and a large number of Huaxia's players could finally be revived. A large number of players flooded into Tiger King's cave. "Nameless, this time, thank you," Nether Abyss Valley Master and Dragon Soaring War Sky said. "Nameless bro, what do you plan to do next?" Lu Chen said, "Put all the equipment these people dropped on the ground." Dragon Soaring War Sky was confused. These people had dropped a lot of equipment. Many people had lost all their equipment to save him. Nameless did not plan to compensate them. Nether Abyss Valley Master understood immediately. "Nameless, you can't be thinking of." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "That's right. Fishing naturally requires bait. I hope everyone can set their sights on the long term and not care about the small profits in front of them." Dragon Soaring War Sky was no fool and quickly understood Lu Chen's idea. "So you want to fish? Nameless, don't worry, behind closed doors we'll compete and PK. But in today's situation, we must unite against the outside world. This is our Huaxia's tradition. Yes, Nameless will help you with this. If anyone from Nether Abyss Valley dares to hide a piece of equipment, they'll be kicked out of the guild and hunted down by the whole server." In Area 122, 700 foreign players were wiped out. Of the 2 large groups, one was specifically sent to snipe Nameless, and the other was a powerful mobile group. Their equipment was luxurious. In Jotian, there was a hidden attribute, Heaven Dao points. According to the official description, this attribute was hidden from the player's stats panel. But this attribute was still useful and could affect their drop rate after death. When they killed a large number of Huaxia players, their Heaven Dao points were in the negative, but after Lu Chen killed them, their drop rate was much higher. Wild Waves, Dragon Soaring War Sky, and Nether Abyss Valley's people quickly collected a large amount of equipment, potions, coins, and materials. Among them were Dark Metal Sword, Dark Shadow Gale Coat, and more than a dozen blue-grade equipment, not to mention the exquisite tiger fur hat, boots, tiger fangs, and tiger skin. They placed the spoils of war on the ground, forming a small mountain. Lu Chen looked and found that the amount wasn't enough. He took out 2 tiger sobs from his bag and stuck them in front of the pile of loot. Damn, tiger sobs. Brother Nameless still has tiger sobs. Damn, there's so much equipment that I'm drooling. This bait, isn't it a bit too expensive? Now, the scene became very interesting. Corpses of foreign servers surrounded them, and in the middle was a pile of loot. There were even 2 tiger sobs that Lu Chun raised the price. Lu Chun sat in front of the pile of loot and said to Xiao Ming, "You're a streamer, right?" Lu Chun had been to Xiao Ming's stream before, but it was under another identity, solipsistic. Xiao Ming still had the words streaming above his head. Xiao Ming's stream was in the top 10 for a long time and was considered a very famous streamer. But facing Nameless Bro, Xiao Ming was flattered. "Nameless Bro, I'm a streamer." There should be a lot of foreign servers watching your stream. And a lot of foreign servers have organized to sneer at popular streams. I have a lot of them here, but I muted them. Lu Chen nodded. "Can I trouble you to pass on a message for me?" Xiao Ming looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Nameless Bro, what is it?" "Tell them to clean up the trash here. I'll wait for them here." Chapter 107. The corpses of the foreign server players were there, but no one dared to revive. There was a small hill of equipment in the middle of the corpses, especially the 2 purple tiger tears. In front of the equipment, Nameless was sitting on the ground. The popularity of Little Ming's live stream kept increasing, and it instantly reached the top of the official website. In fact, there was no need for Little Ming to say anything. The fans in the room were already spamming the screen. "Foreign server trash. The equipment is here. Come and get it if you have the guts. Didn't you claim to have 400,000 elites? You 400,000 elites can't be afraid of Brother John Doe alone, right? So you only know how to fight people with lower equipment levels than you. When you meet someone powerful, 400,000 people are more cowardly than dogs. Aren't you here to spam the live stream? Why is no one talking now? You must have peed your pants." On the 8th floor of a business hotel in Sea City, there were more than 30 players gathered here. From their appearance, they were all Asians, but their skin color and temperament were different. At this time, they were all watching Little Ming's live stream. Through the built-in translation software in the Quantum Helmet, they could achieve real-time communication without entering the game. "That guy is so strong. We were careless. What do we do now? Do we save them or not?" "Of course we save them." A Korean speaker stood up angrily. "Are you going to let him trap our elites in the Xia server forever?" "Of course I don't mean that. If we want to save them, we need to plan carefully." At this time, someone sent a message. "Leaders, we just received news that a large number of our scattered players have started to log in to Area 122. What? Are they crazy? You can't blame them. Nameless is too sinister. Not only did he kill people, but he also left the equipment there. The temptation of 2 tiger tears is too great. If many people go, they might be lucky enough to get it. Moreover, many people can't stand being provoked by him, and went without thinking. Damn it, this guy wants to lure all of us there. We can't let any more people die. Gather the people from other areas immediately." A strange phenomenon occurred in various areas of the Xia server. The foreign server players, who were originally wreaking havoc there, went offline one after another. Seeing this phenomenon, the players who were camped quickly revived. In Feng Glingzi's live stream, everyone was discussing. They must be going to Area 122. They're after Brother Nameless. A lot of people have already gone to Area 122. There are limited manpower in Area 122. We can't let Nameless fight alone. Everyone, hurry up and organize yourselves. We're going to provide support. The battles started from the various districts and gradually concentrated in District 122. Area 122 had become the focus of this battle. From 6:20 p.m. onwards, small groups of foreign server players began to log into Area 122. At 6:45 a.m., Some Huaxia players logged into Area 1221 after another after reorganizing their lineup. The number of people online in this area continued to climb. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000, 200,000. The area in front of the Tiger King's cave became the focus of attention. All the players from Huaxia who were able to reach the main city of the Celestial Mountain were all gathered here at this moment, and there were constantly players from other servers charging towards this place. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the last line of defense. Nameless was guarding the core of the battlefield. As the number of deaths continued to climb, the surrounding corpses had already piled up like a mountain, and the pile of equipment behind Nameless was even more amazing. At 6:55 a.m., the battle finally entered the final stage. The main forces of the foreign server consisted of a total of 1,224 guilds from 7 countries. The terrifying army of 200,000 people collectively logged into Area 122 just 5 minutes later, led by the Huaxia Gaming Alliance, Huaxia's 1831 guilds. A total of 340,000 people collectively logged into Area 122. In addition to the small teams from both sides spontaneously heading to Area 122, the number was equally shocking. At 7:00 p.m., the number of people online in Area 122 exceeded 900,000. This number was still rapidly increasing. The two armies finally launched the final attack and defense battle in Area 122. Now, Lu Chen's fishing plan had completely succeeded. Not only did he catch the fish, but he also caught all of them in one fell swoop. Thus, there was no need to place the bait there anymore. At this moment, the Iron Blood Army had just arrived at Area 122. Nameless. Lu Chen nodded at Li Muhua. It's good that you're here. You and Sister Nua can distribute the dropped equipment. The final battle has already begun, and the foreign players won't be leaving. Okay, all right, Nameless, put away Tiger Sob. No one here can guarantee that they won't drop it except for you. It's a huge loss if you lose it. Li Muhua tossed 2 Tiger Sobs to Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought about it. Li Muhua was right. Tiger Sob could not be lost. Leader, be careful. Lung Nua looked at Lu Chen worriedly. Lu Chen probably did not hear her as he walked straight to the center of the battlefield. Don't worry, that guy is crazy. Li Muhua comforted her. He knew Nameless' other identity. Mad God was an existence that could farm snake tied a long time ago when people were still unable to pass through the poison fog forest. At the front line of the battle between Huaxia's players and the foreign players, a dozen or so Korean players suddenly widened their eyes in horror and looked behind the Huaxia players. Even if it was a battle between millions of people, that person could still easily become the focus of everyone. His equipment was too eye-catching. Tiger King's 3-piece blue equipment set, his black outfit, made him look even colder and more ruthless. Coupled with the only purple equipment set in the entire server, Tiger Sob, which was surrounded by purple aura, his appearance was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Lu Chen looked at his status and saw that he had an additional buff. Night Demon, permanent 10% movement speed and 10% evasion at night, coupled with Lu Chen's 29% movement speed and 400-meter vision. He was really like a demon in the middle of the night, shuttling through the enemy's formation. Tiger descends the mountain. Frozen Roar, Blue Flame True Fire. Wherever the black figure passed, no foreign player could last more than 2 seconds. After killing the enemy, he appeared in another place like a ghost. Crazy Slaughter. Too scary. That guy. Is a divine beast really that strong? 400,000 people can't do anything to him. How could such a scary monster appear in Huaxia's server? Even Huaxia's players trembled when they saw that person. What the F asterisk CK? Nameless really can kill a kid with one slash. He's too strong. How did he manage to deal so much damage in one hit? I finally believe it now. The Celestial Mountain, the Twin Towers, and the Tiger King's Cave are too easy for him. I even suspect that he didn't use his full strength. You can't say that. The reason why he's invincible is that no one can break through his defense. The monsters in the dungeon have more than 200 attack, as long as they can break through his defense. Nameless isn't invincible. But no matter what, this guy is really ridiculously strong. I can only say, luckily he's on our side. Stop talking nonsense. If not now, when are we going to take revenge? Let's kill those F asterisk curs. Kill. Under the lead of Nameless, the morale of Huaxia's army was high, countless Huaxia's players, despite their huge equipment and level disadvantage, were able to defeat the foreign server's army. Huaxia's people are crazy. They can't hold on any longer. Where's the army commander? The foreign server's players turned around to look. A bloody path had been left behind them. Someone had already killed his way to the center of the army, pointing his sword at the enemy commander. Chapter 108. The battle was in full swing, and the number of corpses on the plains was incalculable. At that moment, Lu Chen had already reached the center of the enemy's army. Tiger descends the mountain. Nameless attack speed increased rapidly, and the next 3 attacks became a combo attack. The surrounding foreign server players could not withstand such terrifying damage, and a few of them instantly fell to the ground. Nameless. The commanders in charge looked at the person in front of them, and their eyes twitched. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers could not stop one person. Lu Chun looked coldly at the 30 or so people in front of him. You're the mastermind behind this attack on Huaxia's double time. A Yamato player stood up and signaled the people around him to stop attacking, as they could not win anyway. That's right, it's us. Nameless, what do you have to be so arrogant about? You just have a Divine Beast's buff. If we had a Divine Beast, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Lu Chen already knew that many people thought that he became so strong because of the Divine Beast's buff, but in reality, the Divine Beast did not buff the owner at all, or at least Lu Chen's 10 little guys did not give him any buff at the current stage. In reality, his buff was more terrifying than any Divine Beast's buff. Of course, it was best that others were willing to say so, as it would save him the trouble of explaining. If Huaxia did not have a full server mission, do you think your level would be so much higher than Huaxia's? Lu Chen said coldly. A Grand Han commander also stepped forward and stared at Lu Chen. Nameless, what do you have to be so arrogant about? So what if you wipe us out? Your double time is almost over, and we have achieved our goal. You are the losers in the end. Level 15 is a key level. With the blue equipment from the Tiger King dungeon, our development will be faster and faster, and the difference in level between your local server and ours will only increase. In Zhouqian, there are endless fortuitous encounters. You have one now, but when our level increases, there will be more opportunities for fortuitous encounters. By then, can you still be so arrogant? That's right. We have achieved our goal. So what if you make us lose all our equipment? With our levels, we can get new equipment very quickly, even if we take 10,000 steps back. So what if we are completely annihilated? The players from our local server are still stronger than you after the servers are combined. You will know what the general trend is. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen snorted disdainfully. We haven't even merged yet, and you're already here to slaughter us. Are you that afraid of our Huaxia? Originally, this was just a game. I didn't intend to take it seriously, but looking at your arrogant looks, it's obvious that you haven't realized your mistake. I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Before I kill you, remember my words. Within 5 days, bring compensation and apologize to all Hua-Xia players. The Korean player could not help but laugh. Nameless, aren't you too naive? Apologize with compensation? Do you think we'll apologize? And he even had to bring compensation? Ha 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 ha. Nameless, I think you're just a little lucky and got some fortuitous encounter, but you're actually an idiot. Dream on. None of us will apologize. The others also expressed their stance. You can kill us, but apologize? Impossible. You're very strong today, but sooner or later, someone will send you to your death. Lu Chen was not angry, but laughed instead. I bet that someone will come to apologize in 5 days. All right, that's all I have to say. You can die now. The great battle lasted for more than 4 hours. In the end, the Hua-Xia players finally took control of the battlefield with their absolute advantage in numbers. In this battle, the corpses of the foreign server players piled up like mountains and dropped a lot of equipment. They were also camped by the Hua-Xia players and could not be revived. They were being treated the same way as they treated the Hua-Xia players previously. In the end, the foreign server players had no choice but to change their IP when they died and leave the Hua-Xia server to return to their own server. The officials had reminded the players that going offline after death would cause the character to be weak for a few hours, not to mention changing their IP when they died. In this situation, there was a high chance of losing equipment and inventory items. Unless it was a last resort, the players would not choose this method. This group of foreign server players was also unyielding. They would rather run back to their own country naked than bow down to the Hua-Xia players. At this point, the incident of the foreign server blocking the Hua-Xia server's double reward finally came to an end. The next day, other regions reported this important incident one after another. The views of the foreign media were surprisingly unified. They all thought that the Hua-Xia server had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. Although the Hua-Xia server's players had defeated the Hua-Xia server's players in the final battle, wiping out the entire foreign server's army and causing them to drop a large amount of equipment, it was only a return of the favor. After all, the foreign server's players had killed a large number of Hua-Xia server's players before. The most important point was that the foreign server army had achieved their goal. They had successfully made Hua-Xia's 10-hour double reward go up in smoke. This time, the foreign media's evaluation was not baseless. Even the players on Hua-Xia's side were unhappy. They used 400,000 people to control the entire Hua-Xia server, causing the level of the top players to be suppressed by a lot. Although the players in the novice area leveled up quickly, our top players did not. I'm afraid we will still be defeated in the future. This result is not bad. At least we have saved some face and let the foreign players know that the Hua-Xia server is not that easy to come to. Yes, and we also saved a lot of equipment. The equipment that they dropped was of a higher level. We still managed to turn the tables in the final battle. After sleeping for 10 hours, Lu Chen slept until noon the next day. It was not easy for him to adjust his mental state. After washing up, Lu Chen went downstairs to have a sumptuous lunch. After that, he did not even do his daily exercise and hurried back to his residence. Looking at the information on the official website, the results were not out of Lu Chen's expectations. The leaders were right. No matter what, they had achieved their goal. He could not reverse time and restart the double time. Although Hua-Xia's side won the final battle, they lost the double time. The players on the forum were not very happy. On the contrary, the few countries around Hua-Xia were in an uproar on the internet. Warriors, well done! Hua-Xia's double time is gone. They can't catch up with us now. Awesome! Everyone, think of a way to compensate these warriors with equipment. We can't let them bear all the losses. It seemed that the whole country was celebrating. Lu Chen shook his head. They really forgot what I said as soon as they turned their heads. Is this over? You guys are too naive. After saying that, Lu Chen adjusted the VPN and changed to Dehan's IP. I'm not F** King transferring money. I'm doing this kind of thing. Damn. My brain is damaged. After putting on the helmet, Lu Chen said self-deprecatingly, Forget it. I have enough money for the house anyway. It's time to let them know this. Those who offend Huaxia will be killed no matter how far away they are. Chapter 109. This was the first time Lu Chen logged into a foreign server, and he could not read anything. After randomly choosing a server, Lu Chen appeared next to the Tiger King's cave as soon as he entered the game. There were hundreds of people in the Korean server waiting to enter the dungeon in front of the Tiger King's cave. Most of them were level 13 or 14, but there were also a few level 15 players. They looked like team managers as they were giving orders to their people. How did the Korean server level up so quickly? Lu Chen knew the reason very well. It was because of the EXP from the Tiger King's cave. Even if they were in a party and did not have as much EXP as Lu Chen, their leveling speed was still much faster than the monsters outside. No wonder there were so many people who came to Huaxia with obsidian golden swords when 3 Sages was only level 14 during the live stream. Lu Chen purposely chose a secluded place to go online so that no one could see him. He lowered his head and quietly left the Tiger King's cave from the side. This was not his destination. Lu Chen walked through the dense forest. That's strange. The entrance to the Korean server is not at that place. Looks like the entrance to each server is different. However, it did not matter. The area was only so big. He could find it with a little more time. As expected, 10 minutes later, Lu Chen was already standing in front of a dead end. On the surface, there was nothing strange about it. The trees were lush, and behind him were rocks. There was no path. However, others can't see through the disguise here, but Lu Chen can. He could clearly see that the narrow entrance was right in front of him. I finally found it. Well then, let the game begin. Lu Chen laughed coldly and entered the misty forest. The players in the Korean server were happily leveling up when they suddenly received a system message. Player has activated the misty forest. Server warning. Server mission activated. Resist invasion. Mission. Resist invasion. Level 20 server mission. Mission description. The unknown fog on the east side of the Immortal Mountain has been activated and is spreading at an extremely fast speed. After the investigation of the elders of the Immortal Mountain, they discovered that the fog is extremely harmful. It can increase the strength of wild monsters, weaken the attacking abilities and the effects of cultivation techniques of humans, permanently corrode equipment, reducing the upper limit of the durability of equipment, making it irreparable, and slow down the cultivation speed of spiritual power. Mission details. Destroy the Octagon Formation core in the Misty Forest as soon as possible. Mission reward. The person who destroys the array, I will receive a special reward. After the mission is completed, the entire server will receive double experience for 10 hours. All regions of the Grand Korean server will be merged. When the players received the message, the Korean server exploded. A server-wide mission? Oh my god, is it Xia's mythical beast mission? We also have a server-wide mission. Who activated the server-wide mission? Why is it a question mark? Sigh, whatever. Anyway, this is great. Our Korean server has a divine beast now. Ha! Now that our levels are high, let's show Huaxia and that bunch of trash how we do this quest. With the divine beast, Nameless won't be able to be arrogant anymore. We can kill them easily even if we fight them head-on. This is awesome. All members of Jinrui, Come online and gather as soon as the servers merge. We must get the divine beast this time. 10 minutes later, the servers of the Grand Korean server were merged. There were many high-level players in the Grand Korean server, and they filled the entire Heavenly Mountain. All the major guilds quickly gathered their men and rushed out of the Heavenly Mountain, heading straight for the Dark Moon Canyon. One of the main reasons why so many players from other servers were afraid of the Hua-Xia server was because of the Divine Beast. Other than the Hua-Xia server, no other server had a Divine Beast. However, it was different now. The Korean server had also activated the server-wide mission. On Hua-Xia's side, the players had also received the news that the Korean server had activated the server-wide mission. Does this mean that they're going to have a Divine Beast too? What's going on? Why did they activate the server-wide mission too? Damn it, their levels are high now, and they must have studied how we completed the mission. Not only will they get a Divine Beast, but they will also receive double experience for 10 hours. Why don't we organize a massacre as well? Massacre the Korean server? Other than Nameless Bro, who else can do that? Moreover, if they have a Divine Beast, they might not be afraid of Nameless Bro anymore. Sigh. The Korean server's server-wide mission had also attracted the attention of other countries in Asia. All of a sudden, the popularity of the Korean server's official website exploded. Everyone was paying attention to the Korean server's server-wide mission. The Korean players came to the Dark Moon Canyon excitedly, but they soon encountered their first problem. Although the Korean server's players were high-level and had the beginner class classification, none of them had the ability to see through the Misty Forest's entrance. The entire Dark Moon Canyon was filled with players, but they could not find the entrance to the Misty Forest. We have looked at the Hua-Xia server's entrance countless times, and there is no entrance at all. Maybe the location of the entrance is different between servers. Let's look for it again. I remember that the Hua-Xia server found the entrance by following the direction of the fog. At that moment, a system message appeared again. Player has entered the East Formation. The fog has begun to spread. Lu Chen was also curious as to why the system had displayed his name as a question mark. After thinking about it, he realized that it might be because he had not registered on the Korean server's official website, so the system could not track his ID solipsistic. Anyway, it did not matter as they would meet sooner or later anyway. After receiving the system message, the Korean server's players were extremely excited. That's great. The fog has begun to spread. Everyone, let's look for it. Everyone, follow the direction. Be careful of the mutated Dark Moon Silver Wolves. They are very dangerous. Lu Chen touched the East Stone Pillar, and a paragraph of Korean text appeared. What the hell? After translating, it roughly meant that the stone pillar could not be activated because you have obtained a Divine Beast cub. Lu Chen was not surprised at all. Jiu Qian allowed players to change their IPs, but they did not allow players to farm bosses. Otherwise, he would have gone to other servers to farm them. As expected, it can't be activated. Lu Chen shook his head as he walked to the only entrance of the fog forest and sat down. He looked at his potion bag again. There were a few thousand bottles of lesser healing potion, some of which he had accumulated in the past, and some of which he had obtained from the Korean server's players. I really miss the fog forest. Here, I have become a super mutated beast again. TSK, TSK, TSK. These stats, over 1,000 attack, over 400 defense, 20,000 health points. With his current stats, there was no player who could withstand a single attack from him. Sigh, I wonder when those people will find me. The Korean server had a lot of high-level players, so they quickly encountered the mutated Dark Moon Wolf army. Hundreds of Dark Moon Wolves were crushed in front of the Korean server's players. Ha ha ha, this is great. We are about to enter the fog forest. Huaxia, did you see clearly? This is the Dark Moon Wolf Army that defeated you. They are like paper in front of us. This is the difference between us. You don't even have double the reward, but we still have double the reward after getting the divine beast. Ha 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 ha, this is great. I can already see the despair on the faces of the Huaxia players. The army was so dense that they could not see the end of it. The players started to rush to the location where the fog was spreading until they saw a man in black standing at the entrance. That man had even turned on real-time translation. His voice was calm. That cough cough. I heard that the Korean server has activated a server-wide quest. The Huaxia players are quite busy. Since I have nothing to do, I represent the Huaxia players to stop you. You want to enter the fog forest? Try to get past me first. Chapter 110. Even if some of them had never seen Nameless before, they all recognized the pair of swords in his hands. The only purple weapon in the entire server, Tiger Weep. Yes, yes, Nameless. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The joy from before had completely vanished at this moment, and there was even a trace of despair. Until now, no one had been able to break through this guy's defense. The Chinese server players were just as shocked as the Korean players. They did not expect Nameless to appear in the Korean server at this time, and right at the entrance of the Misty Forest. It's Nameless Bro. Why is Nameless Bro there? Oh my God, 1 man against 1,000,000. Why am I so excited all of a sudden? Nameless Bro is going to stop the entire Korean server by himself. There are at least 1,000,000 players over there. Oh my God. During the final battle that day, Nameless Bro went offline without saying anything. It turns out that he still remembers the grievances we suffered. Has he been waiting for this moment? Nameless Bro had never forgotten the unfair treatment that Huaxia players received. Would it be over if they won the final battle? No, that's not what Nameless Bro wants. Nameless Bro said that he wanted some people to remember this lesson forever. When the Misty Forest was right in front of them, and the divine beast was within their reach, there was only one person standing between the Korean server players and the divine beast. Damn it, don't give up. The Misty Forest has the effect of lowering attributes and corroding equipment. He won't be any better than us. We still have a chance. That's right, our attacks can't break through his defense, but we can lower his durability. Together with the Misty Forest, we can destroy his equipment. Then we don't have to be afraid of him. The divine beast is right in front of us. Everyone, charge! Countless players from the Korean server swarmed toward Lu Chen as if they had gone mad. Lu Chen's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he drew a sword with both hands. Equipment? Sorry, I don't need any equipment in the Misty Forest. Of course, they would slowly understand this point. For now, Lu Chen still liked to use Tiger Weep, as it had a fast attack speed. In an instant, the army arrived. Lu Chen smirked and stabbed with his sword. Minus 2,500 critical hit. The first person was hit by a combo. He didn't even have time to enjoy the effects of being poisoned before he was killed by a single critical hit. In the end, the other player just happened to enjoy the remaining combo. Minus 1028, minus 577 poisoned, minus 577 poisoned. It was also over 2,000. He died. Now Lu Chen could kill 2 of them with 1 attack. This time, all the Huaxia players were stunned. Holy shit, Nameless damage increased again. Wait, could it be that the mythical beast was strengthened in the Misty Forest, so the additional attributes it provides are also strengthened? Yeah, that's very likely. Damn, no one can break through Brother Nameless' defense now. These people could be considered to have hit the nail on the head by a stroke of luck. At the very least, The results were overstated. Right now, there was no one who could break through Lu Chen's defenses. Tiger descends the mountain. Nameless swung his sword as if it was flying, and the few Korean server players in front of him were instantly killed. Damn it, why is this guy even stronger than before? Why is the misty forest ineffective against him? Is he even human? Why? The mythical beast is right behind him, but we can't get in. Nameless defense was like an impenetrable wall against a million-strong army. No one could get into the misty forest. This kind of despair was driving them crazy. No matter how many came, they would all die. One slash, one kill, no mercy. In just a few moments, countless Korean players died in front of Nameless. The scene was unbelievable. Yamato, the Sakata Guild master, Sakata Kamu, was watching the live stream. He was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, his eyes widened as he looked at his lieutenant and mumbled, he said, he wants us to remember this lesson. Lu Chen had indeed said that. Unfortunately, no one really listened to him at that time. They did not expect to see this scene in front of them. Charge, we have to charge in. Lu Chen snorted. Do you think we can charge in just because you said so? You're too naive. With one slash, the Korean players died. It turned out that Nameless had not forgotten the unfair treatment that Hua Xia's players had received. A final massacre? No. Nameless Bro wanted more than that. He wanted to make some people remember this lesson forever. Since you stopped Hua Xia's players, then I'll stop you. In Dancing Fengling's live stream, Fengling covered her mouth as she looked at that figure in shock. His black robe fluttered, and purple aura surrounded his hands. Every kill was clean and tidy. Anyone who had seen Tiger sob would not get a second chance. Nameless Bro might not be the most handsome, but at this moment, he was beyond handsome. Nameless Bro. Fengling felt her heart pounding. He's taking on the entire Korean server by himself. Oh my, he's so handsome that I'm about to cry. In TT Club, Li Chioning tugged at Old Peng's sleeve. Old Peng, ask my dad if he really can't find this person. I must see him in person. Why? Didn't your dad say that no one could find him? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with him. This is just a game. I know, but he's too handsome. Oh my God, I'm about to become his fangirl. No, I'm already his fangirl. Nameless was the epitome of that phrase. One man guarding the pass. 10,000 could not get through. Even though there were millions of players, no one could take a step forward. After half an hour, the players from the Korean server finally stopped their assault. To someone who could not break through his defense, it did not matter how many people there were. The speed at which he lost health was not as fast as his health regeneration. Even though the Korean players did not want to admit it, they had to accept this reality. With Nameless Bro here, there was no way out. An hour later, someone from the Korean server finally showed up. A muscular man walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Lu Chen. Without saying anything, he bowed. However, Lu Chen only glanced at him, then raised his hand and said, I'm not negotiating. It's not time yet. The man narrowed his eyes, then smiled apologetically. Do you know who I am? I'm talking about the real world. I don't care who you are. Lu Chen said, then crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He stood at the entrance of the misty forest like a stone statue. He stood there all the way until midnight. Seeing that the mist was spreading toward the heavenly mountain, the Korean server's players panicked. It was fine if the divine beast did not want to fight, but what about the mist? Their stats would be reduced, the durability of their equipment would drop, and the monsters would become stronger. Even if they had the numbers, they could still kill monsters. However, who would dare to stay in the mist for a long time? Without their equipment, how could they fight? Lu Chen opened his eyes and realized that the millions of players in front of him had disappeared. Only a few streamers who had taken off their clothes were still streaming. Of course, they did not dare to stand in the mist for so long. Lu Chen decided to release Tao Wu's cub. When the streamers saw this, a few people started arguing. Damn, that's the cub of a divine beast. Nameless really has a divine beast. He actually has the guts to release the divine beast. Should we inform the people in the city? He doesn't have a divine beast. Let's see if he can defeat it. It's no use. Our vision might be blocked in the misty forest, but a divine beast's vision won't be blocked. That's a divine beast. When the time comes, he can just put away the divine beast. Its stats will still be increased. Think about it. If he dares to release it, he must have something to rely on. Lu Chen ignored the streamers and smiled at Xiao Niu. Xiao Niu, just stand behind me. Someone will inform me. Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me. I'll take a short nap. The little guy howled twice and hid behind Lu Chen, his eyes vigilantly staring at the surroundings. Xiao Niu did not mutate. Perhaps it was because of its divine beast bloodline. However, it was not a big problem. It hid behind Lu Chen and could not be killed instantly. In the end, the Korean server did not send anyone to test the waters. However, at 6:00 the next morning, the Korean server sent a representative. Xiao Niu woke Lu Chen up and was put away by Lu Chen. This time, a total of 10 people came. When they saw Nameless, they bowed. Mr. Nameless, we are the officials of the Korean Guild Alliance. We have offended you before and are here to apologize. The mist has spread to the foot of the Celestial Mountain. If this continues, the Korean players will not be able to play the game. We can't leave the city. Mr. Nameless, we beg you to let the Korean server go. Please. The 10 of them bowed again. Chapter 111. Although it was only 6 in the morning, a large number of players were still paying attention to the incident. When they saw the chairman of the Great Han Guild Alliance personally coming to apologize, all the live stream channels went wild. Ha ha, weren't you unrepentant? Now you know you're wrong. What if the kid doesn't listen? Just beat him up. Damn, I feel so good. Ha ha. Nameless Bro defeated the entire Korean server. Ha ha. Nameless Bro is so cute. I love him so much. If the Hua Xia players were only defending the Hua Xia server, it could not be considered a true victory. However, the moment the fog forest opened up, everything changed. After hundreds of servers merged, millions of high-end players were stuck in the Immortal Mountain, unable to level up. The Korean server had already apologized for the second time. What did apologizing mean? It meant that they had admitted defeat. At this moment, the resentment and grievances that had accumulated in the hearts of the Chinese players vanished in an instant. However, Nameless Bro spoke at this moment. Nameless Bro spoke calmly to the Great Han Guild Alliance officials. Scram if you don't want to die. The viewers who were watching the live stream all vomited blood. These people represented the entire Korean server, so there was no need to verify their identities. As Zhou Qian's influence continued to spread, the strength of the various guild alliances also increased. At this stage, the various guild alliances could be said to be the most powerful force. However, Nameless Bro did not appreciate their kindness at all, and even wanted to kill the most powerful of them. Damn, Nameless Bro, he's too arrogant. Too arrogant. What chairman? He's just trash in front of Nameless Bro. I really hope Nameless Bro can be arrogant. I think he's much more arrogant than Mad God. The real Hua Xia God of War. The 10 representatives were displeased. with their status. Who dared to speak to them like this? Nameless bro, don't push it, someone yelled. You've been in the fog forest all this time. Won't your equipment be corroded? What do you stand to gain by stopping us from fighting the divine beast? You're breaking the rules of the game. You're making lovers' hair stand on end. Lu Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. What? Are you saying that it's only right for the 7 countries to work together to stop Huaxia, and that I should be condemned for stopping you from attacking the dense fog forest? You mobilized 400,000 players to kill Huaxia's players by relying on your advantage in level, equipment, and class. This is a shameless act in itself. Now, you want to humiliate Huaxia's players in every possible way. This is the behavior of a beast. Compared to your actions, I'm already merciful enough. Nameless players didn't need to prove anything. Everyone knew about the foreign server players attacking the Huaxia server. In the face of this matter, no amount of quibbling was of any use. Lu Chen's words left the members of the Guild Alliance speechless, their faces ashen. At this moment, the guild chairman took a deep breath and said, Mr. Nameless, how can you leave the Korean server? Lu Chen snorted. Don't ask me this kind of question. Ask your own people. Also, if you continue to stand in front of me, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the killing intent in Nameless' eyes, the guild chairman weighed the pros and cons. Without a doubt, this guy was definitely a ruthless person. He meant what he said. More importantly, if they were killed by this guy, they wouldn't be able to take revenge. They would become a laughingstock. All right, then we won't bother you anymore. The second apology from the Korean server was chased away by Lu Chen. As time passed, the fog became thicker and thicker. It continued to spread until it reached the gate of the celestial mountain main city. Now, the players who forced themselves to go out to level up had their attributes reduced by 20%. Their equipment durability also decreased rapidly. They could no longer continue to level up. In the celestial mountain main city, the people who were initially angry gradually became anxious. This can't go on like this. We haven't been able to level up for almost 20 hours. If this goes on, we'll lose our level advantage. Let's think of something. Give him some money. It's no use. He won't even give us a chance to speak. What does he want? F***CK. We're being blocked in the city by a mere person. Why isn't the official team doing anything? Many people didn't have much hope that the official team would interfere. Hundreds of thousands of players from other servers had attacked the Huaxia server, but the official team didn't care. Then, they wouldn't care about the Korean server either. The Korean server's matter wasn't over yet. At 1:20 p.m. on Huaxia's official live streaming platform, in the most popular Fenglingzi's live streaming channel, there was a shocking news. Daiwa Guild Chairman, Martial God Guild. Martial God Feng Yen led the 177 guild leaders who participated in the attack against Huaxia to contact Fenglingzi. They were going to enter the Huaxia server. Of course, this time, they weren't there to attack the Huaxia players. In the video, the Monolith Guild, YYF Guild, Fenglingzi, and the others stood in front of the Celestial Mountain main city. Then, Martial God Feng Yen led the 177 guild leaders and walked in front of them solemnly. Martial God Feng Yen took the lead and bowed 90 degrees. The others followed suit. We're deeply sorry for what happened last time. Feng Yen said solemnly, we hope that the players of Huaxia can understand our reckless actions. The live streaming channel went crazy. F***CK. They're apologizing. Why are the people from Kimono apologizing? Are you stupid? Do you even need to ask? They're afraid that Nameless will go to Kimono next. After Feng Yen took the lead in apologizing, he sent a trade request to Feng Lingzi. In this battle, the Hua Xia server showed us their indomitable spirit and also showed us the strength of the war god of Hua Xia. Both of them are worthy of our respect. To express our apologies, here are some of the equipment and items that we've collected. We hope that it can make up for the losses of the players of Hua Xia. 1 dark steel nether gold sword, 2 Everhill's guard, 30 green equipment, including the low-level ones from before, 7 fine tiger fur hats or boots, 200 white equipment, 100 materials, and 5 gold coins. This is our compensation to your server. Later on, we'll offer the same compensation to every server. We hope that Miss Feng Lingzi can follow us and supervise us. Although it looked like Yamato's compensation was not much, it was only worth about 200,000 renminbi. However, if it was 300 servers, it was not a small amount. Most importantly, they were compensating with equipment and items. These were the things that the players of Hua Xia lacked the most. They could not be bought even if they had the money. Yamato had really apologized to all the players of Hua Xia. Not only did they apologize, but they also compensated. Seeing this, many players of Hua Xia were so emotional that they were choking with emotion. Even when they won the final battle, they did not feel as proud as they did today. Feng Lingzi said excitedly to her fans, "Did everyone see that? Yes, our Hua Xia server is very strong. We're so strong that our enemies have no choice but to lower their heads. Thank you for your efforts. You can rest assured that the chairman of the Hua Xia Guild has promised me that all the guild leaders who accept the compensation will give priority to the small teams and normal players. Currently, Vietnam, Malaysia, and other countries' guild alliances are also actively discussing the process of apology and compensation with our Hua Xia Guild alliance. This is our greatest victory." After saying this, Feng Lingzi switched the camera to Lil Ming's live broadcast. Lil Ming was also broadcasting the live broadcast of a certain Korean player. In the live broadcast, the black figure stood there alone like a rock, unmoving. Feng Lingzi's eyes were a little wet as she said with an emotional expression, "Thank you, Brother Nameless." Chapter 112. On the same day, after Yamato country, the chairmen of the other 5 countries all led their high-ranking officials, as well as the chairman of the other guilds who had participated in the attack, to the Huaxia server to apologize and compensate them. After receiving the compensation, the major guilds fulfilled their promise and gave the compensation to the normal players first. Regardless of whether the guild chairmen were willing or not, they knew that they had to be transparent about this matter. Otherwise, the guild would not be able to survive in the future. The players who had their equipment exposed received the compensation, and their equipment was even better than before. At this time, more people started to pay attention to the Korean server. No one from the Korean server had come to apologize, and Nameless Bro had not left yet. At 8 p.m. that day, the fog had covered the entire Immortal Mountain region, and the Korean players finally broke down. There were no monsters in the city, but the durability of their equipment was dropping just by standing in the city. Who could stand that? What do? We can't play anymore. Why didn't our guild chairman go and apologize? The guild chairman has already contacted Hua Xia's guild chairman, but they said that Nameless Bro did not say anything, and they will not accept our apology. *CK. What does Nameless Bro want? If this goes on, our Korean server will be finished. It turned out that the Korean server wanted to apologize, but they were rejected. In fact, Hua Xia's guild did not do anything wrong. If Nameless Bro did not agree, would they accept it? Of course not. However, they could not contact Nameless Bro at all. At 10 p.m., the desperate Korean players put their equipment into the warehouse and headed to the Dark Moon Canyon. Bro Nameless please leave the Korean server. We know our mistakes. Bro Nameless, there are many Korean players who did not participate in this event. You can't just destroy the entire Korean server, right? Bro Nameless, why do you have to punish our Korean server like this? You just don't want to accept our apology? Please let us go. Nameless Bro opened his eyes slightly and looked at the Korean players in front of him. He had been waiting for the Korean server to apologize, but it seemed that the Chinese server had rejected them. The Korean server's guild chairman appeared again. He walked up to Nameless and let out a long sigh. Mr. Nameless, this time, even if you want to kill me, I can't retreat anymore. We know we were wrong. We are willing to apologize and compensate. Please let us go. However, this time, Nameless did not make a move. You know you're wrong? Got it. Nameless nodded. There's an old saying in Hua Xia. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Remember this lesson. Don't think that you can bully others just because you have some advantages. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be bullied by others. Seeing that Nameless had relented, the chairman of the Grand Han Guild nodded his head like a rattle drum. Yes, yes, yes. We'll remember this lesson. Yes, about the compensation, you need to add an additional item. Please go ahead. The other countries didn't activate the Misty Forest, but I did. If you're only going to compensate me with some equipment like the other countries, then not only will you not lose out, you'll even profit. Nameless said, so I'll let my people take away 4 of your celestial beasts. This, Mr. Nameless, we can increase the amount of compensation. We can double, no, triple. But the celestial beasts, Luchin said coldly, you're dreaming. I'm already kind enough to leave 4 of them for you. Without me activating the Misty Forest, would you have been able to find it? If the other countries entered the server, as long as I let them enter the Misty Forest, would you have been able to get the celestial beasts? Instantly, the chairman was speechless. In reality, Nameless was not only blocking the players from the Grand Han server, but also the players from the other servers. If Nameless spread the word, once the other players from the other servers entered, not only 4 of them, but even the small monsters inside would be wiped out. In this situation, they really did not have the right to bargain. Jiu Qian had endless opportunities, and there would be stronger items in the future. However, if they could not level up, then everything would be meaningless. Mr. Nameless, can you give us some time? After all, this isn't something that I can decide alone. Nameless did not say anything, which was a silent agreement. Half an hour later, the chairman came to Nameless again. Mr. Nameless, after our discussion, we accept your conditions. As long as you contact Hua Xia, we will immediately go online to apologize and compensate. Also, you can let someone enter the Misty Forest and take away the 4 celestial beasts. However, please leave the other 4 for us. Nameless nodded. Get a streamer here. I'll contact Hua Xia. The Grand Han server sent someone to the Hua Xia server to apologize. On the other hand, Luchin sent a few teams to the Grand Han server. One of them was Li Muhua's Iron Blood Guild. The other was Hua Xia's Southern Military Region's Red Army, Hua Xia's Special Police's Black Eagle Guild, and his own Mad Waves Guild. These 4 teams immediately logged into the Grand Han server and entered the Misty Forest before the Grand Han server players. Brother Nameless, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. The leader of the Red Army, Red Wall, was so excited that he was a little nervous. Yeah, Nameless, when you called out the names, I thought my ears were damaged. The leader of the Black Shadow Guild was a tall man, and his words were a little silly. Luchin smiled. No need to thank me. I just randomly picked it. Ah, that's impossible, right? The highest I've ever won in the lottery is $10. How could I be so lucky? Li Muhua could not stand it anymore. You guys really believe him? Red Wall and Imperial Wind were a little confused. Red High Heels, 10 Steps, and the others could not interrupt. These teams, who were they? Why did their leader choose them? Li Muhua could not be bothered with them. Nameless, we're not strong enough now, Li Muhua said worriedly. What if we can't defeat them? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Li Muhua. Are you kidding? With me here, you think we can't defeat them? Ah, you're saying that you'll help us? You don't have to watch the door? Lu Chen shook his head and led the troops forward. I hope they can come in. As long as they dare to come in, I'll break the contract. Let's go. When choosing the divine beasts, Lu Chen chose 2 divine beasts and 2 ferocious beasts. This way, the Korean server would not be able to create an ultimate divine beast. In fact, he also knew that the probability of synthesizing an ultimate divine beast was too low. If all the players in a country were concentrated in a single server, even the strongest guild might not be able to obtain one, let alone all 4 divine beasts or ferocious beasts. Moreover, the higher the level of the server, the harder it was for the divine beasts to be gathered in one team. This was because everyone had the ability to fight. In short, the probability was too low. He was only doing this as a precaution. With Lu Chen's help, the 4 divine beasts were easily dealt with. The divine beasts were handed over to the 3 great armies, and the vice guild leader of Wild Waves, Lung Nua. After coming out of the misty forest, he saw that the players from the Korean server were all looking at him. Some of them were filled with hatred, some were filled with anger, some were filled with anticipation, and some were filled with despair, no matter what they thought of Nameless. At least they had learned their lesson this time. Lu Chen smiled and was finally ready to go offline. A white light flashed, and all the players from the Korean server let out a long sigh of relief when they saw the black figure blurring in the white light. The god of plagues was finally gone. The price they paid to attack Huaxia this time was simply too heavy. At that moment, a voice came from the white light. If you're not convinced, Nameless will be waiting for you when we merge. But I ask everyone to remember this. Those who offend Huaxia will be killed no matter how far away they are. Chapter 113. For the past 2 days and 1 night, Lu Chen had only slept for a total of 6 hours. After going offline from the Korean server, Lu Chen arranged for the 7 heads, the 3 idiots, and the 10 beasts to cultivate their spiritual power before going offline. Lu Chen slept all the way until dawn, and he finally felt better. It was Monday, and there were not many people in the neighborhood. Lu Chen went downstairs for breakfast, bought some groceries, and exercised for a while in the fitness area. His life returned to its usual routine. After returning home, Lu Chen opened the official website on his computer and checked the distribution of the compensation announced by the Guild Alliance. Although the Huaxia Guild was the focus and suffered the most losses, they still prioritized the compensation to the normal players. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded. This matter was satisfactorily resolved, and Lu Chen could play the game in peace. Let's look at the trading area. After this war, although many players had received compensation and even had better equipment than before, there was no guarantee that everyone would have the same equipment. There was still a huge gap in equipment. However, the Guild Alliance had issued an announcement that all the guilds under the Alliance had to maintain the price at 75% of the market price for 3 days if they had equipment for sale. As long as Lu Chen did not make a move, the guilds would definitely be the main sellers. Their promise was enough to affect the market. The prices of all kinds of equipment were on the decline. Damn, they lowered the price. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Although he had expected the price to be lowered, he did not expect it to be in such a way. but the 75% discount is still okay. I can still farm in the Tiger King's cave. It's just that I won't earn as much. Although he said that he would earn less, one trip to the Tiger King dungeon would earn him 80,000 to 90,000, not to mention the Tiger Sob and Blue equipment. Lu Chen went to the Korean server for a day, but the Hua Xia players could still level up normally. There were almost 1 ** players in the local server now. It would not take long for the Hua Xia players to replenish their equipment and level up to episode 13 or 14. Then, they would be able to attempt the Tiger King dungeon and level up quickly. By then, they could sell their level 15 equipment. Okay, I'll continue to transfer money. After going online, Lu Chen did not rush to clear the Tiger King dungeon. Instead, he went to the mass grave first, selling 2 6-star materials for 200,000 reputation points. Upgrade the Army Order. After this upgrade, the color of the Army Command token had changed from white to green. First promotion Army Command, individual 433/400,000 monster reputation. Damn, what's this? Lu Chen immediately checked the military order in his bag. First promotion Army Order. Single soldier, you can recruit the 11th Army subordinate. Basic attributes of all Army members increased by 25%. Army member inheritance function activated. Army members can obtain the basic attribute ratio, growth rate, attack methods, and talents of other species. F***CK. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He did not expect the Army token to have a new effect after being upgraded. Basic attribute bonuses often brought about a more comprehensive increase in combat power than equipment. Previously, Lu Chen did not upgrade Big Fool and the others to a very high star level. Now, Big Fool was at the 3-star perfection stage. In addition to the messy equipment on its body, its health points were around 3,500. After upgrading the Army token, Big Fool's health points had increased to 4,500. At the same time, its attack had also increased from 153 to 163 to 174 to 184. Its physical defense had also increased from 94 to 108. With 4,500 health points at level 17, Big Fool was now stronger than the average elite monster. In addition, the activation of the Army inheritance function had completely resolved Lu Chen's worries. Previously, Lu Chen did not dare to invest too many resources to nurture Big Fool and the others. He was afraid that when he had to change them in the future, all his previous investments would be wasted. Also, before he found a stronger monster, Lu Chen did not want to change them. Big Fool and the others were stupid. They would do whatever Lu Chen asked them to do. They had no emotions and did not know how to speak. However, when Lu Chen was at his loneliest, they were the only ones by Lu Chen's side. This could only be blamed on the fact that Zhou Qian was too realistic. The longer the game was played, the more people would forget that this was a game. But now, Lu Chen did not have to worry about this anymore. Although the inheritance function was not as good as Lu Chen's bloodline fusion and could not obtain the talents of 2 creatures at the same time. When he saw creatures with good attributes, he could use the new attributes to replace the old attributes. He did not need to change Big Fool. And the others. That's great, Lu Chen said excitedly. Big Fool, now you can always follow me. The big silly jackhallen looked at Lu Chen stupidly. Okay, since that's the case, let's catch a new headless flying corpse to help me suppress the level. With Lu Chen's current attributes, he had no problem clearing the mass graves, let alone catching one. Soon, the number of headless flying corpses had increased from 7 to 8. Okay, with 8 of them, I can still farm a few more times. Let's go. Today's only mission is to clear the Tiger King's cave. At the same time, the Hua Xia Guild was quickly recovering after the mass destruction. In the ESD Guild's conference room, Old Peng was holding an emergency meeting. Xiao Yao, immediately form a team and bring our people who are still in the beginners area over. They still have equipment on them, so transfer them over first. Also, there's some stock in the warehouse for the main force to equip. Also, try to train a few pharmacists. If we don't have enough materials, hire the players who have already changed their class. We'll distribute the equipment to them, since they still have a good impression of us. This way, we can farm Ivanhill more. Yes, at the moment, before we have blue equipment in the Tiger King's cave, Ivanhill's protection is still very useful, said Xiao Yao. Okay, I'll form a team right away. Although Nameless taught the foreign players a lesson this time, we have seen a trend. The competition in Jiutian will only get fiercer and fiercer. If ESD wants to gain a foothold in Storm, we have to speed up our development, Xiao Yao said thoughtfully. Right now, there are 6 forces in China that have divine beasts: Iron Blood, Black Eagle, Red, Wild Wave, Nameless, and Mad God. Many people knew that although Nameless was the guild leader of Mad Waves, he was a leader who did not do anything. Therefore, many people separated him from Mad Waves. We're under a lot of pressure. It's hard to imagine. Nameless only has 1 divine beast, or at most 2, and he's already so strong. Mad God has 5 of them. How strong is he? Glasses pushed the frame on his nose. I've just received news that the Korean server's 3 sages has snatched the divine beasts. They chose the divine beast's offspring, but they found out that there's no way to increase their attributes. Could it be that Nameless didn't become stronger by relying on the divine beasts? A leader asked curiously. Old Peng frowned. It's hard to say now. Maybe Nameless obtained some special technique that allowed him to establish a connection with the divine beasts. Xiao Yao nodded. That's possible. Actually, I've been wondering why Mad God didn't show up in this war. Think about it. If Mad God could obtain the power of the divine beasts, he should be stronger than Nameless. Then, killing the foreign players would be child's play. However, he didn't show up because he didn't find a way to do so. Glasses agreed. Old Peng, Xiao Yao, your guesses are the same as the Korean servers. They're now suspecting that Nameless is a spiritualist. Spiritualists are the class that can easily form a special connection with pets. Old Peng thought about it and said, these are all guesses. However, based on my observations, Nameless fighting style doesn't seem like a spiritualist's. Spiritualists rely on their face to fight, but he relies on himself. Xiao Yao sighed. I really can't guess Nameless class. However, there's one thing that's for sure. This time, many countries have compensated us with a large amount of materials. This means that our Jiutian server has truly entered a new era of distinct classes. Old Peng nodded and said, there are endless opportunities in Jiutian. Everyone, don't be depressed because you didn't get a divine beast. In this new era, we have to catch up. Chapter 114. In 12 hours, Lu Chun had killed Tiger King 9 times, and 8 of them were at max level. Even he himself was only a step away from leveling up. After 9 dungeons, Lu Chun had sold a total of 830,000 reputation points for materials and equipment. Recruiting another subordinate requires 400,000 reputation points. F***CK, that's expensive. Lu Chun grumbled. Logically speaking, if he recruited a new subordinate, he could continue to farm. However, due to the high leveling requirement of the army token and the current market price, many guilds had tried to enter the Tiger King's cave. So Lu Chun gave up. I can't possibly not level up. Forget it. I'll sell the equipment and change locations. Only with a level advantage could he earn endless money. Lu Chen knew this very well. Now, the external server already had the Shadow Tempest jacket and Dark Iron Nether Gold sword for sale. The jacket's price was about 18,000 renminbi. The Nether Gold sword's drop rate was relatively high, and it was dropped during the normal dungeon stage. Therefore, although it was a weapon with good attributes, it was not as expensive as the jacket, priced at 11,000 renminbi. Of course, this was the external server. As their level increased, the price would naturally decrease. The initial price would definitely be more than that. Lu Chen had considered this point, which was why he had decided to sell the equipment at the right time. When the other guilds really managed to get the equipment, the price would probably drop again. 42 Nether Gold swords, 27 Shadow Tempest jackets, 26 Dark Frost cloaks, 24 night pants. Oh, right. The Dark Frost cloak has a special effect that requires 2 other pieces of equipment to be equipped at the same time. I should sell them one by one, that way I can get a higher price. There's also Tiger Tears, 25 of them. I'm not sure about the price. There's also Tiger's Blood and Tiger's Head. Iron Blood seems to want to buy them. I'll leave 2 for them. How much are they selling for? Pricing was really a headache, and Lu Chen finally shook his hands and didn't do it. *CK. My head hurts. Forget it. 10 reputation points. It is. I'll apply for a personal auction. Lu Chen opened his mailbox. Without a doubt, the people who had bought from Frenzied Waves must have sent him a lot of emails. Lu Chen sent a group email in the name of Frenzied Waves. At 8 p.m., Frenzied Waves would hold an auction. This news was even more shocking than Mad God's auction. Brother Nameless is holding an auction? Is he going to use Tiger Sob? He does indeed have other Tiger's Tears. Speaking of Tiger's Tears, TSK. Those attributes are really tempting. Actually, I'm more interested in Bro Nameless cape and pants. Only Bro Nameless has these 2 items, but he has never displayed their attributes. At 7:30 p.m., the auction room of the Quanglang auction house was already packed with people. The number of people who received their number exceeded 8,000. Fortunately, it was a virtual room, so it could fit as many people as it wanted. At 8 o'clock, Nameless entered the room, and his voice rang out. Thank you all for coming. Since everyone is busy leveling up, let's not waste any more time and get to the point. Let me explain. This time, I'm mainly selling the 3 pieces of Tiger King defensive equipment, the Dark Gold Sword and Tiger Weep, as well as the blue and purple materials. Let's start with the Dark Gold Sword. 3 swords for 1 auction. The starting bid is 20,000 yuan, with a minimum increment of 1,000 yuan. Everyone had seen the Dark Gold Sword before. The 3 bosses in the Tiger King's cave all had a chance to drop it, and the drop rate was pretty good. If they waited a few more days, they might even be able to farm it themselves. But it was just that none of the big guilds had been allocated the Dark Gold Sword yet. Coupled with the loss of equipment, it was very strategic to get the Dark Gold Sword in advance. As soon as Lu Chen made his bid, there were people competing below. Number 4337 bid. Lu Chen checked the information given to him by the backstage. 30,000 yuan. This number 4337 was also a tough one. He directly raised the starting bid by 10,000. He didn't follow Lu Chen's request at all. Number 591, 40,000 yuan. Someone else made a bid. Number 8112, 45,000 yuan. Number 10341, 47,000 yuan. When the price reached around 50,000 yuan, the speed started to slow down. 49000500005400. Okay, number 694, sold for 54,000 yuan. Lu Chen didn't expect this price. Before, his equipment was easy to sell, but there was a very important factor. Players didn't know where to farm. However, the dark gold sword was different. Everyone knew that this sword came from the Tiger King's cave. Moreover, players might be able to farm it soon. In the end, it was sold for 18,000 yuan, which was quite good. After that, the 13 sets of dark gold swords were sold for around 50,000 yuan. They were quickly sold out. Below were the Tiger King's 3 pieces of defensive equipment, because Lu Chen didn't complete the first 2 dungeons, and there was one time when he quit the dungeon, the number of pieces in the 3 sets was different. Lu Chen planned to sell the extra pieces first. Next is the Shadow Tempest jacket. Lu Chen showed the attributes of the jacket. This time, all 3 will be sold together. The starting bid is 40,000 yuan, and each raise is 2,000 yuan. The price of the outer server was 18,000. In this auction, the price quickly broke through 60,000 yuan. In the end, it was sold for 81,000 yuan. The unit price was 27,000 yuan. This price was barely satisfactory. Next is the Dark Frost Cloak. I'm selling 2 pieces this time. Let's show the attributes first. The originally calm auction finally became different at this moment. The Dark Frost Cloak had never appeared in the outer server. Powerful outer servers like the Korean server and the Kimono server had never appeared in the outer server. Why? Because it was dropped by the second hidden boss. If Nameless didn't have it, many people wouldn't even know that there was a second hidden boss in the Tiger King's cave. The Shadow Tempest jacket was also very difficult to obtain. However, it was sold for 27,000 yuan in the end. No matter how difficult it was to obtain, it had appeared before. As for the Dark Frost Cloak, other than Nameless, no one in the entire server knew its attributes. At this moment, the audience watching the live broadcast of the auction began to stir. Look at the special effect of the cloak, Frozen Roar. Damn. So Nameless skill is from this cloak. It's super overpowered. It can freeze all enemies within a 25-meter radius, and it can be controlled for a very long time. Damn, the items dropped by the second hidden boss are indeed different. This skill is very useful in clearing the field. No, look carefully. That's a special effect. You have to equip all 3 pieces of the Tiger King set at the same time to reach 25 meters. Normally, it's 15 meters. 15 meters is also very big. I bet that the guilds will go crazy when they see this equipment. Lu Chen naturally didn't have time to watch the live broadcast. The auction before this was too smooth. Lu Chen didn't feel anything. He was only focused on selling the blue equipment. Starting bid, 40,000 yuan. Increment of 2,000 yuan per bid. Let's begin. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he waited for the backstage message. Soon, the message came. The system selected the fastest bidder. When he saw the bid, Lu Chen was stunned. Number 2883. 80,000? Lu Chen frowned. Did this guy see wrongly? He was selling 2 pieces this time. Pay attention. This time, I'm selling 2 pieces, not 3. Don't make a mistake in the price. Lu Chen repeated. When doing business, he had to be honest. He couldn't just sell 1 piece and run away. He still had to make things clear. Beep, 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 beep. Lu Chen's backstage message kept popping up. Lu Chen frowned and opened the message. Number 04, 90,000? Did this bunch of people not hear what he said just now? Chapter 115. Lu Chen's explanation did not stop the buyers. In the end, the Dark Frost Cloak was sold at a price of 50,000 yuan. Although both were blue equipment, the price of the Dark Frost Cloak was almost twice that of the Dark Shadow Tempest coat. It was also from the Dark Frost Cloak that the auction reached its climax. Everyone has seen the special effects of the Dark Frost Cloak. Next, I will sell it according to the set. Dark Shadow Tempest plus Dark Frost plus Dark Night Pants. 3 pieces for a set. Lu Qin displayed the 3 pieces of equipment on the public screen. When the 3 pieces of the Tiger King set were displayed together, people had a more direct understanding of the powerful attributes of the 3 pieces of the Tiger King set. A total of 71 physical defense and 24 spiritual defense. 3-dimensional 84 strength, 112 dexterity, 82 physique, and basic attributes provided 84 attack, 42 physical defense, and 1640 health. In addition, there were 4 special effects skills: Wind Blast, Night Demon, Frozen Roar, and Blue Flame True Fire. Damn, 1 piece and 3 pieces are completely different concepts. Some players sighed. The 3 pieces of the Tiger King set add 113 physical defense, 24 spiritual defense, and 1600 health. With these 3 pieces, the guild's tank is a must-have. The 3 pieces of the Tiger King set are really comprehensive. Attack, defense, and health are all improved. It's definitely a qualitative change. No wonder Brother Nameless is so ruthless. Think about it. The 3 pieces of the Tiger King set plus Tiger Sob. How crazy are the attributes? Without a doubt, the 3 pieces of the Tiger King set were the best defensive equipment at the moment. Moreover, only the Dark Shadow Tempest coat could be obtained. With the current team, it was difficult to meet the requirements to activate the hidden boss with the other 2 pieces, unless they obtained the 3 pieces of the Tiger King set and Tiger Sob in advance. Therefore, when Lu Qin sold the 3 pieces of the Tiger King set, the auction went crazy. 100,000, 110,000, 130,000, 170,000. The first set of the Tiger King set was sold for 170,000. According to the previous price, the price of the Dark Night Pants was almost 100,000. Lu Qin had a total of 24 sets, and all of them were sold for no less than 150,000. Looking at the transaction records, Lu Qin was nervous. Damn, how much is it going to cost today? Lu Qin did not dare to think too much. There was still a lot coming up. Next is Tiger Sob. After Tiger, Weep appeared on the public chat. Countless players clicked on it to check it out. Even though Lu Qin had once displayed Tiger Weep's attributes, it did not stop people from repeatedly checking it. The 74 to 86 attack far surpassed the Darksteel Golden, sort of the same level. The 3 dimensions had 56 strength, 68 dexterity, and 64 constitution, which was only slightly less than the Tiger King's 3 pieces. It was simply ruthless. Of course, Tiger Weep's strongest point was its additional attributes: plus 22 critical hit chance, plus 160% critical damage. Once a critical hit, the damage would be off the charts. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. 3 attacks will become a combo attack. The combo attack will deal 80% damage. Tiger's Roar converts the next 3 attacks into spiritual energy attacks. F***CK. Tiger Sob is indeed a purple equipment. Its attributes and special effects are too overpowered. I really want it, but I can't afford it. Don't underestimate Tiger's Roar. Even if you equip the Tiger King set equipment, you only have 24 spiritual defense. If you convert all of your attack power into spiritual attacks, the opponent will take almost all of the damage. Spiritual defense is low now. Even the boss doesn't have any spiritual defense. Tiger's Roar is indeed overpowered. It's not inferior to Fierce Tiger, descends the mountain at all. You didn't get to the point. The point is, Tiger Weep is too damn cool. Purple dual swords. Just the moment the swords are drawn, It's so cool. It's simply a weapon for showing off. As expected, Tiger Weep became the focus of all the major guilds. Lu Chun set the starting price at 50,000, but the first buyer raised it to 120,000, 150,000, 170,000, 200,000, 220,000. The first Tiger Weep was sold for 220,000. All 24 Tiger Weeps in Lu Chen's hands were sold. Lu Chen couldn't calculate how much money he had in his bank account. After the equipment was sold, Lu Chen sold the tiger's blood and tiger's head. These two materials were needed to level up his profession. The price wasn't low either. The tiger's blood was roughly priced at 3,000, and Lu Chen sold 60 of them. The tiger's head was priced at around 10,000, and Lu Chen sold 20 of them. The auction didn't end until 11 at night. Lu Chen didn't care about how many people were happy or sad about the auction. He went offline as soon as the auction ended. The first thing Lu Chen did after going offline was to check all the transaction records and verify the accounts. With so much money, Lu Chen took out his mobile phone to calculate his income. 770,000 for the dark gold sword, 54,000, another 100,000, 3. 8 million for the 3 Tiger King items, 5. 4 million for Tiger Weep, and 390,000 for the materials, a total of 9. 75 million. No, I sold 800,000 materials during the day, and with this 800,000, Lu Chen's eyes widened. He slowly raised his head in disbelief. I've earned 10 million. He checked the bank accounts. Lu Chen had a total of 14 million in his 2 bank accounts. What the F***? I've earned a lot. When Lu Chen first entered Zhoutian, he thought that he could earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. It was better than working. Plus, his sister earned more than 2,000 a month. The siblings could survive if they were frugal, but who would have thought that in less than a month, Lu Chen had already earned 10 million. 10 million in assets. In a small city like Jiangcheng, he should be considered rich. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt relieved. Back then, he and his sister ate buns under the eaves, picked up food from the trash cans, and expired food from the supermarket. He said that he would take good care of Louis, but he never did. But today, he finally did it. Even if he didn't earn money in the future, this money was enough for him and his sister to live well. The silly girl was still working overtime, every day. She had been working very hard. She said that she wanted to earn money for her brother's marriage. So now, only a small number of people didn't know about Brother Nameless, including that silly girl. She didn't have time to care about other things. She had to hurry up and level up so that she could enter the main force of the guild and earn more money. Others repeatedly looked at the insane stats of Tiger Weep, but Lu Chen only wanted to look at the balance in his bank account. Silly girl, we won't be poor in the future. Jiangcheng Sunshine Garden. There was still more than half a month before the small high-rise buildings were officially put up for sale. However, the villas were already on sale. However, the villas in Sunshine Garden weren't cheap. The hardcover villas cost 4 to 5 million. The sales weren't very good. On this day, some older people were leisurely looking at the properties in the sales office. The experienced sales lady couldn't be bothered with these customers. Instead, a very young girl was trying her best to promote. Sir, let me introduce you. Little girl, it's not open yet, right? I'm just looking. Go do your work. It's okay, sir. It's my job to introduce you. A few sales ladies sat at the side. One of them, a woman with heavy makeup, snorted in disdain. She's arrogant just because she's a little pretty. She offended the manager and was sent to buy a villa. Sister Lu, I heard that the manager wanted to sleep with her. Is it true? Who knows? Anyway, I only know that if she can't sell the house, she'll be fired. At this moment, a young man came in from the door. He was wearing a baseball cap. The brim of the cap was very low, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was dressed very plainly. There wasn't a single brand of clothing on him. Another poor guy. Look at that girl. She'll definitely be introducing him again. Idiot. As soon as the young man entered the sales office, Xiaowei came up to him. Hello, are you looking at a house? Let's take a look first. Can you recommend one for me? Are you looking for a small high-rise or a high-rise? I'm looking at a villa, the young man said calmly. Chapter 116. Lu Chun felt a little strange. Why did the sales lady look a little familiar? He raised his head and looked at the sales lady strangely. He was stunned when he took a closer look. The woman in front of him was eye-catching even among the sales ladies who had high standards for looks. Wasn't this Su Xiaowei? Su Xiaowei was Lu Chen's junior high school classmate and the daughter of their class teacher. At that time, Lu Chen and his sister were poor, but their class teacher, Su Ming, insisted on letting Lu Chen finish junior high school. Su Ming wasn't rich, but he still often sponsored the siblings. At that time, Su Xiaowei was already a beauty. When he was in junior high school, he had his first awakening of love. Lu Chen also secretly admired Su Xiaowei, but considering his situation, he never mentioned it to Su Xiaowei for 3 years. He didn't expect Su Xiaowei to be a sales lady. He didn't know if Su Xiaowei still recognized him. Lu Chen didn't want the people around to recognize him, so he didn't directly call out her name. Can you take me to see the house first? Okay, do you have a car? Can I go with your car? No. Su Xiaowei was stunned. He bought a villa, but he didn't have a car? Maybe he didn't drive it here. Well, the villa area is a long walk. If you don't mind, you can take my battery-powered car. Okay, with a puffed. A few sales ladies who were looking at them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. Take a battery-powered car to see the villa? The villa there costs at least 5 million. Be careful that the security won't let you in. Su Xiaowei's face was a little ugly. Now, to her, she had to grasp every opportunity. Those people mocked and ridiculed her, and she might drive the customer away. She pulled Lu Chen out of the sales hall first. Sorry, I'll take you there. The security won't stop me. Lu Chen smiled. Su Xiaowei, you really don't recognize me? The experience of looking at the house was very pleasant. After returning, Lu Chen asked Su Xiaowei to get the contract directly. Xiaowei asked the manager to come over personally. Lu Chen sat in the signing room. When he was looking at the house, he already knew about Xiaowei's matter. He could ignore other people's matters, but he couldn't ignore Su Xiaowei's matters. Lu Chen, forget it. That guy has someone up there. I plan to quit at the end of this month. I just want to get another client. At least I can prove that I quit on my own accord, and not because I was fired by him. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Why are you the one who should leave? The one who should get lost was him. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Su Xiaowei hesitated for a moment until she saw Lu Chen's firm expression. Then she nodded and left. Not long after, the manager, Huang Luyong, came. Not only did Huang Luyong come, but many sales ladies also came after hearing that Su Xiaowei had made a big order. Hello, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is your contract. Lu Chen did not look at the contract. He leaned back in his chair and went straight to the point. Su Xiaowei is my friend. What do you think we should do about this? Huang Luyong frowned and turned to look at Su Xiaowei. If this client was Su Xiaowei's friend, then he knew what the client was referring to. He had tried to coerce Su Xiaowei more than once, but this woman had always refused to agree. Presumably, this person was talking about this matter. It seems that you're not here to buy a house. Huang Luyong changed his previous flattering attitude and stood up straight. You're Su Xiaowei's boyfriend. Young man, you're quite arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't know whose territory this is. I'm just wondering why you don't even dare to show your face. You're not a wanted criminal, are you? Several security guards suddenly rushed in from outside and surrounded Lu Chun. Manager Huang, this kid is definitely not here to buy a house. Sister Lu said excitedly. Just now, Su Xiaowei said that she would take him to see a house. Then, this kid didn't even have a car. When I saw them riding an electric scooter, they were very intimate. Lu Chun frowned. Intimate when riding an electric scooter? No, he was just sitting in the back seat of Su Xiaowei's electric scooter. Perhaps the scooter was too small, and the two of them were close to each other. Some parts of their bodies touched, but it was definitely not intentional. This was the second time he was surrounded by a group of security guards. Lu Chun was almost experienced. He did not panic at all. He took out a card from his trouser pocket and threw it on the table. Do you recognize this card? Huang Luyong picked up the card in confusion. On the golden card was written Diamond Level User of Zhongqing Group. Lu Chun was right. Huang Luyong did not recognize this card. He was a sales manager of one of the many buildings in Jiangqing. He had never heard that Zhongqing Group had a diamond level user. Fortunately, this guy was not too stupid. Even if he did not know, he still knew to check it out. He called the new regional manager. Boss, sorry to bother you. I'm Little Wang from Sunshine Residential Area. Wang Luyong's face-changing speed was comparable to magic. He was quite skilled at changing his face twice. Boss, have you heard that Zhongqing Group has a diamond-level user card? On the other end of the phone, the other party looked very impatient at first. However, after hearing Wang Luyong mention a diamond-level user, his voice suddenly rose by 80 degrees. What? A diamond-level user of Zhongqing Group? At your place? My God, who is it? No, don't care who it is. No one with this card is simple. You stay calm. You must treat him well. There can't be any mistakes. I'll be right there. After putting down the phone, Wang Luyong, who was good at changing his face, was suddenly stunned. This time, he could not change his face. His boss's tone was enough to explain what this card represented. As soon as he saw the card, the regional manager came in person. The person with this card was definitely a big shot. At this time, Wang Luyong's hands suddenly trembled. He looked at the sloppy young man in front of him and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Sir, your card. Wang Luyong held the card with both hands and walked to Lu Chun. He bowed 90 degrees and handed the card to him respectfully. Lu Chun snorted and took the card back. Wang Luyong's heart was in a mess. He turned his head and saw the security guards around him. He hurriedly shouted, "Who let you in? Get out!" The group of security guards were also confused. They gloomily left the room. At this time, Su Xiaowei stared at Lu Chun with her eyes wide open. Her brain short-circuited. Was this still the boy in her memory who had a low self-esteem? Was he still the desk mate who only ate half a steamed bun for lunch every day? Wang Luyong looked at Lu Chun, who was now as obedient as a grandson. Just because of a card, Sister Lu, who always liked to talk, turned pale. What kind of big shot was this poor guy that even the regional manager was scared to this extent? Then thinking of this, she hurriedly turned around to leave. I'll ask you one last time. How do you want to solve this matter? Lu Chun silently looked at the trembling Wang Luyong. This, sir, what do you mean? Lu Chun was not angry. Well, since you said so, then I'll take it that you don't want to solve it. Then I'll solve it. No, 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 sir. I really didn't know that Su Xiaowei was your friend. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to do anything to her, even if you lent me 10,000 guts. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Yes, that's the problem. If I wasn't Su Xiaowei's friend, you can do whatever you want. At this time, the regional manager of Zhongqing, Jiangqing, hurriedly arrived. As soon as he came in, he saw Lu Chen. At first, he was stunned, but when he saw the golden card, all his hair stood on end. If those who had the Zhongqing Group's diamond user card were all big shots, then this person was definitely a big shot among big shots. Moreover, he was the most difficult one to deal with. Why did he take over as the regional manager of Jiangqing City? How could he not have investigated the mistakes of his predecessor? This card was personally issued by Boss Lu of Huadong District. Boss Lu once told him that if he saw the owner of this golden diamond card, he absolutely could not provoke him. That's right, Boss Lu said absolutely 3 times. Chapter 117. The regional manager of Jiangqing arrived, and the matter was resolved in less than 3 minutes. Wang Luyong was fired and handed over to the police for pursuing the crime of molesting a woman, although he did not force Su Xiaowei to submit. Such people had a criminal record. If they really investigated, he would not have a good ending. In addition, Su Xiaowei was promoted to the deputy sales manager of the Jiangqing branch of Zhongqing Corporation. She was assigned to Sunshine Real Estate and was responsible for the sales work here. What deputy manager? It was just a temporary position. Su Xiaowei would probably be promoted in the future. Sir, if you're free tonight, would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? The regional manager, Yi Ji, said respectfully, I didn't expect that we would cause you trouble again. Lu Chen smiled and said, Forget about it this time. Maybe next time. Seeing that the owner did not intend to pursue the matter, Yi Ji let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, the newly promoted regional manager would be gone. After sending Lu Chen off, Yi Ji let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Chen was about to take the bus home when Su Xiaowei chased after him. Blockhead! Lu Chen turned around and smiled at Su Xiaowei. This girl still remembered the nickname she gave him in the past. I'll give you a ride, if you don't mind my little electric stove. Su Xiaowei's smile reminded Lu Chen of the bright, lively, and beautiful girl from the past. Can you leave for work? The big manager asked me to give you a ride. Su Xiaowei winked at Lu Chen. Let's go. The streets were busy. Lu Chen sat behind Su Xiaowei's small scooter. Su Xiaowei's long hair occasionally brushed past his face. It was itchy. How's Teacher Su? My dad's health hasn't been very good these few years. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked. Teacher Su used to treat him so well. His heart ached when he heard the news. It's nothing. It's an old illness, Su Xiaowei said softly. She did not seem to want to talk about her father. Oh, right. Thank you for today. It's nothing. There's no need to thank me. Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long, the two chatted casually, until he sent Lu Chun to the outskirts of Happiness District. All right, let's stop here. You should go back too. You've just been promoted, so you should set an example. Well, thank you anyway. It's just that I'm not used to the sudden promotion. After all, I didn't fight for it. Lu Chen smiled. Connections are also a form of strength. We didn't have them in the past, but now that we do, we should make good use of them. What's more, I believe that you're a capable person. Oh, by the way, fire the salesperson who likes to gossip. Just say that I said it. You don't have to be soft-hearted to such people. Okay, got it. Let's go back. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Chun. Su Xiaowei suddenly called out to Lu Chun. Well, all right, do you play Jiu Tian? Lu Chun frowned slightly. Yes. Then let's play together when we have time, okay? Lu Chun smiled. Was this an invitation? When the time comes. By the way, I've left my phone number with you. Call me if you need anything. He had to admit that when he saw Su Xiaowei today, Lu Chun was still stunned. He didn't expect Su Xiaowei to be even prettier after a few years. However, the two of them were estranged after all, so their conversation was a little unnatural. Speaking of which, the house was finally bought. It cost $47 million, and after the discount, he only spent $83 million. This feeling was great. With a load off his mind, Lu Chun was in a good mood and logged into the game. After going out for an entire morning, the 10 Beasts spiritual energy increased by 600 to 700 points. 100,000 points of pure spiritual energy. I wonder how long it will take to raise them. Lu Chun shook his head. Everyone wanted a mythical beast, but who knew how hard it was to raise a mythical beast? He even raised 10 of them in one go. 3 idiots. Stop cultivating. We'll run to a new map today. Lu Chun ordered and recalled his subordinates and beasts. After selling all the equipment in the Tiger King's cave, yesterday, Hua Xia's team was exploring the Tiger King's cave today. He believed that it wouldn't be long before they started farming again. They might even farm a second boss. I haven't leveled up for a few days. I still have to level up. Lu Chun headed straight for the mass graves this time. I'll also look for those soul essences, ancient hearts, and so on. He was now level 17, and the attributes of the army members had also increased by a lot. There was no pressure in farming the mass graves anymore. Dead without a complete corpse, unable to sleep after returning to a foreign land. After taking a look at the stone tablet, Lu Chun entered the mass graves directly. There was one advantage to the mass graves. There was no need to look for monsters. The monsters would come to them. After Lu Chun and the 3 idiots entered the mass graves, 30 to 40 mounds of dirt protruded from the ground around them. Then, headless flying corpses flew out. The headless flying corpses were also long-range attacks and had a catapult effect. When the two armies met, the scene was extremely exciting. Countless heads bounced back and forth between the group of people, making it impossible to distinguish whose heads belonged to whom. *CK, catapult is so annoying. They're also long-range attacks. Forget it, let's farm 1,000 first. 2.5 hours later, Lu Chun finally farmed 1,000 headless flying corpses. In the reputation shop, the bloodline of the headless flying corpse, undead bloodline, and the skin of the headless flying corpse appeared. *CK, should I change my attack method? Lu Chun was a little conflicted. This thing was really ugly, but its attack method was really enviable. If Lu Chun used catapult and combo, he would be able to farm the monsters like flying. However, when he thought about how he had thrown his own head out time and time again, Lu Chun felt terrified. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Chun decided to go and see if there were any other monsters. If there were better AoE monsters, he would definitely not choose the headless flying corpse. As he farmed, he walked forward. Not long after, Lu Chun saw a huge stone door appear in the distance. This stone door was quite strange. In the empty graveyard, there was only one door standing there. It was about 10 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters wide. It gave people the feeling that it was more like a tombstone than a stone door. Why is there a player there? Lu Chun had extraordinary eyesight and quickly found a little girl sitting in the corner of the stone door. A player could walk here from the mass grave, and it was a little girl. Lu Chun decided to take a look. He put away the 8-headed three-dum and walked over. The little girl sat in the corner of the stone door with her head lowered. Her face could not be seen clearly. When Lu Chen walked in front of her, she suddenly opened her mouth. The moment she opened her mouth, Lu Chen was shocked. "I'm so pitiful," the girl said as she raised her head. That was definitely not the face of a little girl. More accurately, it was not even a human face. The skin was shriveled and dark, the eye sockets were sunken, and the mouth was full of wrinkles. It was a little girl's mummy. F***CK. Tianxing really wants to die. He made an NPC out of nowhere and made it look so real. It's so scary. Lu Chen took a few steps back. "I beg you, please save me." The girl's mummy looked at Lu Chen with her empty eye sockets, and Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. However, Lu Chen still tried to make himself understand that this was just a game. Lu Chen was still far away. "Do you have a quest? Can I take it?" "I do have a quest, but my quest can only be completed by myself." A quest appeared in front of Lu Chen. Quest Cleansing Nightmare Spirits. Level 22 Elite Quest. Lu Chen did not look at the quest, but the reward at the end of the quest stunned Lu Chen. Quest Reward. Primordial Heart *1. First clear reward. Dungeon Source Solo. Player can create a solo dungeon. Chapter 118. I finally found the Primordial Heart. Lu Chen had been stuck on the Primordial Heart and Primordial Fragment for a long time. But this instance dungeon source is quite interesting. Can players design their own instance dungeons? Lu Chen looked at the instance dungeon source's introduction curiously. That seemed to be what it meant. Jiuqian is indeed different from other games. It actually allows players to build their own instance dungeons. Interesting. However, there was an additional requirement for the instance dungeon source's reward. It had to be the first clear of the entire server. Just now, the NPC said that only I can enter the instance dungeon. Does it know that I have an army to help me? I'll go in and take a look. Since the Primordial Heart had appeared, Lu Chen had no reason not to go in and try. Mission: clear the nightmare spirits. Mission description: when people die, they become ghosts, and when ghosts die, they become nightmare spirits. We were originally pitiful people who were buried here. If no one attacked us, we would not attack anyone. That was until the nightmare spirit appeared. Every day, it preys on our souls to nourish that terrifying fellow. If that fellow revives, you and I will be reduced to ashes. Mission details: please help the remnant Soul Xiao Min to clear a sufficient number of nightmare spirits. Clear 500 nightmare spirits behind this door. Nourish that terrifying fellow. Seeing this, with Lu Chen's sharp observation, he seemed to have smelled the scent of a follow-up mission. No matter what, for the sake of the mission reward, he had to accept it. After accepting the mission, Lu Chen stepped through the stone door. On the other side of the stone door was not the instance dungeon, but another map. As soon as he entered the stone door, Lu Chen felt that it was gloomy. Everywhere was dark, and a cold wind blew past from time to time. Not far away, two transparent souls were floating. That should be the nightmare spirit, right? They're both level 22 elites. Jiuqian's elite missions are indeed overpowered. Lu Chen pulled out Tiger Weep and walked over. When the light saw someone approaching, it quickly floated over. I should really give Jiuqian advice. Can they not be so serious about such things? Lu Chen swung his sword. Immune, immune, immune. 6 immune. All of Lu Chen's combo and poison were immune. F***CK. What the hell? At the same time, the two nightmare spirits pounced on Lu Chen. Minus 883, spiritual attack. Minus 883, spiritual attack. The two nightmare spirits dealt close to 1,800 damage. Lu Chen's HP immediately fell by a large chunk. Damn, these guys are all spiritual attackers? Lu Chen's current equipment was the strongest at the moment. It had a massive amount of physical defense, but it was completely useless against spiritual attacks. To the Bai Lin, only the Tiger King's 3 pieces of equipment with a measly 24 points of spiritual defense was effective. Since the Bai Lin's spiritual attack had reached 800 to 900 points, the 24 points of spiritual defense were almost negligible. It was as if Lu Chen had taken all the damage. Most importantly, these guys were immune to physical and poison attacks. Lu Chen couldn't hit them. Mother Faster's cur, what the hell is this? Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Tiger's roar. Lu Chen hurriedly activated Tiger Weep's special effect, converting all physical attacks into spiritual attacks. Minus 545. Immune, poisoned. Immune, poisoned. Minus 1,008 critical hit. Immune, poisoned. Minus 1,041 critical hit. Minus 521. All of the poison attacks were still immune, but after Lu Chen's physical attacks were converted into spiritual attacks, all of them dealt damage. The Nightmare Spirit's attack was very high, but its HP was very low. The level 22 Elite Nightmare Spirit only had 4,000 HP. After being hit by Lu Chen's 4-hit combo, it only had less than a quarter of its HP left. Lu Chen's 3 attacks finally killed the 2 Nightmare Spirits. Killed Nightmare Spirit, level 22 Elite. Captured 1,570 aura points. Obtained 1 tier 5 talent fragment. Obtained 1 5-star quality point. Obtained 1 chaos-type creature's soul essence. Extracted 1 pure aura points. Killed Nightmare Spirit, level 22 Elite. Captured 1,570 aura points. Obtained 1 tier 5 talent fragment. Obtained 1 chaos-type creature's soul essence. Extracted 1 pure aura points. Chaos-type creature's soul essence? Lu Chen suddenly remembered that this was what chaos needed to grow. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. So, it's to fight these things. Oh right, the drop rate of pure aura here is so high. I only killed 2, and 2 dropped. I don't know if it's because of good luck or because the drop rate is high to begin with. Lu Chen activated the quest tracking function. At this time, the quest completion progress was 2/500, proving that he did not fight the wrong monster. After killing the 2 Nightmare Spirits, Lu Chen was quite excited. The 2 things he was looking for could be obtained from this dungeon. However, there was also a problem. These things only eat spiritual attacks, and I have to use Tiger's roar to convert physical attacks into spiritual attacks. In other words, I can only effectively supply it 3 times every 60 seconds. The efficiency is too low. The 3 idiots could not help him at this time. They were all physical attacks, so they were immune to attacks. Moreover, the quest said that it had to be completed by a single person. The easiest way to determine if it was completed by a single person was to look at the source of the damage. If it was not done by a single person, then killing it might be a waste of effort. There's no other way. I can only kill them by force. It's best to use Fierce Tiger, descends the mountain together with Tiger's roar to ensure that I can kill 2 at the same time. That's 2 minutes to kill 2. It will take 500 minutes to complete the quest. Plus looking for monsters, it might take 10 hours. There was no shortcut, so Lu Chen could only kill them by force. These Nightmare Spirits were in groups of 2. Lu Chen took advantage of the cooldown period of the special effect to find the monsters first. When the cooldown period of Fierce Tiger descends the mountain was over, he would immediately kill them. After killing a few groups, Lu Chen was certain that these nightmare spirits would drop chaotic creature soul essences and pure aura. 2 minutes and 2 points of pure aura. I'll just treat it as cultivating my spiritual power. Besides, there's also experience and materials. It's not a loss. This farming lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Chen finally completed the quest. Running to the gate, Lu Chen submitted the quest. Obtained Ancient Heart, *1. Obtained Dungeon Source, *1. Lu Chen immediately checked the Ancient Heart. Passed down from an ancient creature's heart fossil. It's a treasure that can turn something rotten into something magical. Lu Chen hurriedly opened the attribute panel. The Ancient Heart was already available for the upgrade materials after the star level. As for the 5-star materials, Lu Chen had already obtained enough in the Misty Forest and the Tiger King's cave. Damn, I can finally upgrade. Upgrade star level. Your skin can't withstand the upgrade energy. Please remove your human skin. Oh. Lu Chen removed his human skin. A terrifying creature quietly swelled from behind the human skin and revealed its original appearance. Damn, it makes me look like a painted ghost. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had previously integrated the tiger demon bloodline, and the results were now displayed. Simply put, it was a change of head. Tiger head, wooden horns, the upper body of a jackhalon, the lower body of a spider, and a green snake tail. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He was still afraid when he saw the nightmare spirits. In this game, was there any creature more terrifying than them? The little female ghost NPC at the side was scared to tears. Chapter 119. When he left the Tiger King's cave, Lu Chen was almost level 17. Now that he had killed 1,000 headless flying corpses and 500 nightmare spirits, he was already level 18. Rollbound, Lu Chen character, Brave Tiger and Dragon Might, Dark Moon Vanguard, Top Dog, Tiger Capturer, Elite, Extremely Strong, Extremely Agile, Extremely Muscular Knoll Leader, Bronze Boss Black Barton. Damn, it's almost 5 meters long. Lu Chen looked at the name above his head that was longer than his body and fell into deep thought. Rarity, 5-star, stage 1 increase in 3 dimensions by 500%, 0/320, 5-star quality, 0 to 1 primordial heart. Level, 18, upgrade progress, 10776/5500000. Physical strength, strength, 426, basic 204 plus equipment, 181 plus title 41, agility, 424, basic 204 plus equipment 220, physique, 421, basic 204 plus equipment 197 plus title 20, spiritual power intensity, spiritual power, 10 spiritual core 10, 224/1000 pure spiritual energy, attack, physical attack, 557 to 573 poison attack, 10 defense, physical defense. 325, basic 102 plus equipment 223 plus title 20, spiritual defense, 24 health points, 10796, basic 5,380 plus equipment, 3,940 plus title 1,476. After increasing his health points, Lu Chen's initial poison damage had reached 334. Other than the basic attributes, Lu Chen now had the inferior werewolf bloodline, inferior venomous spider bloodline, inferior snake bloodline, inferior succubus bloodline, and inferior tiger bloodline. All 5 bloodlines were stage 4. The army recruitment order was now upgraded to first transition solo. I'm almost moved to tears by my own diligence. Lu Chen touched his conscience with his claws. Right, there's also the instance dungeon source. Let's see what it is. Lu Chen immediately opened his backpack to check. The instant's dungeon source's appearance was a ball of black fog. The fog was like a dancing flame, as if it was alive. Instance dungeon source. Gather 5 to create a solo instance dungeon. Damn. Gather 5 to create one? Why didn't you say this before? What a scam. Lu Chun said angrily. But then again, this item was considered a bonus. Even without this reward, Lu Chun would definitely accept this mission for the sake of the ancient blood. Forget it. Forget it. Let's see if there are any follow-up quests. Lu Chun turned around. The little ghost girl was still crying. Hey, little friend, don't cry. It's scary. Lu Chun looked down at the little ghost girl. When she cried, there were no tears. The most important thing was that the sound of a ghost crying made his hair stand on end. The NPC raised his head and looked at Lu Chun, crying even more sadly. Lu Chun was also speechless. Was he that scary? It seemed like Zhou Qian's quests were different from other games. It wasn't as simple as tapping on the screen. Oh, right. The quest seemed to say that her name was Xiaomin. Xiaomin, I've already helped you get rid of the nightmare spirit. Why are you still crying? Lu Chun patiently guided her. Thank you, benefactor. Xiaomin raised her head, feeling wronged. But our crisis hasn't been completely resolved. I know I shouldn't ask for more, but I really have no other choice. Lu Chun hurriedly waved his hand. No, don't say that. Don't worry about my life or death. If you have any other requests, just say them. What a joke. If I don't ask for more, how can there be a follow-up quest? Benefactor, you're too kind. Xiaomin looked at Lu Chun gratefully with her hollow eyes. Then can you help me kill another 3,000 nightmare spirits? Lu Chun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he kill the nightmare spirit again? Another 3,000. Those things were very difficult to kill. Wasn't it better to kill something else? With Lu Chen's experience, this should be the middle part of the follow-up quest. It wasn't the final quest yet. However, with his current attack methods, killing 3,000 nightmare spirits might take a week. At this moment, the quest appeared. Quest: completely eliminate nightmare spirits. Quest details: the crisis in the mass grave hasn't been resolved yet. Xiao Min requests you to help her kill 3,000 nightmare spirits. Quest reward: Ancient Fragment *2, Dungeon Source *1. As soon as he saw the mission reward, Lu Chun immediately swallowed his complaints. Ancient Fragment was a necessary tool to improve one's talent. Lu Chun now had a lot of talent fragments. Now, the quest directly gave him 2 of them. In other words, he could upgrade 2 talents. Accept. Damn. Xiao Min, you're too ruthless. After opening the quest tracking, Lu Chun looked at the data of 0/3000 and fell into silence. Previously, he could barely accept using that stupid method to kill 500, but now he actually had to kill 3,000. Although it was good to keep killing nightmare spirits, the experience was quite high. Materials, pure aura, and chaotic creatures, soul were all dropped in large quantities. However, the most important point was that these things didn't drop equipment. Without equipment, he couldn't earn money. This was a loss. In a week's time, other players' levels had increased. Although Lu Chun could evolve, his equipment might fall behind. If he fell behind by 1 step, he would always fall behind. He didn't know what else to do after this quest. In short, Lu Chun had better complete it as soon as possible. And to complete this quest as soon as possible, there seemed to be only one shortcut. Lu Chun reluctantly opened the reputation store. Looking at the ugly and horrifying skin, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and bought it. Fuse with the headless flying corpse bloodline. Talent: Undead Bloodline. Rank 1 reduced the physical defense of surrounding enemies by 8%. The undead bloodline was directly rank 1. It seemed that monsters above level 20 would have a stronger talent. Of course, this talent was useless to Lu Chen. This was a Halo-type talent. With 8 heads, he didn't need to learn it himself. Since I've learned it, I'll level it up to rank 4. Talent, Undead Bloodline. Rank 4 reduced the physical defense of surrounding enemies by 15%. Actually, this talent was quite strong, especially when fighting a boss. A 15% reduction in physical defense was quite a lot. After the bloodline fusion, Lu Chen's body underwent a new change. Simple and crude, his tiger head fell off. Damn, I knew it! Lu Chen's head floated in the air, his face filled with despair. The bloodline fusion was not enough. He had to completely possess the headless flying corpse's attack style and change his skin. Change the headless flying corpse's skin. Lu Chen's huge body suddenly shrunk and finally turned into a human's body. His body was different from other headless flying corpses. At least his equipment was still there. Of course, the equipment was still on his body, but his head was gone. Lu Chen hugged his head with both hands. This feeling was too strange. Xiao Min, if your next quest is to kill Bai Lin again, I won't accept it even if you beat me to death. Lu Chen tossed his head and suddenly realized that his head could fly. No wonder I couldn't see 8-headed flying corpse's head. It can be played like this. It's quite fun. Chapter 120. This quest would definitely take a long time. So Lu Chen decided to spend some time to send Batu and the others back to the camp so that they could cultivate their spiritual power. Once again returning to the stone door, Lu Chen watched as his body floated through the stone door. Damn, that's scary. After entering the stone door, Lu Chen found that the nightmare specters he had fought before had respawned again. Blurry, translucent balls of light were floating back and forth. Batu's ejection can eject 5 targets, including the first target, so I can attack 6 targets at the same time. The nightmare specters here were usually in groups of 2. Lu Chen pulled 3 groups of monsters, so there were exactly 6 of them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen began to pull the monsters. Come on, fire! Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the 2 nightmare specters in front of him. Then his entire head shot out. When attacking, Lu Chen held 2 swords in each hand. Although he wasn't attacking with his hands, the system added the attributes of the weapons to the quest's attributes by default. Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't have to bite Tiger Weep to attack. During the attack, Lu Chen's flying speed suddenly increased, greatly surpassing his own flying speed. Oh my, that's fast! Lu Chen had just experienced the feeling of flying for a moment when his vision suddenly froze. This feeling was a bit like an out-of-body experience. He could clearly see his own head smashing towards the nightmare specters, and his consciousness was no longer using his character's head as a medium. It existed out of thin air. That works? Could Batu and the others be like this too? Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it was very likely. When Batu attacked, he could actually still see the situation around him. Otherwise, they couldn't rely on their heads to determine how to pull and choose targets. Their skulls were only offensive tools when they attacked. Only when they were not in a combat state would their skulls have expressions and their eyes look around. Looks like there are different states. In a non-combat state, my consciousness can return to my head. In a combat state, I'm in this ghost state. That's true. After all, she's a ghost. It's normal for her soul to have an out-of-body experience. Whether it was a human or a ghost, it had no effect on Lu Chen. In his current state, his vision was clearer. Bang! Lu Chen's had bumped into a nightmare spirit. Immune, 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 it was reasonable that he couldn't deal any damage. Lu Chen's current goal was to pull the three groups of nightmare spirits together, and then use magic attacks to clean them up. After hitting the first nightmare spirit, Lu Chen's head was fiercely bounced away and hit the next one. After a round of attacks, Lu Chen thought it was over. However, after flicking the second nightmare spirit, his head once again flicked towards the first monster. F***CK. I forgot about the combo. Seeing his head being bounced back and forth, Lu Chen felt pain. A combo wasn't as simple as attacking twice in a row. The essence of a combo was its speed. In fact, it divided an attack into two parts. Within the time it took to attack, 2 parts of damage would be dealt. This also caused Lu Chen's head to bounce back and forth very quickly. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, it had bounced back and forth between 2 monsters. After one attack, Lu Chen immediately went to pull the second group of nightmare spirits. When pulling monsters, Lu Chen's physical attacks couldn't deal any damage. However, this didn't affect him from pulling the aggro of the nightmare spirits. Not long after, 6 nightmare spirits were already following behind Lu Chen. When he finally pulled all the monsters, Lu Chen roared, "Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Tigers roar." There were now 6 monsters here. The bouncing effect was at 100%. In addition, Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain had a combo effect. As a result, the flying speed of the head suddenly increased. Lu Chen's head crazily collided with the nightmare spirits. He couldn't even see clearly. One attack had dealt 24 damage. This didn't include the 48 poison attacks that he was immune to. In other words, if he didn't attack the nightmare spirits and used Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain at the same time, he could deal 72 damage in one complete attack. Of course, this also meant that Lu Chen's head bounced 23 times in less than 2 seconds. With just one attack, the first few nightmare spirits that were hit had already lost 3/4 of their HP. The one with the most HP had less than half of its HP left. After launching the second attack, Lu Chen's system had already refreshed the screen. Killed Nightmare Spirit, level 22 elite. Captured 1570 aura points. Obtained rank 5 talent fragment 1. Obtained 5-star quality point. Obtained chaotic creatures soul essence 1. Extracted pure aura 1. Killed Nightmare Spirit, level 22 elite. Captured 1570 aura points. Obtained rank 5 talent fragment 1. Obtained 5-star quality point. Obtained chaotic creatures soul essence 1. Extracted pure aura 1. Damn, I can kill them in 2 attacks. If there are fish that slip through the net, the 3rd attack will definitely kill them. Lu Chen said in surprise, "Pull the monsters from a distance. I won't be hit." This plan was definitely feasible. Now, my farming speed is 3 times faster than before. I can complete this mission in 20 hours. Ha ha ha. After farming for 2 to 3 hours in the world behind the stone door, Lu Chen went offline on time. He had to sleep early today and could not stay up all night. The next morning, Lu Chen ate breakfast, went grocery shopping, and exercised as usual, especially exercising. The body was the capital of a revolution. In order to earn more money, his body must not collapse. However, it was strange. In the past, when he worked outside, he did a lot of dirty and tiring work. It was understandable that his body was in good health. However, ever since he started playing Jiuqian, he sat at home for a few hours. Especially in the past few days, he did not sleep well or eat on time. However, whether it was his energy or physical strength, he did not deteriorate. Instead, he felt that his body was full of vitality. 148149150. Lu Chun came down from the horizontal bar and looked at his hands. I actually did 150 pull-ups. In the past, I could only do 120 to 130 pull-ups. Lu Chun did not know what was going on with his body. He played games every day, but it was better than before. However, it was not a bad thing. Lu Chun took the groceries home. When he got home, he looked at the live broadcast on the official website. There were a few major changes in the country server. Firstly, there was a huge influx of players into the Tiger King's cave. With the help of the huge amount of experience points in the Tiger King's cave, the level of the players in the country server was much faster than before. Now, many of the top players were already at level 16. In addition, with the development of the Tiger King's cave, there were more and more class materials. This also led to a huge increase in the number of players in the country who changed their class. The 9 major classes that Tianqing had promoted back then were finally being shown in the game. Winchim had already brought a Phantom Moon Silverwolf baby, and it was a wild elite baby. The Celestial Mountain was no longer a group of players who looked the same. Monks, martial artists, apothecaries, talisman masters, spiritual masters, sword spirit cultivators, explosives specialists, prophets, and puppet masters all had obvious differences. The differentiation of the classes greatly increased the success rate of the players in the Tiger King's cave. The materials in the Tiger King's cave also allowed more players to change their class. Looking at the different types of players, Lu Chun had a feeling. The huge worldview of the Jiuqian had finally been unveiled. Chapter 121. The Jiuqian was getting more and more interesting, but Lu Chun was not happy. He still had more than 2,000 nightmare spirits to kill. Although his current efficiency was much higher than before, 3,000 nightmare spirits was still a ridiculous number, and only Lu Chun could do it. He would need at least 3 days. What kind of mission is this? I need to kill 3,000 monsters, and they're all elite monsters. It was already the 3rd day, and Lu Chun had already killed more than 2,700 nightmare spirits. Fortunately, there were not many left. He could definitely finish them by the end of the day. It was worth mentioning that Lu Chen's spiritual power had reached 12. These monsters would definitely drop pure spiritual power. It feels like the world behind the door. Although it's not like a dungeon, the rewards are still much higher than the outside world. 1 nightmare spirit is 1,500 EXP, and I'm already level 19. The materials also drop 5-star materials, but they don't drop equipment. A bunch of elite monsters don't drop equipment, and they still have the nerve to call themselves elite monsters. Lu Chun said indignantly. As they spoke, Lu Chun was getting deeper and deeper into the world behind the door. His surroundings were dark, and he had no idea where he was. Looking at the map, he was now very far away from the stone door. The area ahead is very bright. What's that? Lu Chun temporarily stopped killing monsters and approached carefully. The light came from a valley. Lu Chun avoided the patrolling nightmare spirits and snuck into the hillside. His body was completely hidden in the grass, and only his head flew up to a tree. Looking down from above, Lu Chun could clearly see the whole picture of the valley. The valley was not big. The hinterland of the valley was flat, and there was no vegetation. There was a strange light formation on the ground. It was a 6-star pattern, and there were complicated runes inside. The words and formation were all glowing. There were a large number of nightmare spirits patrolling the area, and there were a large number of headless flying corpses inside the formation. There were roughly 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Damn. Tianqing, do you have to be so serious? It's just a mission, and you're doing it like it's real. Xiao, Min said that the nightmare spirits preyed on their souls, and it was actually happening here. At this time, Lu Chen did not dare to show his face. There were at least 1,000 nightmare spirits below, and he could not withstand their concentrated fire. This formation might be related to the later missions. Why did those nightmare spirits suddenly gather? Lu Chen's head hung on the tree, his brows tightly knitted. The 400 to 500 nightmare spirits stopped patrolling and gathered in one place. They lined up neatly in rows as if they were waiting for someone important. Considering that the situation here might be related to the follow-up mission, Lu Chen decided to take a look first. Not long after, a huge creature walked out from the other side of the valley. Normally, nightmare spirits were glowing balls of light. However, although this fellow was also glowing, it had a clear silhouette. Its silhouette was like a skeleton, and it held a huge sword in its hand. Its height was probably over 8 meters. Its avatar was the golden avatar of the boss, and its name was Red, Big Commander of Nightmare Vanguard. Cenobus, level 27. Lu Chen gulped. The follow-up mission would not require him to fight this thing, right? It would be fine if it was a normal boss, but nightmare spirits were too difficult to fight. Those small nightmare spirits could deal almost 900 HP to him, let alone this fellow. When Cenobus arrived, the headless flying corpses were very panicked. Cenobus did not care about the headless flying corpses' panic. It walked to the center of the formation, inserted its huge sword into the ground, and knelt down on one knee. Great God of the undead, please accept our sacrifice. Then it pressed its palm on the formation's core. The entire formation was instantly swallowed by the light, and the strong light was so bright that it was almost impossible to see clearly. However, there was a burst of hoarse cries and howls all around. The figures of the headless flying corpses were constantly elongated and distorted in the strong light. Not only that, but even the nightmare spirits were swallowed by the light pillar. The balls of light merged with the formation's light pillar. Even its own people are being sacrificed. This boss is quite ruthless. In the entire formation, only Cenobus knelt down on one knee. Its figure was still unaffected. It had to be said that Tianqing was indeed Tianqing. Even the storyline of the mission was so shocking. Lu Chen had not completed this mission, but these NPCs were so dedicated to this show. It probably won't make me fight that fellow, right? Otherwise, I probably won't be able to do it. The valley in front of him was already illuminated by the light pillar. There was no good show to watch. Lu Chen watched for a while, then left the valley. The last 200+ nightmare spirits were easily defeated. Lu Chen completed it in 2 hours. After defeating the last nightmare spirit, Lu Chen was relieved. He immediately rushed back to find the little ghost girl. After submitting the mission, Lu Chen's long-awaited reward finally arrived. He threw the damned instance dungeon source into his backpack first. The key was the 2 ancient fragments. I can finally upgrade my talents. Which of the 2 ancient fragments should he upgrade first? Now, Lu Chen had 6 talents, all of which were stuck at stage 4. Inferior werewolf bloodline had critical hit. Inferior poisonous spider bloodline had 5-second poison. Inferior snake bloodline had 7-step poison. Inferior succubus bloodline had vision and beginner charm resistance. Inferior tiger demon bloodline had combo attack, and undead bloodline had defense reduction. If it's poison, I feel like the damage is enough, unless I encounter something like a nightmare spirit. Lu Chen considered carefully. This was definitely a difficult decision. Vision is enough, too. I don't need to upgrade it for now. Then it's critical hit, combo attack, and defense reduction. Combo attack. I mainly need 2 parts of a combo attack. Since I already have it, I'll put it aside for now. I'll upgrade it to critical hit and see the effect. Critical hit was still ruthless. Together with Tiger Weep's bonus, the damage dealt to small monsters and bosses was off the charts. After the inferior werewolf bloodline evolved, even its name changed. The first 2 inferior were gone, and it became werewolf bloodline directly. What was even more terrifying was that after this upgrade, there were new attributes. Talent, werewolf bloodline, level 0, 25% double critical hit, 5% triple critical hit. Damn, triple critical hit. Lu Chun was instantly shocked. Not only did it increase the chance of double critical hit by 2%, but there was also an additional triple critical hit. Moreover, Tiger Weep added 160% critical hit damage. Moreover, this critical hit damage did not only add 160%. For example, if the attack was 100 and double critical hit, it would cause 200 points of damage, of which 100 points would be critical hit damage. Tiger Weep added 160% critical hit damage. Then it would add 160 critical hit damage, causing a total of 360 points of damage. However, if it caused a triple critical hit, then the critical hit damage would be 200 points. Tiger Weep added 160% critical hit damage. Then it would add 320 points. In addition to the previous 200 points, 100 points of initial damage. Once a critical hit damage, the total damage would reach 620 points. Too strong. I previously thought that there might be a qualitative change after this upgrade. There was indeed a qualitative change, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Is this the path of a one-hit sword? Lu Chun panted heavily. In view of this terrifying qualitative change, he now had to carefully consider which of the remaining primordial fragments he should upgrade. Chapter 122. After much consideration, Lu Chun made a difficult decision between combo and defense reduction. In the end, he assigned the second primordial fragment to the Tiger Demon Bloodlines combo. Triple combo! Triple combo! Triple combo! Lu Chun prayed anxiously. He did not plan to upgrade the combo, but after seeing the qualitative change of the werewolf bloodline, he chose the Tiger Demon Bloodline. If his guess was right, and there was really a triple combo, then this skill would be very useful against bosses or small monsters. As for defense reduction, Lu Chun speculated that it might reduce the opponent's spiritual defense. Although it would be very useful in the future, at the moment, even the nightmare elves did not have high spiritual defense. Of course, this was all Lu Chun's guess. He did not know if it was right, so he could only rely on luck. He carefully opened the mission panel. Talent, Inferior Tiger Demon Bloodline. Rank 5 each attack can quickly launch 3 attacks. The attack power of the 3 attacks is 70% of the attack power of a single attack. Combo can enjoy the buffs of critical hit, burn, freeze, poison, and other effects. 0 out of 640, rank 6 talent fragment. 0 out of 2 primordial fragment. Ha ha ha, that's great. It's really a triple combo. Lu Chun shouted excitedly. Combo was indeed overbearing. After the qualitative change, an additional attack was equivalent to a 50% increase in attack power. With this skill, Lu Chun's farming speed increased again. After the 2 talents were upgraded, Lu Chun's combat power had also undergone a qualitative change. This made Lu Chun deeply feel that farming those endless nightmare elves for the past few days was worth it. Oh, right, let's see if the little ghost girl has any more quests. It would be great if there are a few more primordial fragments as rewards. Lu Chun's head flew to Xiaomin. Xiaomin, is there anything else I can help you with? After a few interactions, Lu Chun felt that the little ghost girl's empty eye sockets were not so scary anymore. Instead, it gave him a pitiful feeling. Benefactor, you have already done a lot for us. I really don't want to trouble you anymore. Please don't say that. Lu Chun suddenly became nervous. Could it be that there was no more mission? No, I must make Xiao Min hand over the mission. Xiao Min, don't you understand? Slaying demons and upholding justice is the duty of our generation. How can you say it's troublesome? But Benefactor, I don't want you to lose your life for us. You've already killed enough nightmare spirits and successfully delayed that thing's revival. Lu Chen sneered. Are you kidding me? What's the use of delaying? We have to stop it. My life is not worth mentioning. Don't worry, and leave the mission to me. Xiao Min was finally moved by Lu Chen's righteous attitude. Well, okay, but you must be careful. This mission is very dangerous. Whether it was dangerous or not was secondary. The most important thing was the reward. The mission came out quickly. Mission steals spiritual energy. Mission description. Behind the Nightmare Army, they have set up a terrifying spirit-gathering formation that absorbs large amounts of our souls and transforms them into pure spirit energy to speed up the awakening of that fellow. Please stop their actions. Mission content. When the undead spirit-gathering formation is activated, steal 500,000 points of pure spirit energy produced by the spirit-gathering formation. Explanation 1. The stolen pure spirit energy will be temporarily added to the player's elixir and will be removed after the mission is completed. Explanation 2. Although it is only temporarily added to the elixir, the physical strength determines the upper limit of the spiritual energy. Remember to act according to your ability. Once the spiritual energy exceeds the lowest physical three-dimensional attribute, the player will die and the mission will fail. The player's original spiritual energy level will be reset to 0. Mission reward. Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Elixir, 10,000 points of pure spirit energy, *10, Instance Dungeon Source, *1, Lu Chen blinked his eyes. He already knew the location of the mission. It should be the valley he saw before. But what? This mission said that he had to act according to his ability. His spiritual energy couldn't exceed the lowest physical three-dimensional attribute. Lu Chun was now level 19. As a player who hadn't changed professions, his three-dimensional attribute was 34. Therefore, his spiritual energy couldn't exceed 34. Even if he upgraded from level 1 to level 34, he would only need 59,500 points of pure spirit energy. Even if he was a level 25 player, according to the average calculation, his three-dimensional attribute was 70. Upgrading from level 1 to the top would only require 248,500 points of pure spirit energy. If he consumed all 500,000 points of pure spirit energy, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Not to mention that a level 25 player would definitely have changed professions. After strengthening some attributes, some others would still be lower than average. The total amount of pure spirit energy that could be absorbed in the end would be even lower. Besides, it was impossible for a level 25 player to only have one spiritual energy. Generally, if a player wanted to do this mission, they would have to constantly release pure spirit energy to make enough space for the elixir. This mission seemed to have to be done many times before it could be completed. However, Lu Chen's basic three-dimensional attribute was 204. His current spiritual energy level was 12.5. Upgrading to the top required 208 million. 500,000 wasn't enough for him. So this mission is free. Lu Chun was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The previous missions were so troublesome, but when it came to this mission, it was actually free. Of course, for other players, this mission was very time-consuming. However, Lu Chen's abnormal three-dimensional attribute allowed him to do this mission without any pressure. Although the mission reward was no longer the primordial fragment, the first-grade spirit gathering elixir was obviously not a reward at this stage. For many players, perhaps the first-grade spirit gathering elixir was even more tempting. Now, Lu Chen still had 9 spirit gathering elixirs, which were given to him by the first place of the Celestial Execution Tower. One elixir only added 1,000 points of pure spirit energy. How many levels could he upgrade with 100,000 points of pure spirit energy? Other than Little Green and Little Black, the 8 little guys of the 4 great divine beasts, and the 4 great divine beasts only needed 100,000 points of pure spirit energy to grow. Thinking about it this way, this reward was actually not worse than the primordial blood and the primordial fragment. Accept the mission. Lu Chen accepted the mission without hesitation. This mission is definitely not the final mission. What exactly is the final mission reward? Judging from the difficulty of the mission, I might really have to kill that Cenobus. I'll go. The rest of the mission could be left for later. Lu Chen accepted the mission and went straight through the stone door. He had already been to the valley last time. This time, he avoided the nightmare spirits and floated straight toward the valley. After floating for almost 20 minutes, Lu Chen finally reached his destination. After finding the crooked tree that he had peeked at last time, Lu Chen used the same trick again. He hung his head on the tree and disguised himself as a part of the tree. His body was completely hidden in the grass. At this time, a large number of headless flying corpses and nightmare spirits had gathered in the valley. This scene was exactly the same as what Lu Chen had seen before. Damn, it's spawning again. So fast. Not long after, that huge skeleton in the form of a spirit appeared with its greatsword. Cenobus did not even look at those panicking, headless, flying corpses. He walked to the center of the formation, inserted his greatsword into the ground, and knelt down on one knee. Great God of the undead, please accept our sacrifice. In the undead spirit gathering formation, a strong light burst out and shot straight into the sky. It's coming, it's coming. How do I collect it? Lu Chen was a little anxious. Xiaomin did not specify how to collect it. Since this is a spirit gathering formation, then I should cultivate and take a look. Lu Chen immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, a miracle happened. Lu Chen was shocked to find that his system messages were crazily flooding the screen. Obtain 3,000 pure spiritual energy. Obtain 4,000 pure spiritual energy. Obtain 4,000 pure spiritual energy. Damn, my pure spiritual energy is rising. Is it crazy? Chapter 123. The speed of the refresh could be said to be the fastest in history. Every time, it increased by 3 to 4,000. Obtain 4,000 pure spiritual energy. Obtain 4,000 pure spiritual energy. Obtain 3,000 pure spiritual energy. *CK. What the hell? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. His spiritual power level was like riding an airplane. Spiritual Pill 14. 126/1400 pure spiritual energy. Spiritual Pill 16, 1126/1600 pure spiritual energy. Spiritual Pill 19, 126/1900 pure spiritual energy. Although the pure spiritual energy was added at the last minute, this feeling was too good. This is the power of the spirit gathering array. It's too freaking abnormal. Lu Chen looked at the array in horror. Arrays were the specialty of talisman array masters. If a high-level talisman array master could make such a spirit-gathering array, it would be too terrifying. Of course, perhaps when talisman array masters reached the level of making such a powerful array, the amount of pure spiritual energy they needed would be very terrifying. But no matter what, Lu Chen already realized how terrifying the 9 major professions would be in the future. The pillar of light was still bursting with strong light, and Lu Chen's pure spiritual energy was also rising crazily. An increase of 3,000 to 4,000 spiritual energy was not something an ordinary player's spiritual core could withstand. Moreover, the speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen's spiritual power had already risen several levels. The speed of growth is so fast. If I'm not careful, I might really explode and die. Lu Chen finally understood the difficulty of this mission. Not only was it time-consuming, but there was also a great risk. Once the body exploded and died, the original spiritual power level would be reset to 0. This mission was so terrifying. However, Lu Chen did not care at all. He fully enjoyed the feeling of his spiritual power soaring. A mere 500,000 spiritual energy was not enough for him. After a while, the system messages finally stopped. Lu Chen glanced at the mission tracking. 500,000 pure spiritual energy was enough. At this time, his spiritual power was 101. Mission completed. Before leaving, Lu Chen glanced at the spirit gathering array. At this time, the pillar of light had disappeared. There was only one person left in the array. That huge figure slowly stood up, standing alone in the great array. The headless flying corpses, and Bai Lin had all turned into ashes, leaving him alone. After careful observation, Lu Chen suddenly realized that Cenobus' body seemed to be shorter than before. Why? It's worse than I expected. Sanabi's deep voice was tinged with anger. This guy won't find out that I stole his pure spiritual qi, right? Lu Chen felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Cenobus did not discover Lu Chen. As a person whose vision was 400 meters higher than the average person, Lu Chen was born to be a scout. Cenobus probably didn't understand either. He stood there foolishly for a while before giving up. After Cenobus left, Lu Chen hurriedly left as well. After exiting the stone door, Lu Chen successfully completed the quest. He received 10 grade, 1 spirit gathering pills, and an instance dungeon source. After putting the treasures into his backpack, Lu Chen stared at the little ghost girl. First, he wanted to see when the system would take back his spiritual qi. Second, Lu Chen wanted to think about how to receive the follow-up quest. But this time, before Lu Chen could speak, the little ghost girl spoke first. Xiaomin looked very excited and floated up. I can't believe that you actually succeeded in stealing the spirit gathering array's spiritual qi. That's great. This way, not only did we delay the appearance of that guy, but Cenobus must be very weak now. Benefactor, can you help us eliminate Cenobus? Damn, we have to kill that boss in the 4th round. Benefactor, you don't have to be afraid. Activating the spirit gathering array will consume a lot of Cenobus' spiritual qi. Originally, after the spirit gathering array disappears, part of its spiritual qi will return to its body. At that time, it will become very powerful. But now that the spirit gathering array has failed to activate, its spiritual qi has been stolen by us. Without the spiritual qi feedback, Cenobus' strength is only 1/10 of its original. As long as we kill it, we can open the undead gate. That is an important clue to find the door of the twilight of the gods. Although we don't have the strength to defeat the guy on the other side of the door of the dead, I believe that one day there will be a strong person who will kill that terrifying guy. The door of the twilight of the gods. After Lu Chen heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He immediately opened his mission list. Currently, there was only one mission on his list. Mission Divine Blood Demon Seed. Even the name of this mission was Orange. Complete the mission's Ultimate Mythical Beast and Ultimate Ferocious Beast, and clear the 3 hidden dungeons Twilight of the Gods, Demon Shrine, and Haunted Valley. Collect the 4 Ultimate Ferocious Beasts, Black Rock Dragon Emperor, Purple Flame Phoenix, Sky-Devouring Demonic Tiger, and Emperor Fu Hai. Mission progress 1/4. Collect the 4 Ultimate Mythical Beasts, Azure Dragon, Foodie Vermilion Bird, Aurora White Tiger, and Gilded Black Tortoise. Mission progress 1/4. Twilight of the Gods Instance Dungeon. Incomplete. Demon Shrine Instance Dungeon. Incomplete. Haunted Valley Instance Dungeon. Incomplete. Mission reward: 1 portion of Divine Blood, 1 portion of Demon Seed. Lu Chen never expected that this Stone Door mission was actually related to the hidden dungeon Twilight of the Gods. The Door of the Dead was an important clue to finding the door of the Twilight of the Gods. Even though Lu Chen had the urge to give up the mission when he saw the Divine Blood Demon Seed mission, there was now an additional clue. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and asked solemnly, "Is that Skeleton King also a nightmare spirit? Is physical attack effective?" "Physical attack is ineffective, but your spiritual power has reached the upper limit now. You can use spiritual attack to attack, and I will assist you to increase your spiritual attack." Lu Chen's spiritual power had obviously not reached the upper limit. It seemed that no one could reach such a high level of spiritual power. So Xiao Min assumed that Lu Chen's spiritual power was already at the upper limit. At this moment, a new mission appeared. Mission Kill the Watchdog. Mission description: this is when Cenobus is at his weakest. It is also the best time for us to counterattack. Mission details: work with Xiao Min to kill the Door of the Dead's watchdog, Cenobus. Explanation 1. This mission must be completed within 5 hours after the completion of the Steel Spiritual Power mission. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. The player will have to accept the Steel Spiritual Power mission again and will not enjoy any rewards. Explanation 2. If the player is killed during the mission, the player will permanently lose all spiritual energy and spiritual power level, the player's own spiritual power level. At the same time, Cenobus will be strengthened. Mission reward: Ghost Pet Xiao Min, purple, unique in the entire server, available to all professions. Origin of the instance dungeon *1. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Min. This fellow had been acting pitiful for a few days. What kind of purple ghost pet was this? You can fight Cenobus with me, and you even let me kill so many nightmares. Speaking of which, if he recruited Xiao Min, he would have another strange member in his team. The mission was obviously not easy to complete, but Lu Chen still decided to give it a try. We're finally going to fight the boss. Xiao Min, you better not disappoint me. Let's go and kill that watchdog. Accept the mission to kill the watchdog. Lu Chen took a deep breath and stepped through the stone door again. Chapter 124. Xiao Min had joined the party. The 2 ghosts silently floated towards the valley. When they reached the valley, Lu Chen observed the spirit gathering formation. After completing the spirit-stealing quest, there were no more headless flying corpses and nightmare spirits spawning in the spirit-gathering formation. Cenobus was also not here. There were only the talismans on the ground in the valley, making it seem empty. Maybe Cenobus is too weak to activate the formation again. Lu Chen was a little depressed. He had unknowingly imagined so many scenarios. Wasn't this just a game? Why was he thinking so much? Oh, right. Xiao Min, what skills do you have? You should at least tell me, so I can come up with a strategy. Lu Chen looked at the little mummy. Xiaomin ignored Lu Chun and floated towards the valley. "Hey, Xiaomin!" Lu Chun frowned. Why didn't this girl listen to his instructions? It would be troublesome if she attracted monsters. He quickly followed. Fortunately, there were no ghosts here. Xiaomin came to the center of the formation alone. At this moment, Lu Chun noticed that there was a pearl floating there. This pearl was about the size of a fist. It was completely red and covered with strange patterns. Lu Chun frowned. The reason why formations could be activated was that they needed a magic treasure to hold the formation. The magic treasure was placed in the center of the formation to provide energy for the formation to operate. Since this undead spirit gathering array was so powerful, it naturally needed a magic treasure to hold it down. Could this bead be a magic treasure? Thinking of this, Lu Chun reached out to take the pearl. "Don't move," Xiaomin suddenly said. "HM? Why?" Lu Chun asked curiously. Xiaomin turned around and looked at Lu Chen's head with her hollow eyes. "Do you know about the 3 god pearls?" "No, I only know about the 7 dragon pearls." Xiaomin directly ignored the second half of Lu Chen's sentence. "The 3 divine beads are the dust bead, the red pill bead, and the dust avoidance bead." Lu Chen frowned as he listened to the NPC's explanation. He had to listen carefully. Firstly, it might have something to do with the twilight of the gods. Secondly, it might be the best equipment in the Jiutian. Every single one of the 3 divine pearls contains an incomparably enormous power. Even though this fake urchin pearl is far from being as powerful as the real urchin pearl, if one were to take it without grasping the key points, one would definitely die. Then, Xiaomin's voice became choked with sobs. "My parents and family were destroyed by this bead, never to be reincarnated." At this moment, the pseudo-Mukin pearl's entire body became transparent, and some images actually appeared within the pearl. In the forest, a family of 5 people in ragged clothes were fleeing in panic. The adult man urged everyone to run, while constantly looking back at the dense forest behind him. There were always some strange noises in the forest. He didn't know if it was the rustling of the trees or something hidden in the forest. Not long after, they escaped to a barren wasteland. A few white shadows flashed past, and the family of 5 instantly fell into a pool of blood. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Were these Xiaomin's former family? That little girl should be what Xiaomin looked like when she was alive. She was actually a little lowly. The white shadows seemed to be the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf. Did they die in the hands of the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf? After an unknown period of time, the sun set and the sun rose. Spring and winter alternated. The fearless corpses on the barren wasteland actually moved. Even though they did not reincarnate and were reborn in the form of undead, they no longer had to be afraid. They hid underground during the day and could gather as a family at night. Instead, their days became peaceful and warm. Until Cenobus appeared. In order to protect Xiaomin, Xiaomin's parents, brother, and sister pounced on Cenobus. At that moment, Lu Chen saw the eyes on Xiaomin's parents' heads. He actually felt that this gaze was somewhat familiar. Just as they approached Cenobus, a crimson pearl appeared, along with many other headless flying corpses. Their bodies and souls were stretched until they were completely sucked into the Mukin pearl. Seeing this, Lu Chen already knew about Xiaomin's past. He also knew that the pearl in front of him was that crimson pearl. Lu Chen instinctively retracted his hand. It turned out that Xiaomin didn't come to take the pearl, but to see her family. For some reason, Lu Chen's heart felt heavy. He had to admit that Tian Xing had put in a lot of effort into the cutscenes. Every character's expression, action, scene, and plot were all so realistic that when Lu Chen looked at the little ghost beside him again, He couldn't treat her as a pure NPC. In order to protect her, her family members were destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, this little ghost girl had been guarding outside the stone door. Day after day, her body became drier than the 8 heads. She must have waited for a very, very long time. She had been waiting for someone who could help her take revenge. Xiao Min didn't have eyes, but those empty eye sockets seemed to let others see her pain. Xiao Min, benefactor, let's go. It's getting late. Okay. Lu Chen stopped thinking about the Mukin Pearl. It seemed that it wasn't something that players could take at the moment. Lu Chen sorted out his emotions. No matter how realistic the game was, it was still a game. He had to arrange his work and rest time properly. He couldn't be addicted to the game. After passing through the passage in the valley, another small valley appeared in front of them. There, the watchdog, Cenobus, was resting against the side of the mountain. Even though Xiao Min said that Cenobus was at its weakest, Lu Chen was still a little nervous when he saw the huge guy. The 8 heads, 3 idiots, and 10 beasts weren't here. His margin for error was lower. Now, only Xiao Min could help him. Whether Xiao Min was strong or not, that guy didn't say anything. Benefactor, we're here. Lu Chen nodded. How are we going to fight? I think it's safer for you to take my damage. I can't take a hit from it. Actually, you can't take a hit from it either. Its magic attack should be above 10,000. Lu Chen almost broke down. Magic attack above 2,000? Then he could only take 2 hits at most. Lu Chen stared at Xiao Min with wide eyes. Big sister, didn't you say that it's very weak now? Then are we here to deliver our heads to them? This guy is only level 27. Why is his attack so high? His power comes from the pseudo-mutagen pearl. Even if it's not a real mutagen pearl, it's still one of the top Jotian equipment. The bonus is still terrifying. Lu Chen shook his head. Xiao Min was right. Tiger Weep, a level 15 equipment, added more than 100 attack. That top equipment must be crazy. Then, even if he's weak now, we can't beat him. Benefactor, when I say weak, I'm referring to his movement speed, attack speed, and ability activation speed. We have to rely on our positioning to avoid all of his attacks, including ability attacks. His ability is very strong, unpredictable, and has a very large range. Also, don't use any long-range attacks. If you attack him from a distance, he has a certain chance to counterattack. That ability cannot be avoided. Avoid all attacks, including avoiding ability attacks. And close combat. Was this even a F*King human mission? Yes, and ability attacks. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's right. This guy is already level 27. He must have an ability attack. Hearing you say that, I completely understand. Then here's the problem. Didn't the mission say that you would help me? After saying so much, how are you going to help me? You have to do something. Xiao Min seemed to have something she couldn't say. She looked at Lu Chen pitifully. Benefactor, I will help you when necessary. If you really don't want to take the risk, Xiao Min won't force you. Lu Chen was speechless. All right, since he was already here for the mission reward, for the Twilight of the Gods dungeon, and for a little bit of revenge for Xiao Min, Lu Chen didn't give up on the mission. Change into human skin. Since he couldn't fight from a distance, he could only use his body to fight in close combat. For such a difficult operation, Lu Chen could only use his own body to be more confident. Lu Chen's head finally returned. He did a set of push-ups on the spot, raised his leg high, ran, lunged side, and moved his head. Benefactor, what are you doing? If I want to make 0 mistakes, of course I have to find the feeling of my body. Lu Chen took a deep breath, exhaled quickly, and took out Tiger Weep. Okay, come on. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.